welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The soft patter of raindrops on my window had become a familiar melody, a soothing lullaby that whispered ancient secrets. Since inheriting my grandmother's house, I had felt a shift in its essence, a subtle unveiling of hidden tales within its walls. Tonight, as the rain cascaded down with a gentle touch, a misty haze enveloped the surroundings, blurring the lines between reality and dreams. The aged wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, carrying echoes of bygone eras. The air held the comforting fragrance of old books and lavender, reminiscent of tranquil afternoons spent in the library with my grandmother. My nightly ritual had evolved into a meditative routine, ensuring the house's security before settling in for the night. The vintage sconces bathed the walls in an amber glow, casting dancing shadows that seemed to breathe life into the stillness. As I neared my grandmother's study at the end of the hallway, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The air grew heavy, tinged with a metallic tang, akin to the calm before a storm. The study door loomed before me, its mahogany surface exuding an unfamiliar aura of grandeur. Was it always this imposing? The brass doorknob gleamed mysteriously, standing out amidst the shadows. Touching the door, I sensed a difference in the texture of the wood, as if it had awoken from a deep slumber. The door felt unusually cold, contrasting with the summer warmth. Turning the knob, I was surprised by its effortless movement, gliding open with a silent whisper. The study appeared ordinary at first glance, with the antique desk, bookshelves, and my grandmother's favorite armchair. Yet a subtle wrongness lingered in the air, a feeling of a painting slightly askew. Shadows seemed to deepen, and a sweet floral scent intermingled with the familiar aroma of books and leather. Stepping inside, the floorboards sighed under my weight, their echoes lingering longer than usual. The antique books on the shelves seemed to shift and change in the dim light, their titles morphing when viewed peripherally. One particular volume beckoned me with its dark binding, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. As my hand reached out, a movement caught my eye. Shadows behind the desk rippled like disturbed water. The room grew colder, carrying scents of earth and autumn leaves, drowning out the rain's melody. The door clicked shut behind me, though I hadn't closed it. Turning, I glimpsed strange symbols on its surface, flowing like liquid before shifting back to familiarity. Returning my focus to the bookshelf, the dark volume I sought had vanished, leaving behind a void that the neighboring books seemed to conceal. A whisper brushed past me, carrying hints of lavender, enveloping the room in an intimate embrace. The windows reflected only darkness now, isolating me in a cocoon of shadows that felt oddly comforting. Sinking into my grandmother's armchair, the worn leather cradled me like an old friend. The shadows danced purposefully, weaving cryptic messages on the walls in a language beyond comprehension. Time lost its meaning as I watched the intricate patterns unfold, the darkness outside pulsating with a hidden luminescence. Shapes moved within the velvety void, hinting at enigmatic stories and ethereal beings. The boundary between reality and reverie blurred, the shadows evolving into cosmic designs of profound significance. Fragrances mingled in the air, lavender, memories, and distant dreams. The darkness radiated its own light, revealing infinite possibilities within its depths. The rain's melody transformed into a haunting symphony, guiding me to stand and approach the rippling study door. As I reached for the brass doorknob, a sense of recognition washed over me, dispelling any fear. The door swung open noiselessly, unveiling a realm of shifting shadows and whispered echoes. Fragments of familiar voices and forgotten tunes wafted through the darkness, beckoning me to the threshold of the unknown. The scent of starlight and ancient wisdom mingled with the air, drawing me closer to the enigmatic expanse beyond. Standing at the doorway, I felt a gentle pull towards the abyss of possibilities. The darkness extended tendrils of shadow, not menacing but welcoming, like a reunion with a long-lost companion. The study faded into obscurity behind me, its features blending into the background as the threshold demanded my attention. Whether I crossed over or remained, the distinction between reality and imagination dissolved into the intricate patterns of the door. The door stood as both a gateway and a question, offering a glimpse into a twilight realm where past and future intertwined. On quiet, rainy nights, the door's allure remains, sometimes merely a portal to my grandmother's study, and other times a passage to realms beyond mortal comprehension. The darkness beyond, eternal and unchanging, holds the essence of endless stories and eternal wisdom, waiting patiently for those willing to explore its mysteries. And in that shadowed space, where raindrops sing and shadows dance, perhaps my grandmother still resides, enveloped in the timeless embrace of the house's secrets. As the rain continues its gentle serenade, I am drawn to the door, a symbol of transition and transformation. It stands as a reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced, like the comforting embrace of a dream. The door remains a threshold to the unknown, a beacon in the night, guiding those who dare to seek beyond the veil of ordinary existence. And in that darkness, within that doorway to the infinite, lies the promise of discovery and wonder, where stories never end and dreams are forever woven into the fabric of reality. Story 2. The night was thick with the fragrance of water lilies and wild mint as I wandered along the winding forest path. Each step I took was softened by the pine needles underfoot, creating a gentle rhythm that harmonized with the whisper of leaves swaying above. The setting sun cast its golden light through the treetops, painting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the moss-covered ground below. Rumors had led me here, tales of a hidden lake nestled deep in these woods. Locals spoke of it in hushed tones, drawn to its mystery yet wary of its secrets. They whispered of a water that held ancient mysteries, a water that sang beneath the moon's watchful gaze. But the melody eluded description, slipping through their grasp like mist. As I ventured further into the forest, the quality of light shifted, the air growing cooler and carrying with it the unmistakable scent of deep water. Through the gaps in the trees, I glimpsed delicate tendrils of mist rising, ghostly fingers reaching towards the sky. And then, like a painting slowly revealed, the lake came into view. Its surface, smooth as obsidian, reflected the fading light in hues of silver and purple, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. Ancient willows dipped their branches into the water, creating ripples that danced in mesmerizing patterns. The lake, a perfect circle in the heart of the forest, seemed to defy nature's chaos with its geometric precision, yet it felt as though the wilderness had grown around it, embracing its enigmatic presence. At the center, an island emerged, cradling an ancient oak tree whose branches extended like protective arms into the night. Seating myself on a fallen log by the shore, I was struck by the profound silence that enveloped the space. Not an empty silence, but a tranquil absence of the usual forest cacophony. The only sound was the gentle lapping of water against the shore, a soothing murmur that seemed to hold secrets just beyond reach. As darkness descended, the mist thickened, weaving intricate shapes above the lake's surface. Sometimes they resembled human forms, other times cryptic symbols in an unknown tongue. The longer I gazed, the more I discerned in the play of water, mist, and wind through the willow branches. A soft light emanated from the depths of the lake, pulsing rhythmically in hues of blue and green, casting a serene aura over the scene. It was a light that spoke of ancient wisdom, of mysteries older than time itself. And as the night deepened, whispers began to drift through the air, a symphony of voices murmuring in unison. These were not words in any language I knew, but a language of the soul, of the earth, of the stars. They wove together in a tapestry of sound that soothed my spirit, guiding me into a state of profound peace. Shadows danced beneath the oak tree, their movements defying logic, casting a spell of enchantment over the island. Along the shoreline, tiny lights flickered like fallen stars, moving in a choreographed dance that spoke of unseen forces at play. The mist ebbed and flowed, unveiling glimpses of structures beneath the water's surface, ethereal spires and archways that vanished as soon as I tried to focus on them. Time lost its meaning as I sat by the lake, the moon rising and setting in a timeless dance. Each cycle brought a shift in the quality of light, painting the scene in ever-changing hues. The whispers grew stronger, weaving tales of cosmic truths, of nature's eternal rhythms. As dawn approached, the light beneath the water dimmed, the whispers fading into the morning air. The mist dispersed, leaving behind a lingering sense of magic in the air. The lake's surface turned mirror-like, reflecting the emerging daylight with crystalline clarity. Standing to depart, I felt transformed, as though the night had reshaped me in its gentle embrace. The familiar path back seemed imbued with new significance, every leaf and stone whispering secrets I could almost grasp but never fully understand. Even now, years later, the echoes of that night linger in my dreams, in the moments between sleep and waking. I glimpse fragments of that mysterious light in everyday reflections, in the patterns of morning mist. The lake's enigma lives on in these fleeting reminders, a testament to the enduring power of its magic. I have searched for the lake in vain, returning to the woods time and again. Perhaps it reveals itself only to those willing to listen, to those attuned to its silent call. Or perhaps it exists in a realm beyond our comprehension, appearing only when the veil between worlds grows thin. But its whispers remain with me, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but cherished for the wonder they inspire. Like a half-remembered melody from a distant past, the lake's song lingers on, a haunting refrain carried on the wind of memory. Story 3. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the damp leaves in the dark forest created a soothing symphony, each droplet whispering secrets as it joined the countless others on their descent through layers of golden and crimson foliage. Walking along an ancient hiking trail, my boots made soft squishing sounds on the moist earth, while the sweet, earthy aroma of decomposing leaves filled my lungs with each breath. The fading afternoon light filtered through the canopy, casting everything in subtle shades of amber and gray. Originally setting out for a simple walk to clear my mind, the weather and the peculiar quality of light drew me deeper into the woods than ever before. The familiar markers of my usual path had vanished, replaced by ancient trees whose branches intertwined like old friends sharing hidden truths. With each step, the sound of moving water gradually emerged from the ambient forest noise. At first, it was barely noticeable, a whisper beneath the rain and the rustle of wind. But as I continued, it grew clearer, pulling me forward with an inexplicable allure. The path sloped downward, winding between moss-covered boulders arranged as if by some ancient forgotten hand. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying a mysterious scent, mineral and ancient like wet stone and time itself. Through breaks in the trees, mist rising from a narrow river valley below caught my eye. The water's song grew stronger, not a cheerful babble, but something deep and resonant. Turning a bend in the path, the trees parted to reveal a sight that held me in wonder. Below, a river unlike any other lay before me. Its waters were clear yet dark, flowing with a strange slowness that defied nature. Mist spiraled lazily above its surface, forming shapes that almost seemed deliberate before dissolving back into the unknown. What struck me most was how the river appeared to materialize from nowhere and vanish just as mysteriously. Upstream, it flowed from beneath a massive moss-draped rock wall. Downstream, it curved behind another stone formation and disappeared from view. The scene felt like a secret kept by the forest for centuries. Without conscious thought, I found myself descending the steep bank toward the water's edge. The moss-covered rocks absorbed all sound, enveloping me in a silence broken only by the river's deep song. As I approached the water, something peculiar caught my eye. An opening in the rock wall where the river emerged, partially concealed by water and mist. The cave mouth, tall enough for a person to walk through comfortably, seemed to breathe, its misty veil rhythmically flowing like a slumbering giant. Standing at the river's edge, a curious sensation enveloped me, not fear, but an awareness of ancient significance. The air felt charged with potential, akin to the moment before a storm breaks. Kneeling to touch the crystal-clear water, I found it to be neither warm nor cold, but something in between. A faint sound emanated from the cave mouth, resembling distant music, not a specific tune, but a memory of a childhood lullaby. As twilight approached, small lights began to flicker around the cave entrance. Their movements were deliberate, purposeful, unlike any fireflies I had seen. Dancing in silver-blue hues, the lights created patterns that seemed to convey meaning, like a language of luminescence. Time seemed to shift in this place, the light indicating evening's arrival, though my perception of time blurred. The dancing lights multiplied, forming intricate patterns that hinted at stories intertwined like the roots of ancient trees above. Balancing between the known world and the mystery ahead, a choice presented itself. The cave beckoned, promising answers to unasked questions. The lights swirled urgently, their dance conveying a depth of meaning. Stepping onto the glowing stones in the river, I felt a shift within me, a recognition of something long forgotten. The lights' dance became more complex, more profound, almost revealing their secrets. With a deep breath, I raised my foot over the first glowing stone. The lights paused, waiting, as the cave's breath enveloped me in a gentle embrace. A sense of knowing washed over me, urging me forward into the ancient mystery. The lights danced, their movements whispering stories untold, as I stood at the threshold of a world beyond. Whether I crossed the river on those radiant stepping stones, or retraced my steps to the forest path above, the encounter had transformed me. The boundary between possible and impossible blurred, and the world took on a new hue. The story beyond the cave's mouth remained a mystery, preserved in the dance of lights and the whispered songs of the underground river. On quiet, rainy nights, I still hear the echo of that otherworldly music, beckoning me back to the realm where reality melds with magic in the hidden corners of the world. Story 4. The gentle patter of raindrops on my bedroom window had become a soothing melody lately. Every evening, as the early darkness of autumn settled in, I found myself drawn to that window, captivated by the peculiar glow emanating from the abandoned house across the garden. It wasn't a harsh light from a forgotten lamp or a cold beam from a security fixture. This illumination had a unique quality, unlike anything I had ever seen. A soft, almost breathing radiance that seemed to pulse with a quiet, rhythmic heartbeat of its own. On this particular night, the rain fell in a mesmerizing pattern, painting intricate designs on the glass. The air carried the earthy scent of wet soil and fallen leaves, while distant thunder whispered secrets across the sky. My room felt snug and inviting, bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp and the comforting embrace of familiar quilts. Yet, the light from the abandoned house continued its silent vigil. I first noticed it 3 weeks ago on a similar rainy evening. The house had sat empty for nearly 2 years, its windows dark and lifeless, the garden reclaiming its space. But then, the light appeared, not confined to a specific window, but seeming to radiate from within the walls themselves. as if the house had developed its own inner luminosity. As I observed, more details emerged. The light was never static. It swayed and shifted like ethereal curtains, sometimes tinged with hints of color, a touch of violet here, a whisper of azure there. Most intriguing was how it interacted with the rain. Droplets passing through the glow seemed to slow down, suspended in mid-air for fleeting moments before continuing their descent. I shared my discovery with Mrs. Sullivan, my neighbor of many years, a thoughtful woman with kind eyes. "Some lights," she mused, stirring her tea, "aren't meant to be understood, dear. They're meant to be witnessed." She didn't elaborate, but I noticed her gaze lingering on the old house when she thought no one was looking. In the following weeks, I observed subtle changes. The wild roses in the neglected garden continued to bloom, defying the advancing season. Their petals captured the mysterious light, creating delicate patterns in the unkempt yard. Moths congregated in unusual numbers, their wings shimmering like fragments of moonlight. On quiet nights, I sensed a presence in the light. Not quite a sound, but a memory of music, hovering at the edge of perception. I started a journal to document my observations, noting how the light's behavior varied with the weather, time of night, and my own emotions. At times of peace, it exuded a golden warmth akin to sunlight on honey. In moments of melancholy, it shifted to deeper blues and greens, as if mirroring my feelings. The house itself seemed to transform subtly, the peeling paint looking less weathered, the sagging porch less worn. The windows, though dark, seemed to hold a quiet anticipation, like closed eyes on the verge of awakening. One memorable evening, as I sipped chamomile tea by my window, I discerned a pattern in the light's movements. It was as if it sought to inscribe something in the air, leaving ghostly after images that almost formed letters before dissolving into radiant nothingness. I watched for hours, the message teasingly close but never fully revealed. Over breakfast one morning, Mrs. Sullivan shared a family tale. Her grandmother had lived in that house when it was new, recounting nights when the walls sang and dreams melded with reality. "There are places," she said thoughtfully, buttering her toast, "where the line between understanding and mystery grows thin. Sometimes light finds its way through those gaps." As winter approached, more people noticed the light. Children paused in play to marvel at it. Elders sat on porches gazing with knowing smiles, and even neighborhood cats were drawn to its radiance. The light remained constant, gaining complexity like a symphony deepening with each performance. Some nights I awoke feeling rested, as if I had floated in that gentle glow. I never ventured inside the house. It felt unnecessary, almost disrespectful. The light wasn't an invitation to explore or a puzzle to solve. It was a gift to appreciate, a reminder that beauty exists beyond understanding. Now, as rain paints light rivers in the darkness, I reflect on Mrs. Sullivan's words. Perhaps some lights are meant to be witnessed without explanation. In a world that demands answers, there is solace in embracing mystery, in allowing wonder to exist unexamined. The rain's peaceful rhythm against the glass, the enigmatic glow from the house, they offer a tranquil sanctuary. Between sleep and wakefulness, the almost music beckons, carrying the scent of impossible roses blooming in the winter night. And I smile, content in the knowledge that some lights endure, even if their essence remains a beautiful enigma. Story 5. The soft rustling of dry leaves brushing against my window pulled me away from my book one autumn night. Their whispered melody held a unique quality, unlike the usual chaotic rustle of wind-blown debris. Setting my book down, I focused on the gentle scratching sounds, letting them envelop my senses. The aged house groaned contentedly around me as I settled in my cherished armchair, a weathered leather piece that once belonged to my grandfather. The warm light of my reading lamp cast a small pool of amber in the dimming room, casting elongated shadows across the wooden floors. Outside, the sun had dipped beneath the horizon, leaving behind a deep purple twilight that crept through the windows like watercolor seeping on paper. That was when I discerned a pattern in the dance of leaves against the glass. Their movements weren't entirely random. There was a rhythm to it, akin to Morse code or the deliberate cadence of spoken words. Intrigued, I abandoned my book completely, drawn to the window by an unexplainable curiosity. The evening breeze carried the crisp scent of autumn, decaying leaves, distant wood smoke, and a sweet essence that accompanied the season's chill. As I neared the window, the leaf song grew clearer. Standing closer, I observed the brown and golden leaves twirling and spinning in the growing darkness, catching the last glimmers of daylight. They swirled with a graceful intention, as if each leaf was a dancer in a natural ballet. The longer I watched, the more convinced I became that this was no ordinary evening breeze at play. My breath fogged the window as I leaned in, noticing shapes forming within the swirling leaves. Not quite distinct enough to identify, but certainly more organized than expected. They almost took on recognizable forms before dissolving back into chaos, like fleeting faces in clouds. A slight drop in temperature tingled my skin, despite the steady hum of the old radiator. A shiver ran down my spine, not solely from the cold. The leaf song shifted subtly, adopting a mournful quality that stirred memories of my childhood. A forgotten lullaby, perhaps, or a folk tune my grandmother used to hum in her garden. I found myself humming along, a melody from a distant time, ancient and primal. The leaves responded, their dance becoming intricate and purposeful. They formed spirals that rotated slowly like an autumn-hued kaleidoscope. My hand reached for the window latch on its own accord, an inexplicable urge to open it and embrace the leaf song without the barrier of glass. The cool metal under my touch gave me pause, uncertainty flickering within me. Rational thoughts suggested I step back, illuminate the room, break the enchantment that had settled over the evening. Yet the song was too enchanting, too alluring. It whispered of hidden realms and forgotten woods, of ancient stones smoothed by time, of mysteries veiled beneath blankets of fallen leaves. It promised answers to unspoken questions. My fingers hesitated on the latch. Outside, the leaves pressed closer to the glass, their dance urgent under the deepening night. They seemed to glow faintly, like embers stirred by a breeze. A sudden creak from the old house jolted me from my trance. Blinking, I realized how long I had been standing there, lost in the darkness. The room had turned cold, my book forgotten in the pool of light. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand from the latch, and the leaf song sighed in disappointment. I stepped back, watching as the intricate patterns dissolved, the leaves drifting away to join the natural chaos of the autumn night. Yet, even as I returned to my chair and my book, the haunting melody lingered on the evening wind. It intertwined with the normal sounds of the house, the ticking of the old clock, the creak of floorboards, the whisper of pages turning. Sometimes on the brink of sleep, I swore I could discern ancient words in that leafy chorus, words from a language on the edge of comprehension. I never opened the window that night, but a part of me wonders what might have unfolded if I had. Would the leaves have simply scattered across the floor, or would something else have crossed the threshold, something patient since long before the house's foundation? Each evening, the autumn winds bring their leaves to dance against my window. Their song remains as enchanting as ever, brimming with promise and enigma. I keep my windows closed now, content to let some mysteries stay unsolved. Yet, in the darkest hours of night, I catch myself humming that strange melody, and the leaves outside rustle in response, as if they too remember me. Story 6. The gentle patter of rain against ancient stone walls weaved a lulling melody that reverberated through the silent chambers of the majestic castle. Seated in my temporary abode, I observed as raindrops meandered lazily down the leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by sporadic flashes of distant lightning. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating a warm ambience that seemed to exhale with the flicker of the flames. Having recently assumed the role of caretaker for this awe-inspiring edifice, I had just arrived before the onset of the autumn storms. The predecessor had departed abruptly, leaving behind only a weathered leather-bound journal brimming with enigmatic scribbles and peculiar musings. The pages exuded the musty aroma of time, tinged with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps lavender or dried roses, that lingered in the air whenever I perused its contents. The castle itself stood as a masterpiece of medieval craftsmanship, its aged stones enfolding centuries of tales within their rugged surfaces. Tapestries adorned the walls, their hues softened by the passage of time, yet still narrating stories of long-forgotten feasts and merriments. In the hushed moments when the wind hushed its whispers, I could almost discern the faint echoes of ancient revelries carried on the drafts that wove through the corridors eternally. Tonight, as the storm gathered strength, a peculiar observation caught my eye within the grand hall. The candlelight seemed to catch on an intangible presence, akin to watching smoke meander through water. It evoked memories of an entry in the old caretaker's journal, describing what he had termed the breathing of the castle. Initially, I had dismissed it as the fanciful musings of a solitary soul, yet now uncertainty crept into my thoughts. Descending the spiral staircase, my footsteps muffled by the plush carpet runner protecting the aged stone steps, I felt the air grow cooler, carrying the earthy essence of the castle's foundation. The expansive great hall sprawled before me, its towering ceiling vanishing into shadows above. Rain drummed a tranquil rhythm against the towering windows, providing a serene backdrop to my exploration. Moving through the expanse, I discerned peculiar variances in certain areas, pockets of air that carried a slightly different temperature than their surroundings. It resembled the sensation of stepping into sun-warmed patches on a cloudy day. Yet here, no sun rays played a part in these fluctuations. Consulting the journal anew, I unearthed a passage where the previous caretaker had mapped these very spots, dubbing them the castle's breath. The tapestries stirred gently, though no discernible breeze caressed them. Approaching a particularly exquisite tapestry illustrating a medieval hunt, its threads gleaming dully in the dim light, I felt an uncanny sensation of being observed. Not with malice, but with a curious intent, as if the castle itself was studying its new custodian. The journal held references to akin encounters, penned in increasingly detailed accounts. The former caretaker had begun to decipher patterns in the castle's comportment, how chambers would warm before a storm, how tapestries would shift in specific sequences, how the very air seemed to thrum with a slow, steady rhythm, akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Hours ebbed away as I delved deeper, crafting my own notes beside the aged ones. While the storm outside surged within the castle's embrace, I found an unexplainable tranquility. The thunder, instead of menacing, resonated as the contented exhalations of an archaic entity. Lightning illuminated the stained glass windows fleetingly, casting vibrant hues that pirouetted across the stone flooring. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaited me. The previous caretaker had remarked that on nights of potent storms, the books would arrange themselves in enigmatic configurations. Tonight, I witnessed leather-bound tomes shift imperceptibly on their shelves, their spines aligning in a manner that caught the candlelight uniquely. It wasn't disconcerting, rather it felt akin to witnessing a clandestine performance, as if the castle was divulging one of its enigmas to me. The grandfather clock in the corner tolled midnight, its resonant chimes permeating the vacant chambers. As the final echo faded, I discerned a shift in the room's temperature once more. The air crackled, akin to the prelude to a summer downpour, yet instead of intensifying, it settled into a gentle warmth that enveloped me like a comforting shroud. Drawn to a specific area in the library, where the former caretaker had evidently dedicated most of his time, evident by the well-worn chair and the density of notes in his journal, I perceived a different dance of shadows, forming patterns that almost resembled inscriptions on the walls. The erstwhile caretaker had endeavored to decipher these ethereal messages, filling pages with potential interpretations. As the night deepened, I comprehended why he had been so enthralled. The castle wasn't merely a structure, it was something more, something alive in its singular manner. The stones didn't merely harbor memories, they seemed to exhale them into the atmosphere, sharing them with those receptive to listen. In the journal's final entry, the erstwhile caretaker had inscribed something that now resonated profoundly. The castle doesn't disclose its secrets, it imparts them, akin to a grandmother sharing anecdotes with a cherished grandchild. The mysteries aren't meant for unraveling, but for experiencing, for residing within. Each night unveils new whispers, new patterns, new exhalations of ancient air carrying fragments of bygone eras. Penning my inaugural entry in a fresh journal, the storm persisted in its gentle embrace of the castle's ramparts. The shadows continued their ethereal dance, the tapestries remained in motion, and the air retained its enigmatic warmth. I comprehended that my purpose wasn't to unearth the castle's secrets or expound upon its enigmas. I was here to be a part of its eternal narrative, to contribute my own breath to its ancient cadences, to merge with the myriad others who had traversed these corridors and sensed the edifice's tender, sentient presence. The candlelight flickered, and I beheld my shadow melding with the others that frolicked on the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door whispered softly, and I smiled, knowing that the castle was merely turning another page in its eternal tale. Tonight, as the storm enveloped us both, I felt I had discovered not solely a position or a dwelling, but a sanctuary within these sentient walls, where each night unveils new murmurs of old legends, and each shadow harbors the allure of another gentle enigma yearning to be shared. Story 7. In the hushed embrace of twilight, the evening sky was awash with hues of lavender and deep blue, casting elongated shadows over my grandmother's rustic cabin. Seeking solace from the clamor of modern life, I ventured here, never foreseeing the enigmatic journey that awaited me, forever altering my perception of the natural world. Nestled at the foothills of an age-old mountain, the cabin stood sentinel, its peaked outline a steadfast presence in every window's gaze. In those initial tranquil days, I found solace in its unwavering vigil over the valley. The mountain cradled the cabin in a protective aura, its slopes adorned with a lush tapestry of emerald pines that whispered ancient secrets in the breeze. Each dawn, I awoke to the harmonious chorus of birds welcoming the day, their melodies drifting through the thin walls like a gentle beckoning. The time-worn floorboards murmured softly beneath my footsteps, narrating tales of generations past who trod these very paths. The fragrance of pine needles and morning dew seeped through the aged window frames, heralding the promise of another serene day. On the fourth morn, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. While sipping tea on the porch, observing mist cascade down the mountainside, I discerned an eerie stillness. The birds had fallen silent, not a gradual hush, but an abrupt cessation, akin to a universal mute button being pressed. The silence enveloped me, save for the delicate rustle of leaves and the wind's whisper. That day, I found myself drawn to scrutinize the mountain's countenance more closely. Its rugged contours appeared altered, though the exact nature of the change eluded me. Shadows amid the trees seemed more profound, purposeful, arranged in an enigmatic design just beyond my grasp. Hours slipped away as I sketched the vista from my perch, endeavoring to capture an elusive essence slipping through my grasp. That night, dreams unfurled of eyes unfolding within the mountainside, myriad dark windows peering down into the valley. Awakening to find my sketchbook open on the kitchen table, memories fractured as I distinctly recalled leaving it on the porch. Pages teemed with drawings I had no recollection of crafting, intricate motifs of circles and lines rippling across the paper like liquid whispers. Subsequent days unfurled subtler oddities. Objects within the cabin would shift when unobserved. A cup displaced a hairbreadth to the left, a book askew, my grandmother's rocking chair gazing toward a different orientation, always facing the mountain. Changes in the mountain itself grew more discernible, though proof remained elusive. Rocks once arranged differently, trees leaning at improbable angles, branches outstretched towards the cabin like inquisitive tendrils, and always the persistent sensation of being observed. Patterns emerged in the dance of shadows across the valley, defying the sun's expected trajectory. At times they hesitated, pooling like shadowy reservoirs, then subtly moved against the natural play of light. Anticipation thickened the air during these moments, as if the entire valley held its breath. Dreams intensified, filled with murmurs in unfamiliar tongues, ancient yet resonant. Awaking to find pine needles on my pillow, despite sealed windows. Earthy scents clung to my garments, even those untouched in the wardrobe. One tranquil eve, as the sun painted the firmament in hues of rose and gold, movement on the mountainside defied rational explanation. Segments of the mountain seemed to shift, adjusting akin to one settling into a favored seat. Terrifying in appearance, yet tranquility enveloped me. More hours were spent on the porch, observing the mountain's silent vigil. Occasionally, I read aloud from my grandmother's volumes, the wind altering direction to carry my voice up the slope. Other times, we shared wordless communion, ancient regard enveloping me like a comforting shroud. Locals in the adjacent town skirted direct discourse regarding the mountain, their reticence speaking volumes. Furtive glances towards its peaks, nods acknowledging an age-old acquaintance. Children frolicked in the valley, cautious not from fear, but from reverence. Weeks unfurled understanding, the mountain's sentience neither malevolent nor benevolent, simply existing akin to gravity or time. Consciousness on a scale dwarfing human existence, a mere flicker to its timeless gaze. Yet it observed, knew, and in its own manner, comprehended. Unearthing my grandmother's journals in the attic's dusty recesses unveiled her cognizance of the mountain's essence. Her script chronicled the watcher on high and the keeper of valley secrets, recounting akin encounters, shifted objects, pregnant silences, dreams tinged with reminiscence. As twilight casts its gentle luminescence, the mountain's presence manifests palpably. Shadows within my chamber weave patterns bordering on speech, the air dense with unspoken accord. Wooden walls murmur softly, adjusting to face the ancient observer beyond. Revelations dawn. Some enigmas aren't meant for resolution, but for acceptance and immersion. The mountain enfolding this valley harbors secrets predating human memory, its eternal gaze a source of solace. Avian melodies resound once more, laden with purpose, ferrying cryptic messages between valley and ancient sentinel. As night descends, I pen this chronicle in the fading light, stepping onto the porch for a final rendezvous. The mountain silhouette looms, bathed in starlight, an unwavering sentinel. Gradually, the silver threads faded with the approaching dawn, vanishing entirely with the first light's touch. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter felt imbued with warmth. Testing it on the first lantern, a steady flame kindled instantly. One by one, I ignited the lanterns, completing the morning ritual that mirrored the evening's routine. In the burgeoning daylight, the lanterns radiated a new aura, memories woven into their glow, not just of my grandmother, but of all who had tended them before. Their stories lingered in shadow and light, awaiting nights of darkness to unveil deeper truths. The night's secret remained mine alone, yet I became attuned to the lantern's silent messages. Sometimes they remained dim on anniversaries of family members' passings or on evenings pregnant with significance only revealed later. The circle of unlit lanterns became my legacy, a silent reminder that certain lights must dim for subtler illuminations to emerge. And on tranquil evenings, as I sway on the porch swing amidst the lantern's golden radiance, I ponder how darkness is not mere absence of light. It is a presence of a different ilk, narrating tales decipherable only in the language of shadows and silence. Story 60. The soft, gentle patter of rain against the attic window panes created a soothing melody that enveloped the space in a peaceful embrace. As I sifted through the treasures of generations past, the old floorboards whispered stories of days long gone, with each soft creak beneath my feet. Dust particles danced in the warm glow of my antique lamp, their delicate movements weaving intricate patterns in the air, moving with a mysterious grace. Hours slipped by as I methodically organized each family heirloom, finding solace in the familiar routine of exploring memories and fragments of history tucked away in this quiet sanctuary. The rhythmic cadence of the rain served as a hypnotic backdrop to my task, occasionally interrupted by the distant rumble of thunder rolling across the sky like a gentle lullaby. Pushing aside a faded velvet curtain, my lamp's light unveiled a hidden gem that had eluded my notice, a weathered wooden chest nestled in the far corner of the attic. The dark, intricately carved wood seemed to shift and swirl in the flickering light, whispering secrets of craftsmanship from a bygone era when artistry was revered. Intrigued, I approached the chest cautiously, savoring the anticipation of discovery. The carvings depicted phases of the moon intertwined with flowing patterns reminiscent of wind and water, inviting my fingers to trace their ancient designs. The metal clasps, though tarnished, held firm, hinting at the countless hands that had unlocked its mysteries over time. Curiously, the absence of a lock struck me as odd for such an ornate piece. A mysterious scent of cedar and something older lingered in the air as I gingerly lifted the lid. Within the chest, resting on faded velvet lining, lay a collection of intriguing objects that beckoned to me. A weathered leather-bound journal, a delicate wooden box, a bundle of letters tied with a worn ribbon, and a cloth-wrapped package awaited my exploration. The journal, its pages yellowed with age, bore the elegant script of a woman named Elizabeth, whose words painted vivid dreams that transcended mere imagination. Her tales of mysterious doorways and ethereal music blurred the lines between reality and fantasy, drawing me deeper into her enigmatic world. Turning the pages, I became enraptured by Elizabeth's revelations of hidden patterns in the fabric of existence, leading to portals she called the spaces between moments. The wooden box, etched with lunar motifs matching the chest, held a single enigmatic item, a small, flawless mirror with a silver frame that seemed to hold depths beyond its reflective surface. The bundle of crystals, meticulously labeled with lunar phases, hinted at a connection to Elizabeth's otherworldly experiences. As I delved into the correspondence between Elizabeth and her confidant, discussions of secret meetings and thinning veils between realms unfolded before me. The rain outside softened to a misty veil, casting a dreamlike aura over the attic as if nature itself acknowledged the mysteries I unearthed. Replacing each artifact in the chest, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as if the space itself whispered of unseen wonders lingering just beyond reach. Returning to the attic in the days that followed, I found myself captivated by the enigma of Elizabeth's journal and the mesmerizing mirror that seemed to hold secrets of its own. Shadows danced against the shifting light, revealing hidden depths and familiar corners, while whispers of distant melodies accompanied the gentle rainfall. Were these subtle nuances always present, unnoticed until Elizabeth's revelations unveiled them? Or had my perception of reality been forever altered by her cryptic musings? The wooden chest, a silent guardian of ancient mysteries, remained a silent witness to my ponderings. On quiet, rainy afternoons, I sat beside it, contemplating Elizabeth's quest for truth in the realms between moments. wondering if she still roamed through ephemeral doorways and followed elusive music into the unknown. I held the mirror aloft, its reflective surface a gateway to uncharted realms waiting to be explored. The chest taught me that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, their allure lying not in answers, but in the questions they inspire. The rain continued its melodic descent, carrying echoes of uncharted possibilities that whispered of untold adventures. In the tranquil pauses between raindrops, I listened for the elusive strains of music that Elizabeth once chased, ready to embark on a journey into the enigmatic spaces between moments where reality and dreams intertwine in a dance of eternal mystery. Story 61. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the ancient maple trees, their branches swaying in a delicate dance with the falling leaves that carpeted the garden path. Before me stood the forsaken Victorian dwelling, a silent witness to the passage of time etched upon its weathered facade. The setting sun painted long shadows on the ornate windows, casting a golden glow that seemed to imbue the house with a dreamy aura, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. Each step I took on the porch reverberated with a gentle creak, harmonizing with the symphony of aged wood that enveloped me in a sense of tranquility. The door yielded to my touch with a surprising ease, as if anticipating my presence all along. A subtle draft brushed past me as I crossed the threshold, carrying with it a medley of scents, old books, dried flowers, and a hint of something elusive, like the echo of forgotten memories. Inside, dust motes pirouetted in the fading light that filtered through lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the floor that seemed to whisper hidden truths. The grandeur of the living room unfolded before me, its antique furniture draped in white shrouds, reminiscent of bygone elegance and faded conversations. The wallpaper, adorned with climbing roses and delicate vines, bore witness to a time when life pulsed through these walls in vibrant hues. As I ventured deeper into the house, my footsteps resonating on the hardwood floors, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The air seemed to breathe in a gentle rhythm, as though the house itself exhaled a sigh of welcome. The dwindling daylight bathed the ground floor in a soft, muted glow, infusing every corner with a sense of hushed serenity. In the dining room, a chandelier hung in silence, its crystal facets dulled by dust, yet still capturing and scattering the waning light. The table, meticulously set for a long-awaited dinner party, lay untouched, frozen in time by layers of gray dust that veiled the delicate china. Ascending the staircase, my hand trailing along the polished banister, the rhythmic breath of the house grew more palpable. The second floor beckoned with closed doors lining a corridor shrouded in mystery. Portraits of family members gazed upon me with benign curiosity, their eyes following my progress with a silent acknowledgement. In a child's bedroom, a rocking horse swayed gently as if propelled by an unseen hand, in sync with the house's tranquil respiration. Nearby, a music box played a haunting melody that melded seamlessly with the house's heartbeat. The master bedroom revealed a four-poster bed draped in regal elegance, its canopy swaying in perfect harmony with the house's breath. A vanity mirror reflected a fleeting image behind me, a presence lingering like a whisper in the stillness. In the attic, a sanctuary of forgotten treasures, the breath of the house wafted through the space like a tender caress. Boxes and trunks held fragments of lives once lived, each item a testament to memories suspended in time. As dusk descended, the house's breath became a soothing symphony of settling wood and gentle creaks, inviting me to surrender to its peaceful cadence. A yearning to linger, to become one with this living sanctuary, tugged at my senses. The house no longer felt abandoned but embraced, a guardian of memories and forgotten whispers. As I prepared to depart, a realization washed over me. My breathing had synchronized with the house's rhythm, a harmonious union that cocooned me in a blanket of tranquility. Glancing back from the threshold, I glimpsed flickering lights in the dim windows above, a soft, warm glow that whispered of unseen presences. Standing on the porch once more, I listened to the house's breath intertwine with the evening breeze, a melody of whispers and rustling leaves that spoke of stories untold. Each footfall on the gravel path merged with the nocturnal symphony, a chorus of wind and distant melodies that echoed through the night. In the stillness of subsequent nights, I found myself attuning my breath to the remembered rhythm of that enigmatic house, a ritual of solace and connection. The mystery of the breathing house lingered in my thoughts, not as a specter, but as a gentle reminder of the enigmatic spaces that blur the line between reality and reverie. In moments of quiet reflection, I can still sense that ethereal rhythm, a lullaby carried on the twilight breeze, beckoning me back to a realm where the ordinary transcends into the extraordinary. The house remains a keeper of time, a custodian of memories, and in its whispered exhales, a testament to the enduring pulse of life beyond the confines of time and space. Story 62. In the hushed night, my car's engine hummed a lullaby, harmonizing with the raindrops tap dancing on the windshield. It felt as though my heartbeat synchronized with this gentle rhythm, cocooned by the darkness enveloping the road. The headlights pierced through the night, casting a warm glow that pushed back the shadows. I had left a quaint diner not long ago, the aroma of coffee still lingering in my memory. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as I journeyed on, the road unfolding before me like a mysterious ribbon disappearing into the misty unknown. Towering pine trees stood sentinel on either side, their branches swaying delicately in the autumn breeze, creating a ballet of shadows that waltzed across my path. The air carried the earthy perfume of rain-soaked soil and pine needles, a scent that usually offered solace, but tonight held a mysterious allure, almost mystical in its intensity. Something peculiar caught my attention. The mile markers seemed to be caught in a loop. Initially dismissing it as tiredness tricking my mind, the repetition became undeniable. 47, 48, 49, 50, only to circle back to 47, defying logic. Attempting to distract myself, I tuned into soft jazz on the radio, but it faded into static, a veil for distant whispers that sent a shiver down my spine. I silenced the radio, embracing the soothing symphony of rain and wipers. As the night deepened, a vintage car from a bygone era appeared in my mirror at regular intervals, trailing behind for precisely 3 minutes before vanishing around bends, only to reappear like clockwork. The clock stubbornly displayed 11:47 p.m., a time frozen in a perpetual loop, matching the stalled watches and the unresponsive phone screen. Seeking clarity, I pulled into a desolate rest area where time seemed suspended in the misty air. A weathered information board revealed a cryptic message. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you. Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle sat a few spaces away, an enigma of emptiness yet exuding the essence of old leather and pipe tobacco. Back on the road, the landscape morphed subtly. Trees elongated their shadows, fog weaved mysterious patterns hinting at fleeting apparitions. Each rest area mirrored the last, with the vintage car an eerie constant companion. Days seemed to blend into nights, yet time stood still at 11:47 p.m., the road unfolding endlessly. The whispers in the static became a melodic comfort, the dancing fog shapes like spectral acquaintances. Driving past mile marker 47, each repetition revealed new revelations, hidden patterns in the trees, nuances in the light, melodies in the whispers. The road remained unchanging, yet my perception evolved, unveiling layers of mystery like a well-loved melody with hidden depths. Embracing this timeless journey, I found solace in the perpetual road, where destination melded with purpose, and the whispers of the night became a familiar symphony. Mile marker 47 beckoned ahead, promising a new discovery, a hidden truth waiting to be unveiled. On this road that never ceased, I discovered a rare gift, the tranquility of eternal exploration. The rain continued its gentle cadence, the engine's purr a comforting companion on this road of infinite beginnings. And so I ventured forth, ready to unravel the mysteries that awaited on this road that led to nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Story 63. The wooden steps whispered beneath my feet as I climbed the ancient dwelling of the lighthouse keeper, each step echoing softly in the curved stairwell. Outside, the autumn breeze caressed the weathered walls, creating a melodic hum that seemed to resonate within the very bones of the structure. Guided by my grandmother's letter, I found myself in a place where time flowed differently, blurring the line between reality and dreams. The air carried the faint scent of old books and sea salt, mingling with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked wood. Tracing my fingers along the intricate carvings of the mahogany banister on the third-floor landing, I felt the history etched into every groove by the hands of generations past. The evening light filtered through tall windows, casting shadows that danced across the faded wallpaper like silent performers in an endless ballet. In my coat pocket, my grandmother's final letter awaited, its edges worn soft from countless readings. The tower holds secrets, her elegant script had whispered, but they are secrets that beckon rather than startle, that invite rather than intimidate. When you are ready, dear one, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal forgotten truths. Entering the circular room on the top floor, bathed in perpetual twilight, I noticed dust motes lazily drifting in the amber light, creating halos around the furniture. A high-backed chair, a table with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with mysterious instruments. Yet my gaze was drawn to the tower itself, its distinct lean defying logic against the darkening sky. Sinking into the welcoming embrace of the reading chair, the leather molded to my form as if anticipating this moment. The gentle glow of the brass lamp barely reached the room's corners, leaving them shrouded in comforting shadow. Below, the building seemed to breathe, its settling wood and soft creaks forming a soothing rhythm. For 40 years, my grandmother had been the keeper of this place, a guardian of the tower's enigmatic secrets. Locals spoke of her with reverence, sharing tales of lights in the tower at odd hours, of ethereal music, of visitors leaving with serene smiles, yet keeping their newfound wisdom close. As the sun dipped lower, a remarkable sight unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, moved in a mesmerizing pattern, defying natural laws. Instead of a steady slide, it traced a peculiar path, reaching out to objects in the room, a silver box, an old compass, and a section of the paneling. Following my grandmother's guidance, I waited until the shadow aligned with a hidden seam in the paneling. With a gentle push, a narrow passageway revealed itself, spiraling upward into the heart of the tower. A warmth, laced with a hint of lavender, drifted down, my grandmother's favorite scent. Lined with luminescent stones, the passage led me upward, its walls adorned with shifting, elusive script. Despite the tower's lean growing more pronounced, I ascended with effortless poise, as if the angle was the most natural thing in the world. Emerging into the upper chamber, I marveled at its vastness, windows offering views of varied landscapes. At the room's center stood a mysterious contraption, a blend of astronomy and music. Its components moved with graceful precision, devoid of visible mechanisms. Beside it, a leather-bound notebook beckoned, filled with my grandmother's wisdom. "You have reached the heart of it all," her words whispered. "The tower waits for you, as it waited for me and others. What you see is not just an instrument, but a key to understanding the gentle mysteries between moments, breaths, heartbeats." The subsequent pages held cryptic instructions, poetic in their fusion of physics and dreams. They spoke of feeling rather than seeing or touching, of harmonizing with the tower's lean. As night enveloped the room, enlightenment dawned. The tower's tilt was not a flaw, but a design, capturing unseen currents of time and possibility. The instrument breathed life into these currents, offering experiences beyond measurement, moments to be felt and remembered. Hours slipped by as I communed with the instrument, glimpsing scenes from bygone eras in the windows. In the deepening night, a profound peace settled within me. I grasped why the tower's mysteries whispered. They required acceptance over understanding, experience over explanation. As dawn approached, I descended the spiral passage, rejoining the circular room as morning painted the sky in pastels. The tower's shadow now pointed west, signaling a new day. Yet, I knew it would resume its mysterious journey at nightfall. Nestled in the reading chair, I embraced the night's revelations like a familiar cloak, the brass lamp casting a soft glow mingling with dawn's light. Seabirds' cries heralded the morning, carried by the whispering wind. My grandmother's letter felt transformed, an invitation to a legacy slowly unfolding. The tower would continue its vigil, leaning towards the sky, gathering stories like stardust for those who listened with their hearts. As the morning brightened, I lingered in the chair, attuned to the tower's quiet cadence, time flowing sideways through its tilted spaces. More discoveries awaited, more truths to unveil. For now, being present in this place, where reality bent to reveal magic, was enough. My grandmother's words echoed in the air, some secrets whispered rather than shouted. The tower leaned, a silent sentinel of mysteries, sharing its gentle secrets with those who dared to listen, not just with ears but with hearts. Story 64. The gentle rustle of wind whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the soothing aroma of pine and earth damp with twilight. As I strolled along the meandering forest path, the sky above was painted in hues of lavender and deep blue, embracing the fading light of day. In my grasp, a wooden lantern cast a warm flickering glow that danced playfully over the mossy ground, casting shadows that seemed to pulse with life as I tread softly forward. Hours slipped away as I wandered, seeking solace in the murmurs of nature's secrets. The woods had always been my sanctuary, yet on this night a curious shift tingled in the air. A peculiar hush enveloped the surroundings, as if the very trees held their breath in anticipation. Even the usual chorus of evening crickets seemed subdued, their voices a mere whisper in the encroaching darkness. Venturing deeper into the forest's heart, my eyes fell upon a mysterious cluster of trees ahead, their gnarled branches intertwined in an intricate dance of foliage. These trees stood as guardians of a natural sanctuary, a hidden haven veiled from the world. Pausing in wonder, I realized that in all my wanderings through these ancient woods, this particular grove had eluded my gaze until now. Drawing nearer, I observed how the branches had melded and twisted in ways defying nature's typical course. They formed arches and passageways, akin to the corridors of a forgotten palace sculpted by the hand of time itself. The bark bore traces of a smoothness where ruggedness should reign, as if caressed by myriad hands across countless seasons. My lantern's light unveiled intricate patterns etched into the wood, spirals and curves that hinted at a craftsmanship beyond the mere passage of wind and years, a touch of the otherworldly. Within the shelter, the air carried a subtle warmth distinct from the forest outside, perfumed with a sweet fragrance that eluded my recognition. It whispered of honey and ancient tomes, with an exotic undertone that teased the senses. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, my footfalls echoed with a hollow resonance, as though treading upon polished floorboards rather than the forest floor. Curious trinkets caught my eye as I explored. Shards of colored glass nestled among the branches, shimmering like captured starlight in my lantern's glow. Fragments of what seemed like parchment or paper, delicately interwoven into the twigs, weathered by time and weather until they melded seamlessly with nature's design. Delving further into the sanctuary, subtle shifts in the atmosphere beckoned my attention. The warmth lingered, and the light took on a different quality, suffused with a greenish hue that filtered through the verdant canopy above. Though the dense foliage limited natural light, a soft, melodic hum seemed to resonate from the very heart of the grove, a song of the wood itself. Placing my hand upon a mighty branch, I felt a gentle vibration, as if the trees pulsed with a hidden rhythm from deep below. In a secluded corner, a small alcove crafted by 3 trees in perfect triangular harmony awaited discovery. Their branches melded into a natural chair, with a tiny platform resembling a table. Scattered upon it lay curious artifacts, smooth stones arranged in cryptic patterns, exotic blooms dried to perfection, and ancient coins adorned with enigmatic symbols of a bygone era. As night draped the world beyond in obsidian veils, the shelter stirred with subtle movements. Shadows danced in defiance of my lantern's sway, and ethereal lights flitted between the branches with a graceful purpose, not unlike fireflies, but with a mysterious intent. The longer I lingered in this enigmatic grove, the more I noticed details that blurred the lines between natural and crafted. Intricate knots and patterns adorned some of the smaller branches, resembling cryptic script beyond human comprehension. Yet the growth patterns appeared organic, as if the trees themselves wove tales in their very being. A gentle zephyr carried the distant chime of unseen bells, though no instrument met my searching gaze. The sound seemed to weave from the air itself, a tranquil melody that coaxed my eyelids to surrender to slumber. The natural chair beckoned, and I succumbed to its embrace, the hum of the wood now a gentle lullaby. The dancing lights above me swirled in hypnotic patterns, akin to celestial constellations in motion. My lantern's glow dimmed imperceptibly, time drifting into a realm where seconds held no sway. Beyond the shelter, the forest melted away, leaving a cocoon of solitude that felt both alien and intimately known. Betwixt wakefulness and dreams, I discerned further transformations within the grove. The branches shifted and swayed in my peripheral vision, still and unmoving when my gaze met them head-on. The glass fragments radiated a soft luminescence, painting an ethereal aurora over the leafy roof. The air thickened with a heady scent, sweet with age and wisdom, reminiscent of ancient libraries mingled with the promise of spring. Distant voices caressed my senses, whispering in tongues unknown yet strangely familiar. Their words a murmured secret of the wood. A presence, ancient and benign, seemed to emanate from the very fibers of the shelter, a sentience woven into the very essence of the grove. The wood's hum took on a cadence of conversation, its ebb and flow pregnant with meaning just beyond my grasp. When my eyes opened anew, dawn's fingers painted the shelter in a mosaic of light, patterns on the ground shifting and reforming into elusive shapes. My lantern had extinguished, the transition unnoticed in the realm of dreams. In daylight's embrace, the sanctuary appeared different, still shrouded in mystery, yet somehow distant, retreating into the tapestry of the ordinary forest. Rising to depart, I spied a leaf upon the natural table beside me, its form twisted into an impossible knot, a reflection of the enigmatic writing that adorned the branches. As I reached for it, the leaf unfurled in my palm, a fleeting metamorphosis that left me questioning reality. Striving to etch the path to the shelter into memory, I marked the landscape with landmarks and sentinel trees. Yet the forest seemed to shift as I retraced my steps, the path subtly altering until the true direction eluded me. To this day I return to the woods, seeking that elusive grove. Sometimes glimpses of woven branches flicker in the distance, or a familiar hum graces the breeze. Yet the sanctuary remains a dream, a memory veiled in the mists of time, elusive save for its ethereal echoes in the heart. Perhaps it reveals itself to those in need, offering solace and enigma to weary souls seeking respite. A lingering attunement to the whispers of trees is my sole testament to that ethereal night, a reminder that beneath the entwined boughs of the forest, the shelter keeps its ageless vigil, awaiting the next wayfarer in search of its peculiar magic. Story 65. The soft patter of rain against my windshield had been my sole companion during the long drive through the undulating countryside. The road ahead vanished into a thick shroud of mist that thickened with each passing mile. My headlights struggled to pierce through the fog, casting feeble beams that danced off the myriad suspended water droplets, conjuring a mystical tunnel of diffused light. Nightfall descended swiftly as my car's engine faltered. The dashboard lights flickered before succumbing to darkness completely. Despite the sudden stillness, an unusual sense of calm enveloped me, displacing any hint of panic. The rain continued its gentle symphony on the metal roof above, a soothing melody lulling me into a trance-like state. Through the misty veil outside my passenger window, a faint glow beckoned in the distance. It flickered and swayed, reminiscent of antiquated gas lanterns, promising warmth and refuge from the encroaching dampness seeping into my bones. With no cell signal and the nearest town a distant memory, I mustered my courage and ventured out into the ethereal evening. Surprisingly warm air enveloped me, carrying the earthy fragrance of wet soil tinged with a hint of wild honeysuckle. My footsteps created soft, squelching sounds as I followed the enigmatic light. Shapes gradually materialized from the fog. An aged church steeple, its cross weathered and barely discernible against the murky sky, and then an entire village emerged before my eyes. The structures exuded an ancient aura, their dark stone walls and gleaming wooden beams bearing witness to centuries past. The deserted streets glowed warmly from within, like silent sentinels casting gentle light into the night. Each puddle on the cobblestone pathways mirrored the golden radiance, creating pools of warmth amidst encroaching shadows. As I ventured deeper into the village, my footsteps echoed softly off the glistening stones. The buildings leaned in conspiratorially, whispering secrets across the narrow lanes. Melodious wind chimes tinkled without a breeze, their soothing notes blending seamlessly with the steady rainfall, weaving a dreamlike symphony. A particularly inviting light drew me towards what appeared to be an inn. The wooden sign creaked gently, though no discernible wind brushed past. A tantalizing aroma of wood smoke mingled with hints of baking bread and mulled wine enveloped me, evoking distant memories rather than tangible scents. The door yielded silently to my touch, revealing a warm and inviting interior. A crackling fire illuminated the room, casting dancing shadows that played across well-worn wooden surfaces of tables and chairs. Yet amidst the cozy ambiance, no other souls occupied the space. An ancient guest book lay open on the counter, its yellowed pages bearing an entry exactly 50 years old, the elegant script fading into obscurity as if erased by time. Exploring further, I encountered intriguing anomalies: a half-filled teacup neither hot nor cold, a newspaper frozen in time with decades-old headlines that showed no signs of decay, and a grandfather clock ticking steadily, its unmoving hands defying the passage of time. Beyond the inn's walls, muffled sounds of distant conversations, laughter, and music drifted like echoes from a far-off realm. Peering through the windows, the empty streets shrouded in thick fog revealed fleeting shadows that hinted at movement and life. Raindrops traced intricate patterns on the glass, ephemeral messages before dissolving into obscurity. In a cozy sitting room, an old radio crackled to life, emitting not static, but fragments of conversations, snippets of songs, and distant laughter. The voices, warm and inviting yet tinged with a hollow echo, filled the room with a sense of nostalgia and longing. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I sank into a tranquil half-sleep, where reality melded seamlessly with dreams, blurring the edges of consciousness. In that liminal state, I began to grasp the essence of this enigmatic place, suspended between fleeting moments, existing in the hush between heartbeats. It was a realm of perpetual twilight, where gentle rain and quiet mysteries intertwined in a timeless dance. When I finally stirred from my reverie, unsure if minutes or hours had slipped by, The thinning fog outside hinted at a world beyond. The empty streets beckoned me back, past the watchful windows and into the waiting embrace of my car. The engine hummed to life effortlessly, as if the previous hiccup had been a mere illusion. As I drove away, the village receded into the mist behind me, fading like a wistful dream upon waking. To this day, on rainy evenings when the fog descends and the light takes on a golden hue, I find myself recalling that elusive blend of wood smoke and honeysuckle. The memory evokes a bittersweet yearning, akin to a half-remembered lullaby from childhood that lingers just out of reach. Perhaps within the hush between raindrops, within the pause between heartbeats, the village endures. Its windows aglow with welcoming light, its streets echoing with distant laughter, and its shadows dancing with unseen figures, a timeless sanctuary awaiting the next weary traveler to stumble upon its gentle enchantments. Story 66. The mysterious allure of the old house deepened as the sun dipped below the horizon. Nestled in my grandfather's beloved leather armchair, I observed the fading amber light paint intricate patterns with the shadows that danced playfully across the weathered wooden floors. The rhythmic melody of raindrops tapping against the window panes intertwined harmoniously with the gentle crackling of wood in the fireplace, creating a serene ambiance that embraced me like an old friend. Inheriting this ancient dwelling 3 moons ago had filled my days with a sense of nostalgic comfort, yet as night descended, a peculiar essence enveloped the air, thickening it with an unexplained weight. The fragrance of antiquity, a blend of old books and cedar wood, mingled with the earthy petrichor of rain-kissed soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames, permeated every nook and cranny. My gaze wandered to the majestic grandfather clock standing proudly in the corner, its rhythmic ticking echoing through the silence with unwavering precision. The brass pendulum swung back and forth in a hypnotic cadence, casting mesmerizing reflections on the dark wallpaper that seemed to pulsate with life. As weariness tugged at my eyelids, a peculiar sight drew my attention to the window on the opposite side of the room, revealing an anomaly unnoticed in past nights. The raindrops cascading against the glass painted a curious scene, defying gravity as they trickled sideways instead of downwards. I blinked in disbelief, questioning the tricks my fatigued mind might be playing on me. The warm glow of the crackling fire bestowed an almost liquid quality upon the window's glass, causing it to undulate ever so subtly in a manner that defied logic. Intrigued, I rose from the comfort of the armchair, traversing the room with silent steps, my sock-clad feet barely whispering against the ancient floorboards. With each stride towards the enigmatic window, peculiar details unfurled, accentuating the wrongness of the scene. The frame, hitherto assumed to be fashioned from dark wood akin to the others, possessed an iridescent sheen reminiscent of mother-of-pearl bathed in moonlight. The glass itself felt anomalous beneath my touch, neither warm nor cold, yet somehow both simultaneously. Should you find yourself amid a tranquil vale, beneath the shadow of a primordial peak, heed the quality of the silence. Observe the dance of shadows, the lean of trees, the thickening air suffused with awareness. For you may uncover, as I have, that certain mountains transcend mere existence. They observe, they remember, and in their ancient essence, they know. Story 8. The soft radiance of candlelight waltzed gracefully across the time-worn wooden floors of the vintage store, casting soothing shadows that swayed in a mesmerizing cadence. Rain tapped gently against the ornate Victorian windows, composing a tranquil melody that enveloped the otherwise hushed evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I had stumbled upon this peculiar establishment, yet its inviting warmth and the rich aroma of aged books and polished wood beckoned me to stay. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze was captivated by a portrait hanging in a secluded alcove. The painting portrayed a young woman in a deep blue gown, her features meticulously depicted with exquisite artistry. Her complexion possessed a porcelain-like luminescence that caught and reflected the flickering candlelight, while her ebony tresses melded seamlessly with the shadowy backdrop. However, it was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep amber pools that seemed to harbor an uncommon depth, as if imbued with a long-forgotten technique that bestowed upon them an almost liquid quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable gentleman with silver locks and wire-rimmed spectacles, noted my intrigue. His voice, gentle and measured, resonated like a seasoned storyteller's lullaby. "That portrait harbors quite a tale," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "It was crafted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Some whisper he dedicated years to perfecting a unique blend of pigments to capture the uncanny lifelike essence in those eyes." Returning to the shop day after day, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the enigmatic portrait. Each visit unveiled fresh nuances. The subtle draping of her dress, the intricate detail of her fingers entwined in her lap, the elusive hint of a smile that seemed to shift with the viewer's perspective. The shopkeeper would often share morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more enthralling than the last. One serene evening, with rain cascading down the shop's windows in silvery rivulets, I discerned something peculiar. The woman's eyes appeared to track my movements through the room, not in the customary manner where portraits seem to follow observers, but with a subtle alteration in the amber depths themselves, akin to ripples on a placid pond. The candlelight caught these minute motions, evoking fleeting glimmers that vanished when I attempted to focus on them directly. Beside me, the shopkeeper materialized, his voice barely above a whisper. They speak of the artist's obsession with capturing true life in his creations. He delved into ancient methods, experimented with unconventional materials. Some speculate he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks drifted by, I discerned further metamorphoses in the portrait. At times, the woman's countenance appeared softer, more contemplative. Other instances revealed a trace of sorrow in the curve of her lips. Peering beyond the glass, the expected view of the overgrown garden with its tangle of rose bushes and meandering stone pathway was replaced by a gentle mist pulsating with an inner luminescence. Within the mist, indistinct shapes ebbed and flowed, ephemeral yet unmistakably defined, moving in a mesmerizing dance that stirred elusive memories within me. The resonant chime of the grandfather clock striking 9 reverberated through the chamber, its sonorous notes causing a momentary pause in the ethereal ballet unfolding beyond the window. The rain's patter intensified, now carrying whispers, not foreboding or alarming, but soft sussurrations reminiscent of leaves rustling in a tranquil summer breeze. Settling onto the window seat, my reflection in the glass waning, I fixated on the mysteries veiled by the fog. Gradually the mist thinned, unveiling fleeting glimpses of what appeared to be another chamber, a room inconceivable beyond this second-story window. Fragmented visions of elegant furnishings, suspended books, and a mirror image window mirroring my own gaze back at me teased my senses. The whispers, though still indecipherable, exuded a warmth akin to the murmur of old friends conversing just beyond reach. The rain's scent transmuted into a complex tapestry of fragrances. Whispers of vanilla, aged parchment, and a floral sweetness eluding identification. An ethereal energy suffused the air surrounding the window, humming softly like the aftermath of a resonant bell toll. Time seemed to warp as I lingered, the grandfather clocks ticking languidly, elongating each passing second, akin to honey cascading languorously from a spoon. The shapes within the mist coalesced into intricate patterns that wove tales of bygone nights, silent watchers, and enigmatic windows. Glimpses of individuals who might have once occupied the same seat as I now did flickered before me, their countenances serene and inquisitive. their outstretched hands seemingly reaching out to touch the glass much like mine. The dwindling fire cast elongated shadows that birthed elegant script upon the window's surface, words in languages unfamiliar yet oddly comprehensible. They spoke of thresholds and portals, of interstitial spaces, of chambers existing within the creases of reality. Heavy-lidded, I wrestled to maintain wakefulness, fearful of missing the next revelation in this enigmatic tableau. The mist continued its languorous waltz, occasionally parting to unveil further tantalizing glimpses of the improbable room beyond. At times, fleeting movements caught my eye, the flutter of draperies, the shifting of shadows, perhaps even the phantom of a figure seated in a chair akin to my grandfather's. The whispers metamorphosed into a soothing lullaby, interwoven with the rain's melody in a gentle symphony. They seemed to divulge secrets, beckoning towards concealed realms, towards worlds existing just beyond the fragile barrier of glass. Drifting on the cusp between sleep and wakefulness, between this chamber and that otherworldly abode, my eyelids succumbed to gravity, sealing my vision. A soft click, akin to a key turning in a lock, followed by a subtle creak of hinges, lingered in my subconscious as the final vestiges of awareness ebbed away. A cool zephyr, redolent of aged tomes and infinite possibilities, caressed my senses as I drifted into slumber. At dawn's light, I found myself ensconced in my grandfather's chair, a forgotten blanket draped over me. The window presented an unremarkable view of the rain-drenched garden, devoid of the extraordinary sight witnessed the night prior. Yet, upon the window seat lay a solitary sheet of parchment, its edges curling slightly, adorned with shifting, elegant script that defied direct scrutiny. Despite numerous attempts, the contents of the enigmatic writing remained elusive, veiled by a tantalizing veil of mystery. Since that eventful night, I have frequented the window seat, an eager spectator awaiting the mysteries that unfurl with the onset of twilight. Sometimes the ethereal mist materializes, while on other occasions it remains elusive. The enigmatic room occasionally manifests before my eyes, interspersed with fleeting shadows. Yet the gentle whispers persist, intermingled with the rain's tranquil cadence, promising revelations yet unspoken. Occasionally, when the grandfather clock intones the hour of 9 and the fire casts elongated shadows, I ponder whether an unseen observer in that otherworldly chamber mirrors my own actions, pen poised to chronicle tales of a window peering into our realm. Story 67. The autumn breeze whispered softly through the trees, carrying the essence of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. Standing at the threshold of an ancient hiking trail, my boots murmured against the carpet of foliage underfoot. Morning fog draped low, wrapping around the tree trunks like gentle tendrils, casting a mystical aura over the familiar forest. Nature had begun to reclaim the once well-trodden path, with tall grass swaying between weathered markers and young saplings yearning for sunlight. The trail's wild abandon beckoned me onward as the cool, damp air caressed my skin. As I ventured forth, the cacophony of the modern world faded, giving way to the serene symphony of the woods. Chickadees conversed softly, their voices hushed by the fog. Ancient branches above creaked and groaned, a language lost to time. Each step unveiled new sensations, the yielding earth beneath my feet, the gentle brush of a spider's web, the earthy scent of hidden mushrooms. The path meandered through the trees, revealing a peculiar sight. Amidst the autumnal hues of golden leaves and bare branches, a section ahead remained vividly green, as if trapped in eternal summer. The subtle contrast captivated my gaze, impossible to ignore once noticed. Pausing to sip from my water bottle, a faint melody graced my ears, delicate as wind chimes in the distance, though no homes dotted the landscape for miles. Delving deeper, the trail unraveled its mysteries gradually, like a self-turning book. Curious items lay half buried in the foliage, a tarnished silver button, a child's marble gleaming unusually in the filtered light, a ribbon that shifted hues with each glance. Each discovery held a mysterious significance, shrouded in enigma. The fog thickened with my steps, amplifying rather than stifling the sounds around me. Phantom footsteps echoed, mirroring my own pace, always a few strides ahead or behind, despite my solitude. A clearing emerged ahead, and at its heart stood an ancient stone well, cloaked in moss and ivy tapestries. The stones absorbed light, casting an inexplicable darkness around the well's rim. Approaching, warmth enveloped me, carrying the perfume of summer flowers that remained unseen. Drawn inexorably closer, intricate carvings adorned the well's surface, shifting like elusive memories when directly observed. Water's murmur emanated from the depths, yet no reflection greeted my gaze. Instead, a soft light pulsed from within, akin to a distant heartbeat. The earlier melody swelled, rising from the well like mist from a hidden spring. Time warped within the clearing, shadows stood still, temperature unchanging, and the breeze trapped in a perpetual waltz around the well. Seated on a fallen log, I noticed peculiar objects arranged in patterns around the well. Stones of vibrant hues, twisted twigs, leaves revealing their silvery undersides. They formed cryptic shapes on the brink of comprehension, akin to unreadable language. The day stretched on, yet the light remained constant. Humming along with the well's melody, I found myself immersed in its tune. My water bottle refilled mysteriously, and the sandwich in my pack regenerated with each bite. Upon deciding to depart, the return trail appeared altered. Trees shifted, the path curved where it once ran straight. The fog parted and closed, erasing my passage as if a figment of imagination. Dusk descended as I reached the trailhead, though my watch insisted only an hour had passed since my journey began. The modern world clamored back. Distant traffic, buzzing power lines, aircraft lights flickering above the treetops. Yet, a change stirred within me. That night as I lay in bed, the well's melody drifted through my window, though miles separated me from the forest. Dreams wove shifting symbols and echoing footsteps. Awaking, leaves unknown adorned my pillow, my water bottle perpetually full, untouched. Some say the trail materializes uniquely to each discoverer, if discovered at all. Others claim its existence on specific days under certain conditions. On quiet mornings, when fog enshrouds the world, its call lingers. The untrodden path entices, promising secrets, mysteries, and unseen patterns in the foliage. I have not returned, not yet. Some paths, once embarked upon, remain forever altered. The greatest enigma may lie not in our findings, but in the revelations that find us unbidden. In rational moments, I dismiss it as a dream, the well, the melody, the ethereal light. Yet familiar scents on the breeze, distant tunes reminiscent of the melody, prompt me to ponder. The leaves on my shelf, unchanging through seasons, and the ever-full water bottle hint at mysteries unsolved. Perhaps certain paths are meant to remain hidden, enshrouded in overgrowth. Yet on fog-laden mornings when the world feels ethereal and unfamiliar, I am drawn to the woods, seeking markers of recognition. Sometimes, faintly, footsteps echo mine, traversing a path forgotten by all. Story 68. In the quiet embrace of candlelight, the walls of my grandmother's study held stories untold, their shadows moving like silent dancers in a forgotten ballroom. This room, with its shelves of aged books and the scent of beeswax candles, was my sanctuary. Outside, the rain played a soft melody on the window, a lullaby from nature itself, whispering secrets of days long past. Nestled in the embrace of the velvet armchair, I traced the carved patterns on the wooden arms, a ritual I had come to cherish since inheriting the house after my grandmother's passing. Tonight, the air felt heavy, pregnant with anticipation, like the hushed moment before a storm breaks. As I reached for a book, my hand brushed against a cold, smooth object, a small brass key, its intricate design gleaming in the candle's glow. A key I had never seen before in all my visits to this room. The crackle of the fireplace softened, as if the room itself held its breath. Standing up, I explored the walls, running my fingers over the familiar wallpaper, now noticing a subtle irregularity, a hidden recess. Pressing against it, a quiet click reverberated through the room, revealing a concealed passage bathed in a soft blue light. The scent of ancient stone and distant memories wafted from within, beckoning me forward. With a candle in hand, I ventured into the unknown, the stone walls absorbing and radiating light in a silent symphony. The passage twisted and turned, defying the logic of the house's structure, leading me to a circular chamber enveloped in mist. A wooden desk stood in the center, holding a mysterious book in midnight blue leather. The patterns on the floor danced and shifted, mirroring the design of the key I held in my hand. Opening the book, I found my grandmother's handwriting, words flowing like water, elusive yet profound. The room finds those who need it when they need it, the script revealed, sinking into my consciousness like pebbles into a pond. A gentle hum filled the air, resonating with the pulsing blue light, blurring the boundaries of time and space. Each page turned unraveled new enigmas, each moment a revelation just beyond reach. The room breathed, alive with a wisdom older than time, guiding me through mysteries both known and unknown. As the mist drew closer, the room embraced me, a sense of tranquility washing over me. Returning to the study, the brass key now warm in my hand, the hidden passage vanished, leaving only solid walls behind. The rain continued its soothing rhythm, as the candles flickered, unchanged yet transformed. The room's secrets had whispered their truths to me, a legacy passed down through generations. On quiet nights, I glimpsed the blue light, a reminder of the room's existence in its own realm, waiting to be discovered once more. The key sits on my desk, a silent guardian of mysteries untold, a symbol of doors left unopened. Some rooms are meant to find us in their own time, their mysteries a comfort in the uncertainty of life's journey. The enigma remains, a gentle reminder that not all answers need questions, and not all destinations need paths. And so I wait, knowing that when the time is right, the room will find me again, in a dance of shadows and light, in a realm beyond the ordinary. Story 69. Amidst the gentle patter of rain against the window panes, I found myself nestled in the embrace of my favorite armchair in the study. The aging house whispered its ancient tales, its wooden bones shifting in the cool autumn breeze. A cup of chamomile tea exuded a fragrant steam beside me, its floral notes mingling with the comforting scent of old leather-bound books that adorned the shelves. My gaze wandered to the new painting above the marble fireplace, a mysterious portrait acquired at an estate sale just days before. The veiled woman in the painting held a captivating allure, her dark eyes peering through the sheer ivory fabric with an intensity that both enchanted and unsettled me. The artist had skillfully captured an ethereal quality in the way the veil danced around her face, as if moved by an unseen breeze. The longer I studied the portrait, the more intricate details emerged from the shadowed background. A hint of a pearl necklace, a suggestion of a deep burgundy dress, and a faint reflection of a garden scene in a distant window. The brushstrokes created a mesmerizing play of transparency, shifting and evolving with the changing light. As the evening deepened, the rain's rhythm grew steadier, creating a soothing melody on the roof. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast a soft circle of light around me, enveloping the rest of the room in a gentle darkness. I found myself drawn deeper into the layers of the painting, tracing the delicate folds of the veil with a sense of quiet fascination. Perhaps it was the rain's lullaby or the warmth of the tea, but I felt myself drifting into a tranquil state between consciousness and slumber. In this twilight realm, the portrait seemed to transcend its frame, taking on a life of its own. The veil fluttered ever so slightly, as if moved by an unseen hand, while the woman's enigmatic eyes held secrets waiting to be unveiled. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows, causing the lamp's light to flicker briefly. When it steadied, a newfound detail caught my eye. In the window's reflection behind the woman, a veiled figure stood at a distance, observing. This discovery sent a subtle chill of intrigue down my spine, stirring a sense of curiosity. As I delved deeper into the painting, hidden elements began to reveal themselves. The pearl necklace formed a mysterious pattern, almost like cryptic symbols when viewed from a certain angle. The garden scene in the window's reflection seemed to exist in a different time and place, adding to the painting's enigmatic allure. The rain continued its gentle serenade, while the scent of old roses wafted through the air, reminiscent of the garden in the painting's reflection. I pondered the woman's identity, weaving stories of her past in my mind. Was she a noblewoman from a bygone era, or an artist concealing her true self behind layers of artistry? The possibilities floated through my thoughts like autumn leaves on a breeze, each tale as plausible as the next. As the lamp's light softened, the woman's eyes seemed to gleam with an inner radiance, casting a subtle glow within the painting. The veil appeared more translucent, offering fleeting glimpses of her hidden features, teasing but never fully revealing. With heavy eyelids, I noticed one final detail: a small key hanging from a delicate chain, nestled in the folds of her dress, its intricate design mirroring that of the pearl necklace. Sleep beckoned me closer, and as I succumbed to its embrace, I fancied I heard the whisper of silk against canvas, and caught a hint of a smile beneath the painted veil. In my fading awareness, a notion fluttered through my mind. Perhaps the woman was not veiled at all, but slowly revealing her secrets to those patient enough to see. Awakening the next morning in the warm sunlight, I found the painting unchanged above the fireplace. Yet, as the days turned to months, new revelations emerged from its depths each night, as if the portrait itself held the key to a hidden realm. In the tranquil moments between waking and dreaming, I pondered whether the painting was not a depiction of a veiled woman, but rather a veil itself, thinning with each passing night, bridging the gap between our world and another. Story 70. In the hush of a misty autumn eve, I wandered deep into the embrace of an ancient forest where the air was heavy with the musk of damp earth and fallen leaves. Each step I took was muffled by layers of foliage, a soft carpet of nature's own making, adorned in hues of amber and gray as the fading light filtered through the canopy above. Amidst this tranquil setting, a sight caught my eye, subtle yet stirring. The roots of a towering oak tree, suspended in midair, arching gracefully as if locked in an eternal dance with gravity. These roots, as thick as my arm and cloaked in velvety moss, wove intricate patterns in the space between earth and sky, reminiscent of the delicate lacework of my grandmother's hands, both sturdy and ephemeral. Drawing closer, the air grew cooler, carrying whispers of mushrooms and moist bark on its breath. When my fingertips grazed a suspended root, I felt a surprising warmth, as if it cradled the day's sunlight within its grasp despite the encroaching dusk. Venturing deeper into the forest, I discovered more trees with roots that defied convention, forming natural archways and corridors that seemed to bend time and space. Light filtered through these living sculptures, casting ethereal shadows that danced like liquid silk upon the forest floor. The woodland itself seemed to speak, not in words but in a symphony of sounds. The rustle of leaves overhead, the distant call of a nocturnal owl, and a gentle, almost imperceptible humming that seemed to emanate from the very roots that hung suspended in the air. In a clearing where multiple trees' roots intertwined, a sacred space emerged, bathed in the soft glow of luminescent mushrooms that dotted the ground like celestial beacons. Here, amidst a stillness that belied the roots' gentle sway, time lost its grip as the forest's whispers grew clearer, yet more distant, like a lullaby drifting through layers of slumber. Where the roots' shadows fell, delicate white flowers bloomed, mirroring the intricate patterns above and creating a mesmerizing tapestry on the forest floor. As night descended, the luminescent mushrooms brightened, casting a magical glow upon the suspended roots. Water droplets defied gravity, ascending along the roots like celestial bodies traversing the night sky, each droplet a tiny mirror reflecting the mushroom's soft light. The darkness brought new revelations as the humming intensified, and the spaces between the roots shimmered, revealing glimpses of a forest beyond that seemed to shift in age and essence. Enthralled, I remained in that enchanted clearing, witnessing the interplay of light, shadow, and water unfold like a silent symphony. At times, fleeting figures seemed to flit among the trees, curious observers of this natural spectacle, only to vanish upon direct gaze, leaving behind the dance of roots and shadows. With the rise of the moon, new patterns emerged among the suspended roots, their shadows forming cryptic messages in a language as ancient as the forest itself. The constant hum became my companion, its rhythm syncing with the pulse I felt when touching the roots, weaving a harmony that resonated deep within my being. When I eventually departed, the forest seemed to offer me a choice of paths, each marked by the luminescent mushrooms that now guided my way. The roots had left an imprint on me, a connection to the forest's heartbeat and hidden truths, the humming melody lingering like a haunting refrain long after I had left the roots behind. In the days that followed, I returned to the forest, seeking the clearing that had enraptured me, yet it remained elusive, the roots rearranging themselves in an ever-changing dance. Was the clearing itself a wanderer, shifting through the forest's depths, like the shadows cast by its remarkable roots? Now, in any forest I tread, I listen for that familiar hum, catching whispers of magic that seep through reality's cracks, where nature spins tales in the language of suspended roots and rising water, where wonder blooms as naturally as the trees that reach for the heavens. On quiet nights, I drift into dreams of that mystical clearing, of the luminescent mushrooms and their gentle glow, of shadows that almost spoke, and roots that defied gravity with grace. In these dreams, I decipher the messages woven by the shadows, only to watch them fade with the morning light, leaving me with a sense of profound beauty, glimpsed at the edge of understanding, where the known meets the unknown in a delicate dance of mystery and marvel. The alterations were so subtle that I questioned their reality, pondering whether they were genuine or merely figments of my imagination, intensified by the shopkeeper's tales and the dreamlike ambiance of the candlelit emporium. One twilight, upon arriving to find the shop shrouded in unusual darkness, the candles unlit and only the wan light of dusk filtering through rain-streaked windows, the shopkeeper was conspicuously absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the room, and in that fleeting instant, I witnessed the woman's eyes blink. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but from a curious sense of marvel. The rain continued its gentle symphony against the windows as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes had unequivocally changed, exuding a warmth and cognizance that seemed inconceivable for mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could have sworn I detected her gentle breath, her chest rising and falling in a phantom rhythm. The shopkeeper's voice wafted from behind me, soft as snowflakes drifting to the ground. She unveils herself solely to those who truly grasp her splendor, he intoned. The artist didn't merely capture her likeness, he uncovered a means to encapsulate something more, something that dwells between the realms of art and reality. I never acquired the portrait, yet I frequented it without fail. Occasionally, I would sit for hours in the cozy, antiquated armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight, while the woman in the painting observed with her living eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would partake in companionable silence, interrupted solely by the rustle of pages turning and the patter of rainfall. Years have drifted by since then, and I have often pondered if it all transpired in my imagination. The subtle shifts in her expression, the liquid motion in her eyes, the sensation of being in the presence of something simultaneously beautiful and implausible. Yet on tranquil nights, when rain taps against my window, recollections of the candlelit store and the portrait that seemed to pulsate return to me. And occasionally, in that ethereal space between wakefulness and slumber, I can still sense her tender gaze trailing me through the obscurity. They recount that the painting lingers in that shop, awaiting visitors who might discern something extraordinary in those amber eyes. Some proclaim they have witnessed her smile alter or detected a flicker of movement in the canvas. Nevertheless, perhaps the true enchantment lies not in whether the portrait truly lives, but in those serene instants when we permit ourselves to believe in the implausible, suspended in that dreamy realm where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 9. The soft patter of rain against the window panes serenaded the old house, a rhythmic lullaby echoing through its empty halls. Inheriting the Victorian mansion from my grandmother just a fortnight ago unveiled a tapestry of mysteries nestled within its aged walls. The wooden floorboards whispered tales of yesteryears as I tread upon them, carrying the weight of time in their creaks and groans. On that particular evening, with the autumn wind weaving a melancholic tune through the window gaps, my curiosity led me to the narrow staircase spiraling up to the attic. The brass handle of the attic door felt cool to the touch, turning effortlessly as if beckoning me into its forgotten embrace. The scent of ancient books and faded memories drifted down to welcome me as I ascended the creaking stairs, my flashlight casting gentle beams that danced with dust motes shimmering like distant stars in the dimness. Each step I took unraveled a new chapter of my grandmother's life, her treasures hidden away, waiting to be unearthed. The attic unfolded before me like a silent sea, shrouded in white sheets draped over furniture and stacked boxes, resembling ethereal guardians of time. The hush of my footsteps was muffled by the thick layer of dust cloaking the wooden floor, while the rain outside maintained its soothing symphony on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the veiled relics, a Victorian rocking chair tucked in the far corner caught my eye, strangely untouched by the dust that blanketed its surroundings. The velvety upholstery, a deep burgundy hue, cradled a porcelain doll unfamiliar to me. Clad in a faded blue silk dress adorned with aged lace, the doll exuded a timeless elegance, its porcelain features frozen in a serene expression. Yet it was the eyes, crafted from painted glass, that held a mysterious allure, their depth seeming to shift with the flicker of my flashlight. As I drew closer, the floorboards beneath me voiced a soft protest, the sound resonating in the attic's stillness. The doll sat motionless, hands delicately folded, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from its back, hinting at a hidden melody within, though I hesitated to wind it in the attic's quiet embrace. The air surrounding the rocking chair felt distinct, cooler, denser, creating a stark contrast to the warmth lingering from the day. When my fingertips grazed the doll's cheek, expecting cold porcelain, a gentle warmth pulsed beneath, almost imperceptible. In that moment, a faint melody, like a distant music box, brushed against my senses, carrying echoes of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum. The ethereal tune blended with the stillness of the attic, enveloping me in a surreal embrace. Just then, the rocking chair stirred, a subtle movement barely perceptible, yet enough to quicken my heartbeat. The air held its breath as the chair settled back into repose, a silent invitation lingering in the space around it. After that initial encounter, I found myself drawn back to the attic, captivated by the doll's enigmatic presence. On quiet nights when the house slumbered in profound silence, the melody of the distant lullaby lingered at the edge of my perception, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's enduring love. One twilight, as amber hues bathed the attic in a soft glow, I stumbled upon a diary nestled behind the rocking chair, its pages adorned with my grandmother's graceful script. A photograph, tucked within the diary, depicted my grandmother as a young girl seated in the very rocking chair, cradling the same doll. Yet, a subtle disparity caught my eye. The doll's pose in the picture diverged slightly, its gaze and hands holding a different stance. In her entries, my grandmother recounted receiving the musical doll on her 8th birthday, describing its comforting presence during stormy nights and the ethereal melodies that seemed to emanate from it without being wound. The final entry, penned days before my grandmother's passing, spoke of the doll's companionship in her solitude, the lullaby weaving through her dreams until it abruptly trailed off, unfinished. In quiet evenings spent in my grandmother's house, my thoughts gravitated back to the attic where the doll sat sentinel in its chair, an eternal guardian of memories and untold tales. The doll's visage remained unchanged, yet subtly evolving, a silent witness to the passage of time. Occasionally, on the brink of slumber, the familiar lullaby drifted down from the attic, a spectral melody intertwining past and present. The mystery veiling the doll persisted, a delicate enigma meant to be cherished rather than unraveled. In the tranquil moments when the rain tapped gently on the windows and the wind murmured through the halls, I found solace in the doll's watchful gaze overhead. The subtle shift in the air heralding the lullaby became a familiar prelude on serene nights, bridging wakefulness and dreams. My grandmother's secret, embodied in the porcelain doll, remained a silent legacy, unspoken yet profoundly felt. As sleep beckoned each night, I embraced the doll's spectral vigil, its presence intertwining with the house's essence, weaving a tapestry of dreams and memories in an eternal lullaby that whispered softly in the spaces between heartbeats. Story 10. The gentle embrace of twilight enveloped the weathered stone walls of the forsaken monastery, casting a hue of purple silk over the ancient structure. Standing at the threshold, I beheld as the mist of evening meandered through the decaying arches, carrying the fragrant perfume of wild roses that clung to the worn facade. A serene stillness lingered in the air, a prelude to the impending darkness, as if even the birds paused in anticipation of the night's arrival. Intrigued by the tales of its spectral allure, I ventured to capture the haunting beauty of the ruins through my camera lens. The weight of the familiar device hanging around my neck offered a sense of solace amidst the unfamiliarity of the abandoned sanctuary. Sunlight waned, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the aged stones, while my footsteps reverberated softly along deserted corridors, accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the evening breeze. The monastery, a silent witness to centuries of prayers and secrets, now lay surrendered to nature's embrace. Ivy cloaked the stone in a loving embrace, while moss carpeted the floors in a lush green embrace. Delving deeper into the labyrinthine structure, I noticed a gradual drop in temperature, despite the warmth of the summer evening. The air bore a subtle dampness, causing the stone walls to glisten under the flicker of my camera's flash. A peculiarity in the quality of light captured my attention, the way it lingered in certain corners, defying the laws of physics, bending around pillars in a mystical dance. Drawn to a corridor adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes, I observed the figures in the painting seemingly shift in my peripheral vision, only to remain motionless when directly gazed upon. As dusk deepened, a mysterious element manifested in the whisper of the wind that traversed the ruins. It moved with a purposeful grace, akin to invisible fingers trailing along the stone walls. At times, the whisper almost formed words in a language just beyond comprehension, teasing the edge of understanding. Setting up my tripod within what appeared to be the main chapel, I readied my camera for long exposure shots in the fading light. Despite the decay, the space exuded an aura of reverence, with fragments of stained glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns upon the floor when illuminated by my flash. Adjusting my camera settings, I discerned a subtle harmony in the ambient sounds surrounding me, the wind's whispers gaining clarity, weaving a melodic rhythm through the ruins. The aroma of roses intensified with each gust of wind, mingling with the earthy scent of antiquity. Entranced by the symphony of sound and fragrance, I swayed gently, immersed in the hypnotic embrace of the monastery's unseen orchestra. Through the camera's lens, I observed shadows pooling in peculiar formations, responding to the wind's cadence, pulsating as if alive. As night descended further, the chill in the air deepened, my breath materializing in wispy clouds, though not cold enough for frost. The wind's whispers grew urgent, a whispered murmur that seemed to carry echoes of my name, woven within the rush of air through ancient passageways and the soft clinking of loose tiles. Compelled to venture deeper into the heart of the monastery, an unnameable force drawing me forth, I continued to capture images through my lens, the moonlight casting ethereal shapes that flickered like apparitions. In what must have been the monastery's library, empty shelves stood as silent sentinels, the wind's voice resonating as if flipping through invisible pages, bearing whispers on the verge of comprehension. The shadows deepened, pulsing with a velvety rhythm in sync with the wind's breath. Framing the moonlight spilling across the vacant shelves for one final shot, I closed my eyes, allowing the symphony of wind and whispers to envelop me. The melody of the elements intertwined, narrating tales of bygone eras, of prayers uttered and secrets cloaked, of lives entwined within the sacred confines. Upon opening my eyes, a shift in the darkness enveloping me was palpable. The shadows no longer mere voids, but depths beckoning toward another realm. The wind's song crescendoed, a sensation reverberating through my very being, though the air remained eerily still. Peripheral visions teased glimpses of figures gliding amidst the bookshelves, vanishing upon direct inspection. Reluctant to depart, I gathered my gear slowly, the wind's whispers now bidding a silent farewell. The perfume of roses saturated the air, almost intoxicating in its sweetness. Pausing at the monastery's entrance, I cast a final glance back, witnessing the ruins shimmer in the moon's glow, suspended between realities, between worlds. Reviewing the photographs later revealed only decaying stone and shadow, yet in the dead of night, when the wind weaves its nocturnal melody outside my window, echoes of that ethereal chorus resonate within me. In dreams, I am drawn back to the moonlit ruins, where the wind imparts its ancient enigmas to those willing to listen. In moments of quiet contemplation, I ponder the animated shadows, the whispers on the brink of revelation. The inexplicable encounter of that night remains a mystery, destined to dwell in the liminal space between perception and imagination, between the known and the intangible. The monastery endures, I am certain, its stones echoing a silent hymn to the wind. Sometimes the thought of revisiting lingers, of lingering in the ancient library until shadows deepen and whispers return. Yet an intuition hints that it would not be the same. A door once opened may never be found again, existing solely in memory, in dreams, and in the tales we weave when darkness falls and the wind breathes in voices just beyond reach. Story 11. The soft patter of rain against my window served as a lullaby on that autumn evening, beckoning me into a tranquil state of reflection. The warm glow of my reading lamp danced across the worn pages of my leather-bound journal, where I chronicled the strange occurrences of recent weeks. The gentle scratch of my fountain pen against paper harmonized with the natural symphony outside, creating a soothing melody. It all began on a misty evening, much like this one, when the distinct sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones first caught my attention. In our historic neighborhood, such sounds were not uncommon, as the old roads retained their original stonework, and horse-drawn carriages occasionally traversed the streets, carrying curious tourists eager to glimpse the past. Yet this sound was different. What struck me was the unwavering consistency of the clip-clop of hooves and the steady turning of wheels, maintaining a perfect rhythm that never wavered. Intrigued, I set down my teacup and approached the window, drawn by the hypnotic regularity of the sound. Through the sheer curtains, I glimpsed the silhouette of an elegant carriage, its dark form barely visible in the ethereal mist enveloping the street. The carriage moved with almost mechanical precision, its wheels spinning at an exact rate, the horse's hooves hitting the cobblestones in flawless synchronization. No driver was visible atop the coach, yet it navigated its path with unwavering resolve. Its windows remained dark, offering no glimpse of any occupants, cloaked in a mysterious dark material that seemed to absorb light. That first night, I observed it pass by my house thrice, each circuit precisely 47 minutes apart. Intrigued by its punctuality, I found myself timing its appearances, captivated by the mathematical precision of its rounds. As weeks passed, the carriage became a regular visitor to our street. Every evening, as twilight descended and the first stars emerged, the familiar sound would echo through the neighborhood. Even the animals seemed to sense its approach. The neighborhood cats would pause, and the birds fell silent, creating an atmosphere of hushed anticipation trailing in the carriage's wake. Other residents began noticing its nocturnal visits. Mrs. Henderson claimed to have seen it glide past her bedroom window at precisely 3:17 a.m., the sound of its wheels resonating in her dreams. Children in the area devised a game of counting the seconds between sightings, though their parents discouraged them from venturing out after dark. I found myself increasingly absorbed by the mystery, filling my journal with meticulous observations. The shade of the carriage's exterior, the dimming of streetlights as it passed, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke in its wake. One foggy evening, I decided to trail the carriage. Bundled in a warm coat, I ventured out as the familiar sound approached. The cobblestones glistened with moisture, my steps muffled by the soft splashes as I followed the carriage's unchanging pace through winding streets and past slumbering homes. The fog enveloped us, obscuring everything except the dark silhouette ahead and the path beneath my feet. Time seemed to warp, stretching and contracting as I trailed the rhythmic hooves and wheels. Eventually, I realized the streets looked unfamiliar, the architecture subtly different, bathed in a strange bluish glow from dim streetlights. The wheel's sound evolved, transitioning into a melodic quality, hinting at an ancient, melancholic tune buried within the rhythm. Fragrances of lilacs mingled with other unfamiliar scents, evoking memories of pressed flowers and forgotten musky sweetness. Lost in this dreamlike state, I might have followed indefinitely if not for stumbling on a loose cobblestone. The spell broke, and when I glanced up, the carriage had vanished. The fog dispersed, revealing my own street, my house mere steps away. The nearby church clock told midnight, its resonant chimes cutting through the tranquil night. That evening, I made another entry in my journal. To my surprise, I noticed a solitary, perfectly preserved lilac blossom on my desk. Its petals shimmered with an otherworldly purple-black hue, seemingly impervious to time, untouched by decay. Months later, the carriage continued its nightly rounds, its predictable presence oddly comforting. On sleepless nights, I would watch it pass, pondering its enigmatic purpose. Theories swirled in my mind, remnants of a bygone era trapped in an infinite loop, a guardian of unseen cosmic balance, or perhaps awaiting someone or something. The lilac blossom, undying and ethereal, hummed faintly in the stillness of night, echoing the carriage's haunting melody. As rain whispered against my window, I anticipated the familiar sound of wheels on cobblestones, beckoning me toward slumber's embrace. The eternal cycle continued, wheels turning, horses stepping in perfect unison, ferrying their mysterious cargo through mist-shrouded streets that straddled the realms of reality and dreams. Story 12. The rain cascaded in delicate waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, weaving a tranquil melody that whispered of long-held mysteries. Standing before the weathered door, my traveling coat laden with moisture, I gazed as lamplight flickered behind misted window panes. The sign above swayed gently in the evening breeze. The Wanderers. Inn. Its letters worn but still readable in the deepening twilight. There was an inexplicable pull to this place, beyond mere shelter from the autumn storm. It could have been the ethereal glow emanating from within, or the shadows that clung to the edges of the building, seeming to hold secrets of their own. My fingertips traced the intricate carvings on the door frame, spirals that seemed to shift and dance beneath my touch. The door swung open effortlessly, as if beckoning me into its enigmatic embrace. A blend of wood smoke and a hint of lavender or sage wafted through the air as I stepped inside. The common room unfolded before me, vast yet intimate, with a grand stone fireplace commanding one wall. Comfortable chairs and small tables dotted the space, mostly unoccupied except for a few solitary figures lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with silver hair aglow in the firelight, greeted me with a smile that held a depth of unspoken tales and well-kept mysteries. "Welcome, traveler," she uttered, her voice a comforting embrace akin to mulled wine on a winter's eve. I yearned to inquire about her cryptic words, but they dissolved on my tongue like morning mist. Instead, I trailed after her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway appeared to ripple with elusive patterns, floral shapes that hinted at faces, and twisting vines that might have been ancient script. My room, number 7 at the end of the hall, awaited me, though I couldn't recall discussing my stay duration or settling payment. The door handle felt cool as I turned it, faint strains of distant music teasing my ears, a melody from a forgotten lullaby played on an unknown instrument. The room, simultaneously familiar and extraordinary, housed a 4-poster bed draped in rich burgundy curtains that stirred without a breeze. A writing desk faced the window, revealing expansive gardens that defied the inn's modest exterior. The aged floorboards bore the marks of countless footsteps, resonating with the passage of time. Settling in, shedding my damp outerwear, I noticed subtle details that shifted when I averted my gaze. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected phantom movements, while the room's shadows breathed in sync with the distant rainfall. That night, I slumbered deeply, enveloped in blankets redolent of unfamiliar herbs. Dreams whispered of conversations in languages on the cusp of understanding, and of fellow travelers clad in attire spanning eras long past to ensembles beyond comprehension. When morning arrived, it crept in like a gentle tide, the light filtering through the window possessing an ineffable quality. Descending to the common room, I found it both vacant and brimming with a lingering presence, as if conversations from bygone epochs lingered in the air. The innkeeper appeared, offering a steaming cup of tea I hadn't requested but knew I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her smile suggesting she already knew the answer. The tea tasted of memories unmade and lands unexplored. Throughout the day, guests flitted in and out with a dreamlike aura. A man in tattered garb penned letters that seemed to emit a faint glow. A young woman with stardust in her hair perused a book whose pages appeared blank until glanced away. An elderly gentleman conversed softly with an unseen presence, or perhaps a presence perceived in a manner beyond my senses. Time flowed peculiarly within the inn's confines. Meals materialized without a visible preparation, and the light filtering through the windows defied conventional timekeeping. The gardens viewed from various vantage points never portrayed the same scene twice, yet each vista felt oddly familiar. Come evening, I found myself drawn to a library I could have sworn wasn't present earlier. Books lined the walls, their titles shifting in unreadable scripts. The air bore scents of leather, age, and boundless potential. A particular tome on a reading stand seized my attention. Its pages brimmed with tales of travelers at crossroads literal and metaphorical, of inns existing in the interstices of time, and of guardians guiding wandering souls. As I lay in bed that night, lulled by the ceaseless rainfall, a realization dawned about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls weren't merely a shield from the elements, but a sanctuary for moments plucked from time itself. Each creak of floorboards, each flicker of lamplight, each hushed corridor conversation unfolded in the eternal present and had transpired countless times prior. Contemplating departure in the morning, I found myself unable to recall my initial direction or intended destination. The innkeeper's smile held all answers unspoken as I inquired about departure logistics or payment. "The inn keeps its own rhythm," she murmured, refilling my cup with a liquid shimmering with recollections, "and guests linger exactly as long as they must." Days or weeks blurred by, time as fluid as the shifting wallpaper motifs. I engaged in conversations with ephemeral guests, perused books whose words rearranged themselves, and strolled through gardens that encapsulated all seasons concurrently. Some mornings, notes inscribed in my hand but bearing unfamiliar musings awaited me at the writing desk. They spoke of odysseys pending and revelations yet to unfold, the ink gleaming with potential, words metamorphosing upon folding the pages away. The realization dawned that the Wanderer's Inn transcended a physical location. It was a temporal pause, a respite from the ceaseless march of time where lost souls discovered or perhaps relinquished themselves in just the right way. One ambivalent morning, for morning scarcely encapsulated that liminal moment, I sensed the time to resume my journey had arrived. Boots rested by the door, though I couldn't recall discarding them for the final time. My coat hung at the ready, weathered yet new. The innkeeper awaited by the entrance, though her presence eluded me as I descended the stairs. "Will I return?" I inquired, though the question harbored a deeper meaning. Her knowing smile contained all answers withheld. "Those who seek the inn always find it," she reassured, "though its visage may shift upon your return." Stepping into a world both familiar and alien, memories akin to dreams clung to me. The sign still creaked in the breeze, yet as I glanced back one last time, the inn blurred and transformed, a reflection rippling in tranquil waters disturbed by a gentle rain. On nights when rain echoes a particular cadence or fragrances of unnameable herbs drift my way, I find myself searching for a weathered door adorned with spirals, for windows aglow with an otherworldly luminescence. And at times, just sometimes, the soft creak of a sign bearing the Wanderer's Inn reaches my ears, whether a memory or a harbinger of what lies ahead, forever shrouded in uncertainty. Story 13. The rain cascaded down in a soft, rhythmic dance upon the weathered stone walls of the ancient manor house, serenading the night with its whispered secrets of times long past. Within the confines of my study, the warm glow of aged brass lamps enveloped me, casting a comforting light that mingled with the familiar aroma of well-loved leather-bound books. As I traversed the wooden floor, its gentle creaks harmonized with the evening's symphony, each step a note in the silent melody of the night. Amidst one of these tranquil moments, a peculiar anomaly caught my attention, a subtle nuance in the stone wall behind my grandfather's antique writing desk. The flickering shadows born of the lamplight's dance unveiled intricate patterns etched into the aged surface, patterns unseen by casual glances, but whispered to the depths of my soul. Drawn by an inexplicable intrigue, I approached the wall, my fingertips gliding over the cool, weathered stones, each groove and imperfection telling stories of bygone eras. A strange warmth emanated from certain stones beneath my touch, a warmth that seemed to breathe life into the ancient facade. A fleeting movement in the window's reflection hinted at unseen forces at play, a subtle disturbance lingering in the stillness of the room. The rain outside intensified, its cadence deepening into a resonant hum that resonated from within the very walls around me. The brass lamps flickered, their light pulsating in a hypnotic rhythm, casting fleeting glimpses of a hidden design upon the stones. The outline of an archway, elusive yet undeniable. But each direct gaze caused the pattern to fade, a mere mirage teasing the periphery of my consciousness, a secret veiled in shadows. As night embraced the world in its dark embrace, the room filled with the earthy scent of petrichor and the musty perfume of ancient tomes, blending into an ethereal atmosphere that straddled the realms of reality and reverie. The grandfather clock, a steady metronome of time, beat out a hypnotic tempo that beckoned me into a realm of contemplation. Hours turned into days as I delved into my grandfather's journals, uncovering familial legends of hidden spaces, of doorways between worlds that materialized under specific conditions. The room revealed subtle anomalies previously overlooked, shadows that danced independently, echoes that lingered beyond their origin. One hushed evening, as raindrops orchestrated a harmonious symphony upon the stones, a shift occurred. The temperature dropped, the air thickening with a weight that transformed every gesture into deliberate intention. The stone patterns transformed, evolving from mere suggestions of an archway to definitive lines and curves, their soft contours a dreamlike illusion. The stones pulsed with a rhythmic breath, expanding and contracting in synchrony with my own inhalations. An enigmatic gap manifested between the stones, emitting a faint, silvery light that hinted at unfathomable depths beyond. The passage, forever in a state of becoming, teased the boundary between existence and imagination. Some nights, I sat transfixed, observing the interplay of light and shadow around the threshold, attuned to the whispered echoes of distant conversations and melodies that wafted through the gap. Though indistinct, these voices carried a familiarity that evoked memories of summers long past, of forgotten joys. In my grandfather's writings I found solace, a reassurance that these phenomena were not anomalies but gateways to the extraordinary. He spoke of peaceful contemplation, of finding tranquility in the liminal spaces where the mundane meets the miraculous. Over time, I realized the passage's elusive nature, a bridge between perception and reality, a testament to the mysteries that lurk within the mundane. The stone wall became a focal point for introspection, a meditation on the enigmas that shroud our everyday existence. On quiet nights, I would press my palm against the stones, feeling a gentle vibration that resonated through my being, imbuing me with a profound sense of peace and connection to an ancient wisdom. The passage, a constant reminder of the boundless possibilities that lie just beyond our grasp, taught me to embrace the unknown with wonder rather than fear. As raindrops continued their gentle descent upon the ancient stones, the threshold shimmered faintly in the lamplight, an enigmatic portal to realms uncharted. Its allure lay not in the promise of revelations, but in the tranquility found in embracing life's gentle mysteries, in savoring the questions that float just beyond our reach, like melodies carried on a nocturnal breeze. Story 14. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows weaved a gentle lullaby within the empty chapel. Sitting in the back pew, my fingertips traced the worn wooden surface, connecting with the centuries-old grooves and imperfections etched by time's tender hand. The air whispered of old books, beeswax, and the mustiness that lingered in sacred spaces, left undisturbed. I hadn't planned on seeking refuge in this chapel on that autumn evening, but the unexpected storm had guided me to its shelter. The heavy doors groaned open as I entered, as though anticipating my arrival. Now, enveloped by the symphony of rain outside, I found an odd gratitude in this imposed solitude. The chapel itself was a tapestry of shadows and murmurs. Rows of vacant pews stretched out before me, their dark wood gleaming faintly in the dim light filtering through the stained glass. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork vanishing in the encroaching dusk. At the front, barely discernible, stood the weathered stone altar, a silent witness to centuries of whispered prayers. As my eyes adjusted to the twilight, a peculiar sight captured my attention. A soft, warm light flickered from behind the altar, in a space shrouded in shadow. The light glowed steadily, akin to a candle, yet its rhythm danced with an unusual cadence, almost as if breathing. Mesmerized by its gentle pulse, I pondered whether to explore its source. The logical part of my mind reasoned that a forgotten candle must be responsible, perhaps left by the caretaker, though no signs of recent activity adorned the chapel. However, there was something about the quality of that light that differed from any candle's glow I had ever beheld. Rising from my seat, I advanced cautiously, my footsteps scarcely audible on the ancient stone floor. The air grew cooler as I neared the altar. The mysterious light continued its rhythmic dance, casting ethereal shadows that seemed to move independently across the chapel walls. The scent in the air shifted as well. Beneath the familiar mustiness, a hint of freshness lingered, akin to morning dew on grass. Turning the corner of the altar, I discovered not a candle, but a small alcove previously unnoticed. The light emanated from within, its origin veiled in mystery. The alcove was adorned with faded frescoes, their colors muted by age yet capturing and reflecting the enigmatic glow, animating the painted figures to appear as if in motion. Leaning closer, I tried to decipher the intricate details of the paintings. They depicted a procession of robed figures, each carrying an object radiating the same warm light I now beheld. But as I gazed, the images seemed to shift and transform, as if the procession was alive and moving within the alcove. The sound of rain faded into the background, or perhaps my awareness of it waned. An indescribable energy filled the air around me, reminiscent of the calm before a summer storm, yet devoid of menace. The mysterious light pulsed in faint whispers foreign to any language I knew, caressed my senses with peace and welcome. Tentatively, I extended my hand towards the brightest spot of the glow. The air beneath my touch felt warm and almost tangible, as if sunlight had taken physical form. For an instant, faces materialized in the radiance, smiling and tranquil, before melting back into the gentle luminescence. Time seemed to lose its significance as I stood transfixed. The light remained constant, yet I sensed it responding to my presence. Peripherally, I caught glimpses of robed figures flitting among the pews, or the flicker of what could have been candle flames dancing in the shadows. But each time I turned to confront them, the chapel stood serene and empty. A distant rumble of thunder brought me back to reality. The storm was departing, its voice now a gentle murmur rather than a commanding roar. I realized I had lost track of time, standing entranced by that mystical light. My limbs felt stiff, yet a tranquility settled within me that I had not felt in ages. Reluctantly stepping away from the alcove, I noticed a subtle change. The once animated frescoes now appeared as mere faded paintings on aged walls. Yet the light persisted, pulsing with the same gentle rhythm, akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Moving back through the chapel, each step felt like a dreamlike journey. When I reached the imposing doors, I cast a final glance back. The light remained, a warm beacon beckoning from behind the altar. With one last pulse, I felt, rather than heard, a soft sigh ripple through the empty space. Outside, the rain had transformed into a soft mist. The air tasted of earth and autumn leaves, clean and invigorating. Walking away, I pondered the enigmatic light. Whether it had always dwelled there, awaiting discovery by those in need of its tranquility, or if it appeared solely to select individuals at specific moments. I returned to the chapel on numerous occasions since that rainy night. Sometimes the light greeted me with its gentle pulse. Other times, only shadows and silence filled the sacred space. Yet each visit left me with a profound sense of peace, and the realization that some mysteries in this world are meant to be experienced and cherished, not unraveled. Even now, on quiet evenings when rain whispers against my window, my thoughts drift to that light. In my memories, it flickers like a distant star, a reminder that certain questions are best left unanswered. and not everything that glimmers in the darkness necessitates comprehension to be valued. Story 15. The soft murmur of waves caressing ancient rocks filled the air as I strolled along the meandering path. The silhouette of the old house loomed against the deepening dusk, its weathered wooden exterior bearing the scars of countless storms. The salty breeze carried the tang of the sea, mingling with the earthly fragrance of damp soil and aged stone. My flashlight's beam cast dancing shadows, revealing the overgrown path ahead. This place, an inheritance from my grandmother, held a secretive charm. She had never spoken of owning a seaside dwelling. 3 months after her passing, a lawyer's letter arrived, enclosing a set of aged brass keys and documents for a property unbeknownst to me. The deed, tracing back nearly a century, had been silently passed down through generations of my kin. As I ascended the creaking wooden steps to the porch that wrapped around the house, each board seemed to whisper tales of the many footsteps that had trodden before mine. With surprising ease, the key turned in the lock, as if the house awaited my arrival. The door swung open with a melodic groan, revealing an interior suffused with an unusual warmth for a place long deserted. My flashlight unveiled walls adorned in faded floral wallpaper, the patterns undulating like underwater gardens in its light. The furniture draped in white dust covers seemed to gently breathe with the draft from the open door, creating an eerie illusion of life. In the heart of the main room stood a grand clock, its brass pendulum frozen in time. The face displayed 3:15, conflicting with my watch showing just past 7 in the evening. A peculiar occurrence caught my eye as the minute hand twitched, shifting backward by a single minute. Doubting my senses, I blinked, but the movement repeated in the flickering light. The aged floorboards murmured beneath my steps as I ventured further. Each room harbored its own enigmas, photographs in silver frames with faces that seemed to morph with different perspectives, mirrors reflecting misshapen shadows, windows offering disparate views through various panes. In what appeared to be a library, towering bookshelves housed volumes clad in leather and cloth, their spines devoid of titles, only intricate designs that shifted and rearranged when not under direct gaze. The air bore the familiar scent of old books, layered with undertones of salt water, night-blooming flowers, and an elusive sweetness. A leather armchair faced the sea-facing window, its surface still warm as if recently vacated. Beside it, a delicate bone china teacup sat atop a small table, a lone golden droplet lingering at its base, capturing the dying light of day. The room's temperature fluctuated, alternating between warmth and coolness, akin to drifting through invisible currents in a serene stream. The rhythmic sound of the waves outside altered, forming indistinct whispers just beneath comprehension. Climbing the stairs, I discovered a lengthy hallway flanked by closed doors. The carpet runner beneath my feet muffled my steps, its pattern flowing like water. Each door exuded a distinct aura, warmth from one, a gentle breeze from another, the distant strains of music from a third. The final slightly ajar door revealed a sliver of soft, pearl-hued light. The bedroom within boasted a 4-poster bed draped in diaphanous curtains, swaying in an imperceptible breeze. A writing desk beneath the window held sheets of paper adorned with elegant script that faded upon closer inspection, leaving blank pages with a lingering scent of ink. The mirror above the desk reflected the room with subtle discrepancies. Still bed curtains in the reflection, a swaying rocking chair suggesting recent occupancy. Night had fully descended, moonlight filtering through the windows, casting mismatched patterns on the floor, defying the frames that should have created them. The house had hushed, not in emptiness but in a suspended breath. Every surface seemed to radiate warmth, as if the house itself pulsed with life, inhaling and exhaling gently. In the distance, the grandfather clock began to toll, its deep resonance vibrating through the house's very foundation. I counted each chime, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 13. The final toll lingered in the air, stretching impossibly before dissipating into a mere whisper. Descending to the main room, I found it transformed by moonlight. The disturbed dust covers, arranged in patterns resembling frozen figures, belied my untouched presence. The clock now displayed midnight, its hands oscillating both forward and backward simultaneously, casting a subtle shimmer in the dim glow. A subtle warmth beckoned me to the kitchen, where a teacup identical to the one in the library awaited on the counter. Delicate steam spiraled from its surface, the golden-hued tea emitting a familiar yet unplaceable aroma. Though unprepared by my hand, its presence felt natural, as if expected. The kitchen windows framed a view of the sea, altered from my initial perception. The horizon seemed closer, perhaps farther. Certainty eluded me. The moonlight dancing on the water echoed the wallpaper, the carpet runner, the faded writing on the upstairs papers. Standing there, gazing at the nocturnal sea, I comprehended why my grandmother had maintained silence about this house. Some places exist between moments, in the pause between tick and talk, in the breath between query and response. They defy description, comprehension. They demand experience, discovery, acceptance. The house continued its tranquil respiration, enfolding me in its warmth like an old friend's embrace. The taste of the mysterious tea lingered, evoking childhood dreams and forgotten melodies. Beyond, the waves conversed with the shore in a language that now seemed strangely intimate. I resolved to linger, if only for a time. The house awaited me, as it had awaited my grandmother and her ancestors. Time here flowed differently, like water slipping through cupped hands, elusive yet leaving a trace of its passing. Settling into the leather armchair, my reflection in the window revealed other fleeting images, suggestive and ethereal, reminiscent of fish darting in deep waters. Perhaps memories, dreams, or possibilities. In this house, their distinction blurred, less significant than once believed. The grandfather clock persisted in its enigmatic dance, measuring time in ways defying conventional understanding. The house breathed, the sea whispered, and in the elusive spaces between moments, past and future intertwined like tea swirling in delicate china, waiting to be deciphered. Story 16. The soft patter of rain against my window had been my loyal companion for hours, blending with the distant hum that lured me to this secluded cabin, the enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a warm woolen blanket, I surrendered to the harmonious tune that seemed to drift through the misty night air. Locals had shared tales of the waterfall's captivating melody, their words tinged with awe rather than fear. They spoke of how the sound shifted with the moon's phases, how it whispered ancient truths to those who listened intently. Initially dismissing their stories as mere folklore to entice curious travelers like myself, I now, after 3 nights in this cabin, felt a newfound respect for their reverence. The rain persisted in its gentle drumming against the cabin walls, creating a soothing backdrop to my evening musings. A fire crackled softly in the stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across the rustic wooden floor. The fragrance of pine and damp earth wafted through the slightly ajar window, bringing with it the crisp essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight, a subtle change imbued the waterfall's melody. The familiar gentle tune now held hints of lyrical whispers, as if it sought to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery murmurs that floated on the night breeze. The nearly full moon peeked through breaks in the rain clouds, sending silver beams of light into the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, I noticed the shadows shifting in ways that defied the fire's flickering dance. They pulsed in time with the waterfall's song, forming patterns that eluded my grasp. Beside me, my weathered leather journal lay open on the small table, its pages filled with attempts to capture the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes I penned seemed to evolve, as if the song itself unfolded new layers or facets. Tonight's page remained blank, my focus ensnared by the current variation, rendering me unable to translate it onto paper. A gradual chill crept into the room, despite the crackling fire. The cold held no threat, instead carrying the invigorating freshness of a spring morning. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window like inquisitive tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, shapes almost materialized, faces perhaps, or ancient symbols fragmented yet familiar. As midnight neared, heralded by the gentle chime of my grandfather's pocket watch, the waterfall's melody reached a newfound clarity. The tune wove itself into words just beyond comprehension, akin to a language remembered in dreams but forgotten upon waking. The mist outside took on a gentle luminescence, casting a pearlescent glow through the windows. Rising from my chair, seemingly compelled by an unseen force, I moved toward the window, drawn by an irresistible urge to immerse in the waterfall's song. The wooden floor hummed beneath my feet, resonating with the cascading water's rhythm. Through the misted glass, I discerned the path leading to the waterfall, usually shrouded in darkness at this hour. Now it glowed faintly with a phosphorescent light, silver-hued lights akin to fireflies dancing in perfect harmony with the melody. The rain had dwindled to a soft drizzle, each droplet capturing and reflecting the mysterious light like miniature prisms. The air itself seemed to sing, the waterfall's melody resonating through every suspended moisture particle in the night. The enchanting effect captivated me, filling me not with fear, but with a profound serenity and connection to something ancient and wise. Acting on instinct, I retrieved my coat and boots, the wooden floor's gentle hum guiding me as I prepared for a midnight stroll. Though my rational mind cautioned against such a venture, the compulsion felt more like a cordial invitation than an irresistible compulsion. Stepping onto the small porch, I was enveloped by the song's embrace. The mist caressed my skin like silk, the luminescent path unfurling before me, beckoning like a ribbon of starlight. Each step felt natural, as though retracing a long-forgotten path ingrained in my soul. The forest, typically veiled in night's mysteries, now resembled an enchanted haven. The trees swayed in perfect accord with the waterfall's melody, their leaves shedding droplets like musical notes that added to the symphony enveloping me. Approaching the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating within me, a comforting vibration rather than a disquieting tremor. The mist thickened, revealing ephemeral scenes, memories not my own, glimpses of unvisited places. Gradually, the waterfall emerged through the glowing haze, water descending in slow motion, each droplet capturing the elusive light like suspended gems. The pool mirrored not the night sky, but an alternate firmament, adorned with unfamiliar stars and improbable constellations. Standing at the pool's edge, entranced by the endless cascade, the song reached its zenith, its words echoing in my heart, their meaning profound yet elusive. A gentle breeze stirred the mist, and for an instant, figures appeared to dance within the falling water. Not phantoms, but embodiments of music itself, shifting between water, light, and shadow with ethereal grace. Time lost significance as I beheld the mesmerizing play of water and light. The moon completed its nocturnal journey, its passage unnoticed in my reverie. The rain ceased, yet the air remained pregnant with mystery and mist. With the first light of dawn painting the sky, the waterfall's melody softened, akin to a lullaby bidding farewell. The luminescent mist ebbed, the mysterious lights along the path dimming one by one. Guided by the fading lights and echoes of the song, I retraced my steps to the cabin. Everything appeared unchanged in the cabin, the fire reduced to embers, the room restored to its former state. Yet, an undeniable transformation had occurred. Night after night, I still savored the waterfall's song, though it never matched the clarity of that singular evening. Occasionally, under the full moon and gentle rain, I glimpsed that elusive luminescence, the spectral figures dancing in the falling water. The mist still hinted at decipherable patterns, the path sometimes glowing faintly in the darkness. The true essence of that night's encounter remained as enigmatic as the waterfall's melody itself. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than comprehended, cherished for their very inscrutability. And so I linger here, attuned to the water's nightly serenade, penning my thoughts in the journal, pondering what other secrets lie concealed in the melody of falling water and the dance of light through mist. Story 17. The soft patter of raindrops outside my window created a peaceful symphony as I settled into my nighttime routine. Each droplet added to the gentle melody, harmonizing with the whispers of wind dancing through the ancient oak trees enveloping my Victorian home. The warm glow of my bedside lamp cast elongated shadows across the worn hardwood floors, their movements akin to ethereal beings in the dimness. Always a light sleeper, I was attuned to the subtle nocturnal sounds that often go unnoticed. The creaking of aging beams, the owl's distant calls, and the rustling of leaves in the garden below, all familiar melodies that lulled me to sleep. But on this particular night, a new sensation lingered in the air. A sound almost imperceptible, intertwined with the usual nighttime chorus. Initially, I tried to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, a common occurrence in the solitude of an old house after dark. The sound, rhythmic like a breath but not quite human, seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, an inhale and exhale that did not match any natural source I could identify. The rain persisted, its steady rhythm nearly masking this mysterious addition to the night's orchestra. Wrapped in my grandmother's quilt, its comforting weight grounding me, I focused intently on the peculiar breath-like sound. It carried a hint of lavender, a perplexing sensation that puzzled my senses. How could a sound evoke a scent? Yet there it was, growing more distinct with each passing moment, a sweet floral essence reminiscent of my grandmother's lavender sachets. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, not dramatically, but in gentle undulations that mirrored the mysterious breath, warm, cool, as if someone was strolling past me, leaving a gentle breeze in their wake. The shadows on the walls seemed to pulsate faintly, while the lamp's illumination remained steady. My heavy velvet curtains, firmly shut against the rain, swayed ever so slightly, defying the closed windows. Transfixed, I observed as the shadows morphed into more defined shapes, not menacing but rather curious forms that teetered on the edge of recognition. They resembled figures from old photographs, women in flowing dresses frozen in graceful motion. The breath-like sound grew slightly clearer, accompanied by a delicate aroma of old books and tea, intertwining with the lavender in a strangely familiar manner. The rain's rhythm shifted, softening and becoming more deliberate, as if it, too, acknowledged the enigmatic presence. The ticking of my bedside clock marked time in a world that now seemed suspended between moments. The breathing acquired a melodic quality, akin to a hum, though still too faint for a discernible tune. It carried undertones of comfort and wistfulness, like a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. I found myself synchronizing my breath with the mysterious sound, my own rhythm harmonizing with its gentle cadence. As I did so, memories not my own, yet oddly familiar, surfaced in my mind. Images of summer garden parties, ladies in white dresses sipping tea beneath the oak trees, children playing games in rooms that resembled my own, but furnished differently. These fleeting visions floated through my consciousness like iridescent soap bubbles. The scent of lavender intensified, accompanied by a soft murmur of piano music, so faint it could have been drifting from a distant street or another era entirely. The notes, clear yet distant, resembled Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, a piece I recognized but could not recall learning. Deep into the night, the mysterious breath carried whispers within it, not words per se, but the essence of long-forgotten conversations. Laughter, sighs, and murmurs of voices speaking in hushed tones intertwined like an intricate tapestry of sound. The shadows continued their slow waltz across the walls, now joined by ethereal patterns of light that seemed to emanate from nowhere, akin to sunlight filtering through leaves, though the hour had long passed midnight. Drifting in and out of consciousness, each state blurred into a dreamlike state. The line between sleep and wakefulness blurred, much like the shadows on my wall. In these twilight moments of awareness, I glimpsed figures gliding through my room, not solid enough to be ghosts, but reminiscent of memories taking shape in the night's embrace. They moved with grace and purpose, as if reliving long-concluded moments, paying me no heed. The rain began to taper off, its rhythmic drumming softening to a gentle mist. The breathing persisted, though diffused, as if it now echoed from every corner of the house simultaneously. The fragrance of lavender mingled with other scents, beeswax polish, fresh bread, garden roses, each evoking a cascade of half-formed memories that seemed to belong to the house itself rather than any individual. With the approaching dawn, a subtle lightening of the sky visible through my curtains signaled the fading of the breath-like sound. Gradually, not abruptly, it receded like a receding tide. The shadows returned to their usual patterns, now imbued with a deeper significance. The lingering scent of lavender carried a sense of parting, or perhaps a promise of reunion. When morning arrived, I questioned if the experience had been a dream. Yet, on my bedside table, where no vase had stood before, rested a single sprig of fresh lavender, its petite purple blooms adorned with dew. The rain had ceased entirely, leaving behind a world cleansed and renewed. Throughout my morning routine, the echo of that mysterious breath lingered in the air, akin to a conversation paused rather than concluded. On quiet rainy nights since, I occasionally catch a whisper of lavender on the breeze, accompanied by that gentle, rhythmic breathing. I've learned not to dissect it too deeply, but rather to allow it to envelop me like the rain itself. Some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than understood, their essence residing in the spaces between breaths, in the shadows between moments, in the memories that belong not to us, but to the very air we breathe. Story 18. The soft patter of rain on leaves created a gentle melody as I strolled down the aged forest trail, my boots leaving faint imprints in the moist earth. The evening breeze carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and pine needles, while wisps of mist curled around the ancient tree trunks like ethereal tendrils. My flashlight cast a warm, subdued glow that seemed to hover in the encroaching darkness, barely piercing the dense canopy above. These twilight walks had always been a source of solace for me, even as the shadows deepened and the forest took on a more enigmatic air. Yet tonight's journey felt subtly different. Perhaps it was the way the mist swirled against the natural drift of the wind, or how the usual forest noises hushed, as if nature itself held its breath in anticipation. The initial whisper was so faint, I almost overlooked it, blending seamlessly with the rustle of leaves. It carried no words, only a soft, melodic quality, akin to distant wind chimes in a hidden garden. Pausing, I turned slowly in search of its origin, yet the sound seemed to emanate from all directions at once. Continuing my leisurely pace, I observed subtle alterations in my surroundings. The moss cloaking the trees seemed to shimmer with a delicate, silvery luminescence foreign to my eyes. Water droplets clinging to branches caught the beam of my flashlight, scattering it in peculiar patterns that birthed miniature rainbows lingering longer than expected. The second whisper arrived more distinctly than the first, resembling my name but spoken in a voice woven from rustling foliage and creaking boughs. It carried a wave of tranquil nostalgia, akin to recalling a childhood lullaby. A yearning to hear it anew, to unravel its mysteries, stirred within me. The path curved around a venerable oak with branches outstretched like protective arms over the trail. On nearing it, I noticed an anomaly on its trunk. Symbols etched into the bark, intricate and flowing, unlike the typical graffiti left by hikers. These markings seem to shift and morph when viewed from different angles, resembling ripples on water. The rain persisted in its gentle cadence, now morphing into a deliberate tune. Every droplet contributed to a larger harmony that saturated the forest. The mist thickened, transmuting my flashlight's beam into a soft golden cone that illuminated suspended particles of light, akin to tiny fireflies in midair. More whispers intertwined with the initial two, forming a gentle chorus that reverberated through the trees. Their dialogue felt familiar, rising and falling in cadences that almost made sense. At times they mimicked distant laughter, at others, soft melodies, always just beyond comprehension. I arrived at a small clearing where the canopy parted slightly, revealing fragments of the night sky. The rain had dwindled to a fine mist, allowing glimpses of stars shimmering with exceptional brilliance through breaks in the clouds. They pulsed in harmony with the whispers, as if the entire forest was part of a grand symphony I was only beginning to perceive. At the clearing's heart stood a ring of mushrooms, their caps aglow with a faint bluish light. The grass within the circle appeared different, more vibrant, undulating in patterns unaligned with the breeze. I watched in awe as water droplets rolled up the blades instead of down, defying gravity in a mesmerizing ballet. The whispers grew more insistent here, beckoning me to step into the circle, promising answers to unasked questions. The air within the mushroom ring shimmered like heat waves on a summer's day, despite the evening's coolness. I swayed slightly, entranced by the forest's peculiar melody. The boundaries between sound and sight blurred. I almost visualized the whispers as they wafted through the air, leaving trails of soft light akin to shooting stars. The forest pulsated with a life surpassing the ordinary, as if I stood amidst an ancient, vast consciousness. Time ebbed differently in the clearing. The stars raced overhead at an improbable pace, while mist droplets hung suspended, elongating like honey. The luminescent mushrooms throbbed in sync with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heart had aligned its rhythm with theirs. Unsure of how long I lingered there, witnessing the interplay of light and shadow, listening to the forest's muted conversations. It might have been minutes or hours. The encounter felt dreamlike, yet the damp earth beneath me and the cool mist on my skin tethered me to reality. Gradually, the whispers faded, akin to a radio being muted. The mushroom's glow dimmed until they resembled ordinary fungi once more. The rain reverted to its natural melody, no longer weaving its enigmatic tune. Yet something had shifted, not in the forest, but in my perception of it. While retracing my steps along the trail, my flashlight briefly caught the oak tree's symbols, teasing me with a hint of decipherability. For a fleeting instant, I almost deciphered them, nearly grasping their intended message. Then, as swiftly as it came, the clarity dissipated, leaving behind mysterious carvings on ancient bark. The forest has retained an air of otherworldliness since that night. On tranquil evenings when rain falls gently and mist drifts among the trees, I swear I can discern those whispers once more, luring me back to that enigmatic clearing. Though I've searched, it eludes me. Perhaps it prefers not to be found again, or perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who seek it not. Yet on quiet nights, as I wander through the forest with fading light, I find myself attuned to those whispers, yearning to relive that strange symphony of rain and starshine, of timeless secrets and forgotten melodies. And sometimes, just sometimes, it feels as if the forest is awaiting my return, as eagerly as I long for its elusive embrace. Story 19. The autumn wind whispered through the bare branches overhead, carrying with it the sweet scent of decay and memories. I strolled along the old dirt path, my footsteps soft on the fallen leaves that blanketed the ground like a natural muted tapestry. The early evening air held that peculiar October essence, crisp yet gentle, enfolding me like a familiar, well-worn glove. Though I had traversed this path many times, tonight felt different. It could have been the mist embracing the earth, swirling around ancient trees like ethereal tendrils. Or perhaps it was the profound stillness, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the fading light. The first broken candle drew my gaze instantly. It lay on its side at the path's edge, its white wax cleanly split down the middle, untouched by flame. I paused, bending to inspect it closely. The break was precise, almost surgical in its neatness. The untouched wick whispered of a story left untold. Continuing my walk, I noticed another broken candle, then another, forming a trail of shattered sentinels meticulously placed along the path. As daylight waned, the forest grew darker, shrouded in a thickening mist that veiled the surroundings in mystery. The air grew colder, and a subtle shift tinged the atmosphere with an unexplainable energy. Silence enveloped me, amplifying the sound of my own breath in the quietude. Each broken candle seemed to emit a faint glow, a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination in the encroaching darkness. The path twisted through ancient woods, the broken candles guiding me deeper into the heart of the forest. Despite a voice urging retreat, an unseen force propelled me forward like a moth drawn to a flame. The breaks in the candles became more erratic, twisted, crushed, but still forming an unbroken path into the shadows. The fog thickened, tangible as cotton, as I ventured onward. A strange electricity hummed in the air, raising the hair on my neck. The path led to a clearing barely visible through the mist, where numerous candles stood in a perfect circle. Unlike the broken ones, these candles stood tall, their white wax gleaming softly. At the circle's center stood a solitary black candle, its surface a void that seemed to swallow light. Stepping into the clearing, I was enveloped in an eerie silence broken only by my own footsteps. The candles pulsed with an inner light, the black candle split, drawing me with an irresistible force. Its surface, cool and smooth like obsidian, held a mesmerizing allure. As I reached out to touch it, a deep, resonant hum vibrated through me, emanating from the depths of the candle. The white candles intensified their glow, the split in the black candle widening gradually. The hum grew stronger, pulling at something primal within me. Time lost meaning as the forest dissolved, leaving only the glowing candles and the abyss within the black candle. Shadows danced within, forming intricate patterns that whispered ancient truths beyond comprehension. As the fog lifted and the candles faded, I took a step back, the patterns receding into darkness. The forest returned, and I retraced my steps through the now clear woods. The broken candles had vanished, leaving no trace. The night sky revealed a tapestry of stars overhead. Sometimes I returned to that path, yearning for another broken candle, another trail to the mysterious clearing. Yet it remains elusive. On quiet nights, with the wind and mist weaving their tales, I sense the faint echo of that resonant hum stirring something deep within me. The patterns from the split candle visit me in dreams, offering glimpses of profound truths just beyond reach. In that twilight space between knowing and unknowing, wonder and uncertainty entwine, reminding me that some mysteries are meant to remain veiled, dancing in the gathering dark. Story 20. The gentle autumn breeze whispered secrets through the ancient stone archways, weaving a haunting melody that echoed through time. An abandoned monastery stood before me, its allure mysterious and unexplainable. The weathered stones, warmed by the touch of countless seasons, contrasted with the cool evening air. The setting sun painted the sky in muted purples and deep oranges, casting shadows that danced across the overgrown courtyard. Wild roses and ivy claimed the walls, nature's tapestry intertwining with the masonry. The air carried the sweet fragrance of late-blooming flowers mingled with the earthy scent of aged stone and damp moss. As I roamed the ruins with my camera, ordinary scenes transformed into ethereal visions under the changing light. A broken column stood like a silent sentinel. A collapsed wall framed the twilight sky like art. The soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet accompanied the wind's ethereal song. Then a melodic humming emerged, blending with the natural sounds around me, soft and otherworldly. Venturing deeper into the ruins, a narrow doorway led me to the monastery's chapel. Soft moss grew between weathered flagstones, and shafts of dusky light danced through the partially collapsed ceiling. The elusive humming grew more distinct, its cadence rising and falling like gentle waves. Temperature shifts guided me through the chapel, some corners warm with the day's remnants, others cool and goosebump-inducing. Twilight turned to evening as I set up my camera near ancient choir stalls. The wood, aged and polished, witnessed the passage of time. Adjusting my camera, I sensed a subtle shift in the shadows, accompanied by the humming growing more complex, soothing, like an unknown lullaby. Through the camera's lens, faint shapes moved among the shadows, fluid and indistinct, dancing with the music. Long exposure photographs captured the play of light, revealing robed figures and trails of light like musical notes. The night enveloped the ruins, a mist rising, ghostly and enchanting. The symphony of humming and distant chimes resonated with the ancient stones. Lost in time, I photographed the mist and shadows, capturing suggestions of ethereal beings in my images. Seated in a choir stall, the wood cradled me comfortably, the humming surrounding me as mist formed intricate patterns on the chapel floor. The moonlight filtered through the broken ceiling, illuminating the stones as the humming carried elusive words. The shadows danced, and I understood that some experiences transcended mere photographs. The monastery shared its secrets through whispers and shadows. As dawn approached, the humming faded into the natural sounds of day, the mist dissipating like a dream. Reviewing my photographs, most showed a typical old monastery at night, but a few hinted at something more mysterious and unexplainable. Returning to the monastery, I sometimes heard the humming and glimpsed flowing shadows. Yet I found solace in sitting in the choir stalls, listening to the wind echo ancient songs, waiting for the voices to return. The monastery's mysteries remained just out of reach, like the final notes of a fading song carried away by the wind. Story 21. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stone sang a soothing melody, nature's own lullaby in the deepening twilight. Standing before the ancient church, its spire reaching skyward through the mist-laden clouds, I found myself entranced as fallen leaves pirouetted around my feet in a slow, elegant dance. The air carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and aged wood, tinged with a sense of something ancient, a whisper of forgotten prayers and silent bells. Unintentionally led to this sacred haven by a meandering path on my evening stroll, I felt as though time itself had paused within the church's embrace. The facade, marked by the passage of countless seasons, wore a soft blanket of moss that seemed to radiate a faint, ethereal glow in the gathering dusk. The heavy wooden door yielded to my touch with a soft sigh, opening into the empty nave where the rain's lullaby transformed into a distant, comforting hum that deepened the profound stillness within. Stained glass windows, their hues muted by twilight, cast pools of amber and violet light upon the ancient stone floors. Each step I took echoed softly against the centuries-old flagstones, enveloping me in a crystalline silence that felt almost reverential. Rows of polished wooden pews stretched out before me, bearing witness to generations of devotion through the touch of countless hands and whispered prayers. The scent of old wood and stone mingled with traces of extinguished candles, creating an atmosphere that transcended mustiness and instead exuded a serene stillness, as if time itself had been encapsulated within the church's walls. Intricate carvings adorned the columns and walls, their faces and figures appearing to shift and transform with each glance, evoking a sense of enigmatic tranquility. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, its light casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with intent across the ancient stones. Despite the absence of any other presence, The shadows drew my gaze toward a small wooden door nestled discreetly in the wall. Though easily missed, a gentle pull beckoned me towards it. The door revealed a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, its worn steps bearing the imprint of countless journeys before mine. With each upward stride, the rain's rhythm intensified, morphing into a melodic cadence that intertwined with the cool night air and a sweet, unfamiliar fragrance that hinted at ageless secrets. Emerging into the bell tower's chamber, moonlight filtered through narrow windows, illuminating a scene of antiquity. In a corner stood an aged wooden desk, adorned with leather-bound tomes and weathered papers. The pages, filled with fading inked script, tantalized my gaze with words that remained just beyond comprehension, as if veiled by a veil of mystery. As I drew nearer, a delicate chiming filled the air, reminiscent not of grand bell tolls, but of silver wind chimes dancing in a gentle breeze. The source of the sound remained elusive, yet it enveloped me in a profound tranquility. Seated in an ancient wooden chair, I observed as shadows and moonlight intertwined in a mesmerizing ballet across the chamber's floor. The phantom bell's melody merged with the rain's gentle rhythm, weaving a tapestry of ancient enigmas and forgotten dreams. At times, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, spectral whispers of figures or the rustling of papers without a breath of wind. The chamber enveloped me in a timeless embrace, where the boundaries between reality and reverie blurred, inviting a deeper understanding beyond the constraints of waking hours. The air itself seemed to resonate with ancient wisdom, offering its secrets to those willing to listen with patient hearts. In the moonlight's shifting angles, elegant script occasionally appeared on the stone walls, flowing like water before dissolving into the shadows. Though unreadable, the words left impressions of untold stories woven by the countless visitors who had graced this space over the centuries, each contributing a thread to the tapestry of mystery. Time lost its grip within that sanctuary, flowing like honey, sweet and unhurried. The peace of the chamber seeped into my very being, dispelling urgency and replacing it with serene acceptance. Descending the spiral staircase, the flickering candle by the altar remained steadfast, illuminating the nave with a gentle, pre-dawn glow that felt both familiar and new. Stepping out into the morning mist, the rain's cadence had ceased, leaving behind a world washed clean by night's embrace. Glancing back at the church, I caught a glimpse of kind, ancient faces in the windows, their smiles carrying a wisdom that transcended time before dissipating like morning dew in the sun's embrace. Despite numerous attempts to return to that sacred space, the path eluded me, veiled in mystery. Yet on quiet, rainy evenings, the distant echo of silver bells on the wind reminds me that the forgotten church still stands, existing in its own secluded pocket of time. Its enigmatic allure remains, patiently awaiting the next wanderer, guided by the whispering promises of ancient stones and the gentle rhythm of falling rain. Story 22. In the quiet embrace of an autumn night, the soft melody of raindrops dancing against the window pane filled my study with a tranquil rhythm. Surrounded by the comforting glow of an antique desk lamp, I delved into a trove of old family documents, each yellowed page whispering echoes of the past. This house, once my grandmother's sanctuary, now cradled in its walls a tapestry of memories that stretched across generations. Amidst the sea of papers, a discovery awaited me, a weathered leather journal, its secrets veiled by time's gentle touch. Without any markings to adorn its cover, I opened it to reveal the familiar script of my grandmother gracing the pages within. Her meticulous notes on the house's upkeep led me to an entry that stirred a quiet curiosity within me. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. As the rain continued its lullaby outside, I sank back into my chair, pondering those cryptic words. Memories of exploring the root cellar during my childhood visits flickered through my mind. yet I could not recall encountering any mysterious door. The aged leather of my reading chair sighed softly as I shifted, blending with the gentle symphony of the house settling around me. Guided by an unseen curiosity, I rose from my seat, the plush carpet cushioning my bare feet as I made my way to the kitchen. At the end of a dim hallway awaited the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming under the soft light above. With a quiet click, the old key turned, granting me passage into the cool embrace of the cellar's depths. Earthy scents mingled with whispers of bygone harvests as my flashlight painted shadows across ancient stone walls and forgotten shelves. Amidst the familiar sights, a subtle anomaly beckoned from a distant corner. There, a section of the wall bore a quiet secret, its texture betraying a hidden truth. Fingertips tracing the subtle imperfections, a soft click revealed a concealed staircase, spiraling into darkness. The steps, untouched by time's hand, exuded an otherworldly warmth, carrying whispers of a long-lost summer's embrace. Enveloped in a soft glow, I descended, the rain's distant melody replaced by a gentle hum that caressed my senses. Time, fluid and languid, stretched like molten honey, each step a seamless transition into the unknown. The walls, alive with iridescent patterns, pulsed with a silent energy, as if whispering secrets of forgotten realms. As the staircase unfurled into a tranquil landing adorned with cryptic symbols that danced in the shifting light, a sense of reverence washed over me. Beyond this threshold, a path continued downward, but an unspoken understanding urged me to pause, to linger in the sacred space between worlds. Seated on the landing, I surrendered to the warmth and vibrations that embraced me, neither hostile nor inviting, but simply existing in a realm beyond comprehension. With a heart heavy with unspoken truths, I retraced my steps, the hidden doors sealing with a whispered finality as I ascended back to the surface. In the sanctuary of my study, the rain's serenade persisted, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that dwell beyond our grasp. My grandmother's journal lay open, its faded pages a testament to the enigma that had briefly touched my life. Beneath the mention of the hidden door, a faint inscription revealed itself. Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding. Though the staircase remained untouched, its allure lingered in the quiet whispers of the night, carrying with it the essence of a world unseen. And in those hushed moments when the rain painted patterns on the window pane, I would revisit the journal, tracing the contours of its weathered cover, finding solace in the gentle mystery that bridged the realms of reality and dreams. For in that twilight space between wakefulness and slumber, where the unknown cradles us in its embrace, I found peace in the understanding that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than solved, their essence a symphony that resonates within the deepest chambers of our souls. Story 23. The soft murmur of raindrops against the windows of my cozy cottage created a gentle melody, a tranquil serenade from nature itself. Nestled in my favorite armchair, wrapped in the comforting embrace of a knitted blanket, I watched as the droplets meandered lazily down the glass, painting intricate designs with their descent. Evening had descended early, a common occurrence in the autumn months, cloaking my woodland abode in an unusual hush that extended far beyond the typical quietude of the forest. My cup of tea sat forgotten, its warmth now replaced by a chill, resting abandoned on the side table as my gaze was drawn to the ethereal sight of the rain-kissed forest beyond my window. The ancient trees, silent sentinels that had witnessed epochs before I claimed this sanctuary as my own, swayed imperceptibly in a breeze that eluded my senses. Their movements appeared choreographed, a synchronized dance exuding a sense of deliberate harmony. The soft illumination cast by my reading lamp cast flickering shadows that waltzed across the room, casting pools of amber light that flickered against the wooden walls. Outside, the woods grew dimmer with each passing moment, Yet there was an intangible difference in the air tonight. The darkness held a depth, a pulsating quality that seemed to throb with its own gentle cadence. Setting aside my book, an unexplained compulsion drew me to the window, my palm pressed against the cool glass. In that instant, a subtle vibration seemed to thrum beneath my touch, akin to a distant heartbeat resonating through the very core of the earth. The rain continued its serene symphony, but now I discerned a pattern in its descent, akin to a musical composition inscribed in water. The droplets ebbed and flowed in a rhythm reminiscent of breathing, slow, deep, tranquil breaths. Stepping onto the sheltered porch, I immersed myself in the melodic embrace of the rainfall, the air saturated with the heady perfume of damp earth and pine, mingled with a sweeter, more ancient essence, reminiscent of old tomes and morning mist intermingled. Each breath felt weightier, more profound than usual, as though the simple act of inhaling tethered me to something grander, a presence that had always existed but remained unnoticed until now. Within the deepening shadows, the silhouettes of the nearest trees came into view. Their boughs swayed with an uncommon grace, casting intricate patterns against the overcast sky, resembling ripples on a tranquil pond. The longer I observed, the more apparent it became that the motion flowed seamlessly from one tree to the next, akin to a gentle wave traversing the forest. Curiously, the wind chimes dangling from the eaves of my porch remained motionless, a stark contrast to the arboreal choreography before me. This detail, though noted in the recesses of my mind, evoked curiosity rather than alarm, a gentle enigma beckoning contemplation rather than resolution. Enveloped by the cool evening air, a scarcely discernible sound brushed against my senses, akin to the whisper of pages turning in an ancient tome, or the delicate rustle of silk upon silk. It seemed to emanate from all directions, and none at once, rising and falling in harmony with the rain's cadence. Beneath my bare feet, the wooden planks of the porch thrummed in synchrony with that same gentle pulse, transmitting a sensation that coursed upward through my being. Unwittingly, I began to sway, my movements instinctively aligning with the forest's rhythmic breath. Time lost its linear grasp as I lingered, the darkness evolving not into opacity, but into a rich tapestry of depth and texture. Within its depths, indistinct shapes stirred, perhaps branches, shadows, or entities beyond comprehension. Yet there was no trepidation in their observation. They flowed harmoniously, partaking in the forest's languid waltz. Intermittently, soft luminescence permeated the interstices between the trees. Not the harsh glare of artificial illumination, but an organic radiance akin to starlight filtered through foliage, or the gentle phosphorescence exuded by ancient timber. These ephemeral beacons flickered in tandem with the forest's breath, subtle reminders that I was not alone in my nocturnal reverie. Gradually, I became attuned to how my inhalations synchronized effortlessly with the forest's pulse, each breath heralding a new layer of perception. The mineral tang of rain-slicked stone, the earthy redolence of hidden mushrooms, the sweet decay of autumnal foliage intermingling with the earth. The rainfall tapered, yet its gentle percussive rhythm persisted, underscoring the emerging sounds of the night, the soft creak of timber in flux, the rustle of leaves in hushed discourse, and beneath it all, that perpetual, barely perceptible beat that might have been my own heart, the forest's pulse, or a convergence of both. A cool zephyr finally stirred my wind chimes, their metallic tubes emitting a melodic resonance that harmonized seamlessly with the forest's symphony. The reverberations carried hints of narratives that eluded full comprehension. Tales of roots delving deep into the earth, of seasons revolving in eternal succession, of myriad creatures inhabiting the shadows cast by the trees, leading their unassuming lives. As the night deepened, I found solace in merely existing within that ephemeral juncture. The demarcation between observer and observed blurred, as if I were assimilating into the forest's very essence. The arboreal denizens continued their unhurried ballet, and a revelation dawned upon me. Their movements were interconnected with everything else, intricately linked to the rain's rhythm, the earth's pulse, the sap coursing beneath bark, the cadence of my own heartbeat. Upon my eventual return indoors, I sensed a transformation in my perception of this sanctuary I called home. The forest had always teemed with vitality, yet now I beheld it through a lens transcending mere cognizance. I had felt its breath, discerned its heartbeat, and been enfolded in its vast, deliberate dance. Seated once more in my armchair, I left the curtains parted. The cup that once held cold tea now brimmed with fresh rainwater, a transmutation unbeknownst to my conscious self. As I imbibed, the elixir bore traces of minerals from the earth's depths, sweetness from decayed leaves, and an ineffable essence reminiscent of moonlight cascading over moistened bark. The forest's rhythm lingered as I drifted towards slumber, my respiration synchronizing with its age-old tempo. In that liminal realm between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehended that the forest had perennially respired, unfailingly swayed in its measured, graceful minuet. The soul metamorphosis lay in my newfound ability to perceive it. Even now, as I transcribe these words bathed in lamplight, the forest's breath resonates. At times of profound stillness, I catch myself swaying in tandem with its rhythm. And in those interstitial moments between breaths, I swear I discern the forest whispering tales meant solely for me. Narratives inscribed in raindrops and rustling foliage, in creaking branches and settling soil, in the subtle undercurrent uniting all facets of this realm, elucidating connections I am only beginning to fathom. The forest breathes, and I breathe in unison, a symbiosis that feels as natural as the ebb and flow of the tides. Story 24. The gentle patter of rain against weathered stone created a soothing melody as I stood by the ancient well in my grandmother's garden. The aged brick structure exuded a sense of mystery, its depths shrouded in shadow despite the warm lantern in my hand. The evening breeze carried the earthy fragrance of moist soil and climbing roses, their scent heightened by the summer shower. It had only been a week since I inherited this old house, following my grandmother's peaceful passing in her sleep. The property now felt different, not quite empty, but imbued with a new presence. The rain continued to fall rhythmically, forming small rivulets that meandered down the worn stones of the well. Though always covered by a heavy wooden lid, tonight an inexplicable force drew me towards it. Perhaps it was the peculiar way the raindrops echoed as they landed in its depths, or maybe it was the mysterious silver light seeping through the slats. As I neared, the sweet aroma of roses gave way to a more ancient scent, the mineral essence of subterranean water and ancient rock. My fingers trailed over the rough grain of the wood, sensing the centuries-old grooves and imperfections etched by time. The cover felt cool and slightly damp under my touch. A soft whisper of wind rustled the thorny vines of the climbing roses, casting intricate shadows in the lantern's glow. With a gentle push, I lifted the ancient lid. Surprisingly, it moved easily, almost as if it welcomed my touch. The well's maw opened to the night sky, and I held my lantern over its edge. The light danced on myriad water droplets clinging to the stone walls, transforming them into tiny stars that seemed to pulse with an inner radiance. And then I heard it, a faint sound that might have been imagined. A whispered melody floated up from the darkness, like a distant lullaby sung from ages past. The voice was neither young nor old, male nor female, but a blend of all these and more. It spoke of ancient truths, of secrets entwined in stone and water, of memories enshrined in the cool depths below. I found myself seated next to the well, enraptured by the enchanting song. The rain's soft percussion on the garden stones provided a backdrop for the mysterious melody. Time here flowed differently, like honey trickling from a spoon, slow and sweet. My grandmother had shared stories about this well, tales passed down through generations, yet she had never mentioned the singing. As I focused intently, I began to discern words woven into the melodic tapestry, though they shifted and eluded my grasp before forming meaning. They bore a resemblance to the lullabies my grandmother sang, yet with a celestial quality that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. The voice enveloped me like a warm embrace, oddly comforting despite its ethereal nature. The rain gradually eased, transitioning from a steady shower to a gentle mist. In the deepening quiet, the well's song grew clearer. It spoke of verdant life thriving in darkness, of subterranean rivers untouched by sunlight, of crystals blooming like flowers in hidden caverns. The words belonged to no known tongue, yet their essence resonated deep within me, akin to comprehending music without translation. The flame of my lantern flickered, casting fluid shadows on the well's inner walls. Amid these shadows, elusive shapes seemed to materialize, figures moving with liquid grace, akin to submerged dancers. They flickered in and out of sight so swiftly that certainty eluded me, yet their movements synchronized with the enigmatic song's rhythm. Time became a nebulous concept, hours blending into minutes, or vice versa. Beside this ancient well with its secrets and melodies, time lost significance. The voice persisted in its melodic whispers, at times seeming to emanate from below, others from within the very stones themselves. A cool breeze stirred the garden, carrying the scent of damp leaves and night-blooming blossoms. The climbing roses swayed gently, their motion creating ever-shifting patterns in the lantern's glow. The well's voice seemed to harmonize with this natural symphony, adapting its melody like water flowing around stones. Lost in the hypnotic interplay of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother surfaced. I recalled her tending to these gardens, her gentle hands pruning the roses. Often she would pause by this very well, her countenance serene as she peered into its depths. Had she heard these same voices? Had she sat here on rainy nights, listening to their ancient songs? The notion brought a soothing warmth, forging a timeless connection between her experiences and mine. Perhaps this explained why she had always exuded such tranquility in this garden, particularly near the well. She had grasped a truth that I was just beginning to understand, that certain places harbor mysteries meant not to be unraveled, but savored, like music in the darkness, like whispers from fathomless depths, like memories arising in the nocturnal stillness. Gradually, the voice faded as the night deepened, diminishing with each passing moment. Yet it felt not like an end, but a gentle retreat, akin to a parent silently exiting a child's room after singing them to sleep. The final notes lingered in the air, mingling with the fragrance of rain-washed roses. I lingered by the well a while longer, observing as mist formed halos around my lantern's light. The stones glistened with moisture, and tiny droplets continued to fall from the rose petals, each resembling a fallen star. Though the well's song had ceased, its echo lingered in my mind, a melody just beyond the grasp of memory. As I prepared for slumber, a sense of serenity enveloped me, a deeper connection to this place I now called home. I chose not to replace the well's cover. An intuition told me it needed to breathe, to exchange its ancient songs with the night air. Instead, I left it open to the stars, aware that its mysteries awaited me on another rainy eve. Within the cozy confines of the house, the gentle patter of rain persisted, now carrying traces of that otherworldly melody. As I readied for sleep, I realized I had unearthed a truth my grandmother had known all along, that the most profound mysteries often lie in letting them be, in allowing them to exist like melodies in the dark, like whispers from deep wells, like memories resurfacing in the quiet hours of night. That night, my dreams wove tales of underground rivers and crystal gardens, of roses blooming in shadows, and of songs without origin or conclusion. Upon awakening, sunlight streamed through my window, illuminating the silent well in the garden. Yet now I held its secret close, that on certain nights, when the rain falls just so and the roses perfume the air, ancient voices still intone their timeless melodies to any soul patient enough to listen. Story 25. In the whispering embrace of the autumn wind, the pine trees murmured secrets of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. Each step I took along the winding path was a soft crunch on the carpet of pine needles, leading me higher into the mist-cloaked slope. The old house beckoned me, its weathered form a shadow against the pewter sky, mysterious and alluring. With each ascent, the air grew cooler, a silk scarf wrapping around me, and the branches overhead swayed gently, their whisper a soothing melody of half-formed words. The path, reclaimed by nature, guided me through wild herbs and mountain flowers, hinting at its original purpose. Closer now, the house unveiled itself gradually through the mist, a Victorian masterpiece with elegant gables and a welcoming porch that embraced the slope. Its wood, a deep, rich brown, bore the marks of time with grace. Wind chimes danced on the porch, harmonizing with the mountain's symphony. The windows, tall and elegant, reflected light in mesmerizing patterns, revealing faint silhouettes of furniture that felt oddly familiar, like a dream remembered. One window, bathed in a soft amber glow, caught my gaze, its light flickering like a hidden secret. The porch steps creaked underfoot, each board singing a welcome as I approached the solid oak door, its brass handle aged to a gentle green. Carved patterns on the wood seemed to shift and change, inviting me inside. To my surprise, the door swung open effortlessly, revealing an interior alive with the scents of old books, beeswax, and something elusive yet comforting, like dried lavender. The grand foyer awaited, a staircase curving upward like a wooden river, sunlight playing with dust motes in a choreographed dance. The hardwood floors gleamed softly, reflecting the dim light like calm waters. Room flowed into room organically, as if the house itself had grown from the earth. In the parlor, an old phonograph began to play a waltz, its music a whisper from another time, weaving through the air like silk. The kitchen held its own mysteries, copper pots gleaming, a phantom scent of Earl Grey lingering in the air. Ascending the staircase, the house seemed to breathe with each step, releasing a soft sigh. The upper hallway beckoned with slightly ajar doors, lace curtains stirring in a breeze unseen. A distant clock chimed an hour out of sync with time. The room with the amber glow drew me in, a study frozen in time, papers fresh yet dated decades ago. Evening approached, turning the mist to liquid gold, and the house settled around me, creaking gently in comfort. Shadows deepened but cradled the space between objects, the light becoming liquid, flowing through the house. In the conservatory, ancient plants thrived, a rocking chair by the window moving as if recently vacated, a warmth lingering in the air. As night enveloped the house, an inner glow emerged, not electric nor fiery, but fundamental, releasing years of absorbed sunlight into the darkness. I roamed the rooms through the night, each unveiling new mysteries that danced just out of reach. Mirrors revealed fleeting movements, echoes of conversation melted into the air. Morning found me back on the porch, the mist rising below, the house quiet yet solid, ethereal in the early light. Descending the path, the pull of the house's mystery lingered, a gentle whisper in my soul. Even now in dreams, I return to that house on the dark slope, always at dusk, windows aglow with amber light. I wonder if it still stands, a hidden gem in the mist, waiting for the next wanderer to unlock its secrets. Perhaps existing in the space between reality and dreams, it reveals itself only to those destined to find it, offering a symphony of wonders and revelations unique to each visitor. Story 26. The aroma of aged leather and ancient paper wrapped around me like a comforting embrace as I pushed open the massive oak door. Dust motes pirouetted in the soft beams of light filtering through the tall, arched windows, their delicate dance painting ethereal patterns in the tranquil air. The library stood hushed and expectant, its numerous shelves soaring up into shadows that eluded the reach of the afternoon sun. This sanctuary had passed into my possession from my enigmatic great-aunt, a recluse devoted to the pursuit of rare and extraordinary books. The key had arrived in a box lined with velvet, accompanied by a letter penned in her exquisite spider-like script. She spoke of the library's peculiar essence, of how certain volumes seemed to murmur in the darkness, and how others would shift position when unobserved. Soft creaks echoed through the wooden floorboards under my tentative steps as I ventured further into the expansive chamber. Each footfall released a faint trace of sandalwood and something elusive, perhaps the lingering essence of incense burnt in ages past. The shelves loomed around me like ancient giants, their dark wood gleaming softly from the touch of generations past. A particular tome, bound in deep burgundy leather, caught my attention. As I drew near, a subtle humming seemed to emanate from its pages, a distant melody lulling the soul. The book bore no title on its spine, only a complex design of intertwining vines etched in faded gold leaf. When I gingerly lifted the book from its resting place, the air around it seemed to shimmer, as if the very atmosphere responded to its presence. The cover felt warm against my fingertips, defying the library's cool ambience. Its pages appeared to be crafted from a material finer than paper, almost translucent yet remarkably resilient. The text inscribed within danced in an elegant script that shifted and flowed as if alive. At times the words appeared in English, while at others in languages unknown to me. The ink transformed hues as I turned the pages. Midnight blue, deep purple, burnished gold, each shade harmonizing with the tale unfolding. Roaming further through the library, I began to discern other anomalies. Some books seemed to lean towards me as I passed, while others retreated into the shadows of their shelves. Occasionally, movements flickered at the edge of my vision, as if the books were rearranging themselves in my peripheral sight. The sunlight streaming through the windows adopted a peculiar quality, casting shadows that defied conventional logic. In a secluded corner, a reading nook beckoned with a welcoming armchair, exuding an air of invitation. A dainty table nearby held a tea set, its porcelain delicate to the point of translucence. Nestling into the chair, the library seemed to shift around me, the shelves reconfiguring into more intimate formations. The air grew warmer, the scent of ancient tomes intensifying, evoking memories of rainy afternoons spent lost in books by the flickering firelight. From some hidden recess within the library, the sound of pages rustling reached my ears, a gentle, rhythmic whisper akin to waves caressing a distant shore. The whisper drew nearer, then receded, akin to the breathing of a vast, literary entity. Yet instead of instilling fear, it offered solace, as though the library itself were narrating a bedtime tale. Books began to softly glow on their shelves, each emitting a unique hue. The gentle pulsing light wove patterns that seemed almost melodic. Some books resonated in harmony with others, their lights intertwining like fireflies on a balmy evening. The spectacle was enchanting, a silent symphony of illuminated knowledge. Lost in contemplation, I wandered into sections where the books appeared older, their bindings more intricate. Some were secured with ornate clasps fashioned from moonlight itself, while others boasted covers rippling like water in my wake. One shelf cradled volumes humming in perfect accord, creating a chord that tingled pleasantly against my skin. Time began to blur within the library's embrace. The quality of light remained constant, yet my watch insisted that hours had slipped by unnoticed. I stumbled upon a segment where the books seemed inscribed in starlight, their pages alive with shifting constellations. In a particularly dusty alcove, a collection of books appeared to be in slumber. Their covers occasionally fluttered, resembling the eyelids of dreaming children, emitting soft sighs from between their pages. The dream seemed contagious. Neighboring books would twitch and murmur in response. As twilight descended, the library stirred with heightened activity. The whisper of pages grew more audible, though never intrusive. Books would occasionally levitate from their shelves, drifting through the air like autumn leaves before settling into new positions. The effect was oddly serene, akin to witnessing snowflakes descending in perfect silence. The burgundy book that had initially captivated me found its way back, gently nudging against my hand as I sat in the reading chair. Upon reopening it, the text had transformed. It now seemed to narrate my own tale, with subtle deviations that cast doubt upon my recollections. The words flowed like a river, each sentence leading inexorably to the next, yet never quite concluding. As night enveloped the library entirely, the atmosphere shifted once more. The darkness amid the shelves turned velvety and welcoming. Tiny lights, akin to miniature stars, began to twinkle among the books, weaving constellations of literary connection. Some volumes now cast shadows of gold and silver, while others seemed to absorb the darkness itself. I discovered that certain combinations of books, when placed in proximity, would create luminous doorways among the shelves. Through these portals, glimpses of other libraries, other collections of enigmatic volumes, unfolded into infinity. The sight infused me with a profound tranquility, a realization that all knowledge was interlinked in ways transcending ordinary understanding. Even now, years later, the library continues to unveil fresh mysteries. Books materialize and vanish, their contents ever shifting, yet strangely familiar. The whispers have become a constant companion, a gentle echo of the living essence of stories and wisdom. Some nights, beneath the full moon, I catch the books singing to each other in languages existing solely in dreams. My great-aunt's letter gains new significance with each passing day. The library is not cursed in any malicious sense. Rather, it is graced with a magic that elevates the act of reading into something profound. The books are unfettered by the constraints of reality, and I, too, have discovered that I am unbound when amidst them. Perhaps the true curse lies in the inability to fully impart this wonder to others. The library assumes diverse forms for each visitor, revealing only what they are prepared to perceive. Yet, for those of us granted glimpses into its deeper enigmas, who have eavesdropped on the midnight dialogues of ancient tomes and witnessed the ballet of literary starlight, the curse blossoms into a blessing, a clandestine garden of infinite tales, where reality and imagination intertwine like the gilded vines upon the initial burgundy book spine. Story 27. The gentle rhythm of autumn rain against the weathered stones enveloped the evening in a soothing melody, echoing through the corridors of my grandmother's Victorian house. Inheriting the property just a fortnight ago, I found myself irresistibly drawn to its quiet nooks and hidden enigmas, unraveling new secrets within its ancient walls every night. Tonight, in the library bathed in the warm glow of a vintage brass lamp, my focus kept drifting to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't the usual creak of aged wood or the whisper of wind seeping through cracks. This sound possessed a unique quality, akin to water flowing through ancient pipes, yet carrying a melodic cadence. The house, my grandmother used to say, harbored mysteries beyond imagination, none as captivating as the ancient cistern resting beneath its foundation. Constructed in a time when rainwater collection was paramount, the subterranean chamber had long been sealed off, or so I had been led to believe. Yet as I listened to the enchanting melody rising from below, a lingering question emerged. Could a part of it still be alive, concealed in the shadows beneath? With each passing moment, the sound grew clearer, not louder but crisper, reminiscent of wind chimes resonating underwater, a paradoxical yet entrancing harmony. As the rain outside intensified, the mysterious resonance seemed to ebb and flow, as if attuned to the cadence of the weather. I found myself wandering the ground floor, tracing the sound like a guiding thread through a labyrinth. My footsteps, silent against the aged hardwood, echoed in a hushed symphony with the house, as if the very structure was listening alongside me. The flickering light of the brass lamp cast dancing shadows on the walls, breathing life into the floral wallpaper that seemed to sway and pulse in my peripheral vision. Beneath a worn rug in the kitchen, once belonging to my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a concealed trapdoor unnoticed before. The aged wood felt smooth to the touch, a brass ring pull flush against its surface. The resonating sound grew more pronounced here, a whispered dialogue just beneath comprehension. With a tremor of anticipation, rather than fear, I raised the ring, unveiling stone steps descending into darkness. The air that wafted upwards was cool, carrying hints of mineral-rich water and ancient stone, evoking memories of forgotten wells and subterranean caves. Each step I took was deliberate, guided by the amber glow of my lamp that seemed to merge with the very atmosphere around me. The walls, crafted from fitted stone, bore witness to a craftsmanship long lost to time, speaking volumes in their precision. Water trickled in the shadows, creating a symphony that felt purposeful, intentional. At the foot of the stairs, the chamber expanded into a circular expanse. The cistern loomed vast, its true depth concealed in the shadows beyond the reach of my lamp. The water's surface gleamed like a mirror, reflecting light in a mesmerizing dance that distorted its depths. Tiny ripples materialized and vanished without origin, capturing the light in golden hues. Yet it was the sound that held me spellbound. Here in its origin, I comprehended the essence of what I had been hearing. The chamber possessed flawless acoustics, transmuting each droplet into a musical note. The rain above, filtering through layers of soil and stone, birthed a symphony of delicate impacts. The water itself seemed to resonate with the chamber, generating harmonies defying the laws of fluid dynamics. Amidst the water's melody, I discerned whispers interwoven between the notes, voices that seemed familiar, memories that felt significant yet elusive, or perhaps mere illusions crafted by a wandering mind. They spoke in tongues almost recognizable, narrating tales that carried weight but eluded comprehension. Time lost its meaning within that subterranean sanctuary, measured not in hours but in droplets and ripples. The lamp's light dimmed imperceptibly, as if the darkness itself had taken on a life of its own, pulsating with intricate patterns and subtle movements. When I ascended the stone steps back to the surface, the night had deepened, the rain ceased, and the mysterious melody dwindled to a faint murmur. I concealed the trap door beneath the rug, yet the pull to return lingered. The cistern's song had melded with the house's essence, a clandestine symphony perpetually resonating beneath our feet. As I lay in bed each night, I strained to discern that ethereal music, at times crystal clear, at times a mere whisper teetering on the edge of imagination. I came to realize that certain enigmas were not meant to be deciphered. They were meant to be experienced, to be felt in the tranquil interludes between thoughts, in the pauses between raindrops. The cistern persisted in its eternal performance, captivating an audience of stone and shadows. And occasionally, in dreams that transcended reality, I deciphered cryptic messages within the aqueous melody, echoes of ancient wisdom carried on undulating waves of sound. Yet the true essence of those whispers, the ancient lore or forgotten sagas they concealed, remained just beyond reach, akin to grasping the memory of rain. Story 28. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient abode with a soothing, rhythmic lullaby. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of the Victorian manor, where the creaky floorboards and vintage wallpaper held a trove of memories. Yet, in the solitude of my presence, there lingered a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a whisper of something unseen. The rain outside painted the house with a cozy ambiance as I wandered through the familiar passageways, my bare feet brushing against the weathered hardwood floors. That evening, ascending the staircase with a cup of chamomile tea steaming in my hands, the soft amber glow from the antique brass lamp cast flickering shadows on the walls. The dwelling seemed to sigh in harmony with the weather, its wooden frame swelling and contracting in response to the humidity. Each step I took was accompanied by a gentle groan from the stairs, as if the house itself was engaged in hushed conversations with its past. Reaching the second floor, a peculiar fragrance caught my attention, a blend of old books, dried lavender, and a mysterious undertone that eluded my senses. It evoked the feeling of the air before a summer storm, pregnant with anticipation and promise. Compelled by this enigmatic scent, I found myself drawn towards the guest bedroom at the far end of the corridor, a chamber seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a silvery light that differed from the warm radiance of my lamp. Pushing the door open, it released a soft, melodic sigh from its hinges. The room appeared much as I remembered it, the faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy drapes, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet, there was an undeniable shift in the air. Looking up, I was struck by a sight that stole my breath away. The ceiling, once painted a simple eggshell white, now seemed to stretch infinitely upward, not in a menacing manner, but in a mesmerizing display. The familiar plaster texture gave way to layers of translucent mist, swirling in hypnotic patterns. The silvery light I had glimpsed earlier emanated from this mysterious expanse, casting ethereal shadows that danced like submerged flora in a gentle current. Settling into the worn wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my hands, I found myself entranced by the ever-unfolding spectacle above. The longer I gazed, the more intricate details emerged in the infinite space. Sometimes twinkling stars seemed to peek through the mist, while at other times ephemeral shapes materialized and dissolved, perhaps birds in flight or leaves carried by an unseen breeze. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, but within this room, the sound took on new dimensions. Each droplet created ripples in the air that ascended, disturbing the mist in mesmerizing patterns. The scent of lavender mingled with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers, weaving a fragrant tapestry that enveloped me. Time lost its grip as I sat there, adrift in the hypnotic spell of the ceiling's gentle ballet. Minutes or hours slipped by unnoticed as I observed the intricate patterns above. Occasionally, the distant tinkling of wind chimes reached my ears, though I knew no such adornments adorned the window. The sound ebbed and flowed, like a distant echo from a realm beyond. Recollections of my grandmother's musings on houses holding secrets resurfaced in my mind. She spoke of how dwellings gather memories and dreams, akin to how others collect photographs or trinkets. Had she been privy to this room's enigmatic allure? Had she too spent evenings immersed in the ever-shifting expanse above? As night deepened, the patterns above began to coalesce into what appeared to be writing. Not in any known language, but in elegant symbols that held a tantalizing significance just beyond my grasp. They materialized, lingered briefly, then dissolved back into the mist, only to be replaced by new formations. While the room exuded tranquility, there lingered an undeniable sense of awareness, as if the very space itself was sentient. Not an ominous presence, but a subtle acknowledgement, akin to the sensation of wandering through a library of ancient tomes or strolling amidst a timeless garden. At some point, lulled by the rain's gentle cadence and the ceiling's hypnotic display, I succumbed to slumber. Awakening to sunlight filtering through the burgundy curtains, bathing the room in a warm, roseate hue, I discovered the ceiling had reverted to its familiar eggshell white. My tea sat cold on the table, and only a hint of lavender lingered in the air. Upon rising, a new addition caught my eye, a solitary sprig of dried lavender, carefully placed on the dresser, emitting a fragrance identical to that of the night before. I still find solace in that room, especially on rainy evenings. The infinite ceiling reveals itself selectively, like a bashful companion who graces us only when the stars align. I've learned not to seek or anticipate its appearance, but rather to embrace the mystery it embodies. It serves as a poignant reminder that even the most familiar locales harbor boundless enchantment. Some nights, the symbols in the mist seem to convey a message that eludes my conscious understanding. Other nights, I simply observe their graceful dance, content in the moment. Yet unfailingly, a sense of serenity envelops that space, as if the infinite ceiling imparts a secret that transcends verbal communication, comprehensible solely in the language of dreams and rainfall. My grandmother's words on houses concealing secrets echo in these nocturnal encounters. Perhaps she possessed insights beyond what she divulged. Perhaps this room, with its boundless ceiling and enigmatic presence, serves as the residence's conduit for sharing its amassed memories and dreams with me, one rainy night at a time. To this day, I've shared the tale of the room with the infinite ceiling with no one. Certain mysteries, I believe, are meant to be experienced rather than dissected. But on tranquil nights, when rain taps against the panes and the air teems with lavender and promise, I sense that above me, in that limitless expanse, the mist continues its eternal waltz, inscribing narratives in a language known solely to dreams. Story 29. The soft, rhythmic tap of autumn rain on my window had transformed into a soothing melody in recent weeks. Nestled in my grandmother's cherished reading chair, enveloped by the warmth of her knitted blanket, I gazed out at the delicate trails left by the raindrops as they painted intricate patterns on the glass. Despite her passing months ago, her spirit lingered in every nook of this ancient home she had bequeathed to me. The gentle, golden light from my reading lamp cast comforting shadows on the well-worn hardwood floors, polished over time by the passage of many souls. A cup of chamomile tea exuded a faint floral scent, mingling with the earthy aroma of the old books that adorned the walls. In the hallway, the grandfather clock kept its steady tempo, its rhythmic ticks echoing through the silent house like murmurs from bygone eras. As night descended, a peculiar sight caught my attention at the window opposite my seat. The rain running down the glass appeared to defy gravity, as if flowing upwards rather than down. Initially dismissing it as a trick of light, I soon became captivated by the unusual movement. The glass itself seemed to undulate, rippling like a tranquil pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Intently observing, I noticed the scene beyond the window shifting subtly. The modern houses across the street gradually dissolved, giving way to vast fields illuminated by an otherworldly glow. The transition was so gradual that I barely registered when the rain ceased outside, though its soothing patter persisted in the background. Through the looking glass emerged a different season altogether, a balmy summer evening from a distant era. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I rose from my seat and approached the window. The floorboards whispered beneath my weight, anchoring me to the present, while the past beckoned through the glass. A subtle warmth emanated from the window, contrary to the autumn chill that usually permeated the night air. A faint vibration hummed in the atmosphere, akin to the lingering resonance of a distant bell toll. Within the transformed view, shadowy figures moved in the distance, silhouettes dressed in attire from another time, their forms hazy and ethereal, akin to watercolor paintings coming to life. They appeared to be reveling in some unseen celebration, swaying to music that eluded my ears. Amidst the crowd, a young woman bore a striking resemblance to the images of my grandmother in her youth. The scene ebbed and flowed like memories surfacing in a dream, with the figures intermittently drawing closer to the window, their features momentarily sharpening before dissolving into the mists of time. Noticing details that bridged the gap between past and present, a resilient tree still standing in the yard, the distinct contours of the distant hills, the way sunlight caressed the ancient stone wall, I felt a hint of familiarity wash over me. A scent of lilacs, my grandmother's beloved flower, wafted through the air, though it was winter, defying logic yet undeniably present. The fragrance intensified as the young woman, reminiscent of my grandmother, turned towards the window, as if sensing my presence across the temporal expanse. Trepidation mingled with curiosity. I extended my hand, tentatively pressing it against the glass. The surface yielded like water, not wet but alive with latent possibilities. Mirroring my gesture, the young woman raised her hand, bridging the divide of time. Though our hands never truly met, a profound connection resonated, transcending the physical barrier that separated us. The grandfather clock tolled midnight, each chime resounding with unusual clarity through the house. With every stroke, the scene beyond the window began to fade, akin to morning mist dissolving under the sun. The figures grew fainter, their movements languid, until they merged with the darkness beyond the glass. The last to vanish was the young woman's visage, her smile imbued with a knowing warmth, reminiscent of my grandmother's final days. As the final chime ebbed into silence, the window revealed only the rain-soaked night and the familiar streetscape. Yet a subtle shimmer clung to the glass, discernible only to those attuned to its presence. The lilac scent lingered in the air, mingling with the dissipating steam from my now cool tea. Returning to my chair, cocooned in my grandmother's blanket, I listened to the rain's gentle serenade against the window. It now bore echoes of music from that distant summer evening, a haunting residual melody. Drifting towards slumber, I pondered the countless moments ensnared within the aged panes of this home, awaiting the gaze of an unsuspecting observer. On tranquil, rainy nights such as this, I still find myself seated in that chair, watching the window intently, anticipating the glass to quiver and the vista to transform. Though such an occurrence has yet to repeat itself in the same manner, occasionally, when the light strikes the glass just so, fleeting glimpses of yesteryears manifest, brief flashes of scenes and faces from the past, akin to memories surfacing in an ancient mirror. I've ceased attempting to rationalize the events of that night, choosing instead to cherish the delicate enchantment that occasionally reveals itself in the interstices of time, in the pauses between raindrops, in the reflections that unveil more than meets the eye. The house, once merely old, now exudes a timeless aura. Each creak of the floorboards whispers echoes of footsteps from centuries long past, while every shadow harbors untold tales waiting to be glimpsed through the enigmatic windows, silent sentinels of time. Embracing the mysteries that envelop me, I find solace in the enigmatic magic that intermittently unveils itself in the quiet interludes between moments, in the spaces between raindrops, in the reflections that offer glimpses beyond reality. Story 30. The soft murmur of rain against leaves provided a tranquil soundtrack as I strolled along the forest trail, my steps cushioned by the thick layer of pine needles beneath my feet. The fading daylight filtered through the canopy, casting a hazy, otherworldly glow over everything it touched. The air carried the earthy aroma of wet soil and moss, intermingled with the sweet scent of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. These solitary walks had always been my refuge, but today a subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper of something unknown. The familiar path seemed to twist in unfamiliar ways, and the towering trees, ancient guardians of the woods, leaned in closer, their branches swaying in a breeze I could not feel at ground level, as if engaged in secret conversations high above. Venturing deeper into the woods, wisps of mist rose gracefully from the ground, curling around the tree trunks like ethereal fingers. The temperature dipped ever so slightly, sending a shiver down my spine and raising goosebumps on my skin. The rain's rhythm shifted, weaving a new melody that beckoned me forward with a gentle insistence. Through the veils of mist, I glimpsed an unexpected sight. Weathered stone walls, cloaked in emerald moss, emerged from the shadows between the trees. Standing at a modest height, etched with intricate designs that seemed to dance and shift with each glance, These walls formed the entrance to a labyrinth, unlike any I had ever encountered in my wanderings through these ancient woods. The stones exuded a peculiar warmth, despite the coolness of the air, and as I reached out to touch them, a gentle vibration pulsed beneath my fingertips, as if the stones themselves hummed an ancient lullaby. The moss felt velvety soft, emitting a faint glow that grew more pronounced as daylight waned. Without conscious choice, I followed the meandering walls as they twisted and turned, revealing new patterns etched in the stone, new varieties of moss and lichen adorning their surfaces in hues of green, silver, and midnight blue. Unfamiliar flowers bloomed in the crevices, their petals shimmering like moonlit dewdrops. Deeper into the labyrinth I ventured, the outside world fading into a distant memory. The rain's cadence transformed once more, aligning with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The mist swirled around my ankles, mirroring the intricate designs on the walls, and in the distance, a soft tinkling sound reminiscent of wind chimes drifted through the still air. Time lost its hold over me. Had I been walking for minutes or hours? The soft, diffuse light remained constant, emanating from all directions and none. The walls continued their mesmerizing display, now revealing tales. Ancient trees dancing in a forgotten forest, enigmatic beings gathering in a realm between human and animal, their forms elusive and enigmatic. Turning yet another corner, I stumbled upon a circular clearing nestled within the labyrinth's embrace. At its heart lay a pool of water so serene it resembled polished obsidian, disturbed only by ripples that seemed to move against the falling raindrops. Stone benches encircled the pool, each bearing more of the ever-shifting patterns seen on the walls. Seating myself on one of the benches, I felt the curious warmth of the stone seep through my clothes. Raindrops created concentric rings on the pool's surface, each ripple carrying specks of light that danced and dissipated into the dark waters. Beneath the surface, glimpses of movement caught my eye, shadows that might have been memories, dreams, or something beyond comprehension. The chiming sound drew nearer, blending with the rain's melody and the whispered secrets of the trees, weaving a harmony that resonated deep within my soul. The mist continued its ethereal dance around the clearing, at times taking on forms that almost resembled figures before vanishing into formless mist once more. As I gazed into the pool, images materialized in its depths. A library filled with books that turned their own pages, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in fleeting moments, a staircase ascending into infinite darkness. Were these visions reality, echoes of distant realms, or mere figments of my imagination, fueled by the mystical ambiance of this hidden sanctuary? The longer I lingered, the more I felt myself melding with the labyrinth's enigmatic melody. The boundaries between self and environment blurred until I could no longer discern where I ended and the mist began. The rain on my skin hummed like ancient notes, while the patterns on the walls flowed through my mind like a gentle stream. At last, though time held no meaning in that place, I realized the path leading into the clearing had transformed. Where one entrance once stood, now 3 pathways stretched into the misty unknown, each identical and beckoning in its own right. The walls pulsed softly with the same inner light that illuminated the moss, casting shifting shadows that danced and weaved like living entities. Though the approaching darkness hinted at a return to the known world, I pondered, which path was the correct one? Did it truly matter in this realm of emotional logic and intuitive navigation? A silent intuition assured me that each path would guide me precisely where I needed to be, even if that destination diverged from my original route. Rising from the stone bench, I chose a passage at random. The chiming notes crescendoed momentarily before fading, replaced by a distant, wordless melody that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. The mist unfurled like a curtain before me, unveiling the path step by step. Walking forward, An unexpected sense of tranquility enveloped me, dispelling any trace of fear despite the surreal surroundings. Instead, a profound serenity settled within, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient unseen beauty patiently awaiting discovery. The rain continued its gentle descent, the mist continued its graceful ballet, and above, beyond the unseen canopy, stars twinkled into existence. Whether real or illusory in the labyrinth's domain remained a mystery. On that day, the familiar forest path eluded my return. Emerging from the labyrinth, I found myself in my own garden, where the stone walls had transformed into rows of blooming bushes, the mystical patterns fading into ordinary shadows. Though the rain had ceased, droplets clung to every leaf and petal, capturing the dwindling daylight like a myriad of tiny prisms. Even now, fleeting glimpses of those shifting patterns catch my eye, or distant chimes echo on the edge of sleep. The labyrinth's song lingers in my dreams, beckoning me back to its mysterious pathways. On rainy afternoons, when mist rises and light takes on that familiar diffuse quality, I find myself searching for stone walls among the trees, wondering if the labyrinth remains, awaiting rediscovery by another soul in need of its unique magic. Perhaps it existed only in that twilight realm between wakefulness and dreaming, where reality blurs and bends. Or perhaps it endures, veiled in plain sight, revealing itself solely to those ready to perceive its presence. Regardless, its memory stays with me, a gentle reminder that the world holds enigmas beyond explanation, meant to be felt and experienced. The rain falls, the mist rises, and somewhere, in a forest that may be real or imagined, an ancient labyrinth of stones continues its eternal waltz with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next wanderer to chance upon its hidden trails. Story 31. In the hushed hours of the night, a gentle rain tapped against my bedroom window, pulling me from the depths of sleep. Its steady rhythm was a lullaby, a familiar comfort in the cloak of darkness that enveloped the early morning. But on this night, the rain carried whispers of an unknown tale, a subtle invitation to listen closely. The soft drops seemed to weave cryptic words, like a murmured conversation drifting from afar. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, compelled by an unseen force to peer outside. The world beyond was veiled in a dense fog, its ethereal shroud casting a mystical glow over the shapes of trees and houses. Amidst this enigmatic mist, a faint blue light pulsed in the distance, barely discernible through the haze. It beckoned me with a silent urgency that stirred something deep within. Clad in a thick woolen sweater, I ventured out into the cool, damp air, the fog caressing my skin like gentle tendrils, while the scent of salt hung heavy in the atmosphere, an anomaly in our landlocked surroundings. Yet there it lingered, the briny tang of the ocean, carried on a breeze defying logic. As I followed the guiding light, the very ground beneath me began to transform. The solid earth softened, giving way to shifting sands that cradled my bare feet, though I had no recollection of shedding my shoes. The suburban streets dissolved into endless dunes, stretching into the mist-shrouded unknown, each step blurring the line between reality and dreams. The pulsing blue light intensified, mirroring the rhythmic cadence of unseen waves that replaced the falling rain. With each luminous pulse, the fog danced with inner radiance, forming liquid-like patterns that ebbed and flowed. In fleeting moments of illumination, I glimpsed a colossal form materializing in the distance, the silhouette of an ancient sailing vessel, its mast rising like spectral fingers into the darkness. Time ebbed and flowed, a languid stream meandering through a surreal landscape. Each stride forward felt both fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained distant, as if painted upon the very fabric of the mist. Its weathered sails fluttered in a phantom breeze, and the aged hull groaned with the weight of forgotten centuries. A soft shuffling in the wet sand drew my attention, not my own steps, but those of unseen others, approaching from behind. Turning, I glimpsed fleeting human forms in the swirling mist, vanishing as swiftly as they appeared. Their whispers lingered, weaving tales of a vessel that navigated between worlds, materializing only on nights when reality and fantasy intertwined. As I stood transfixed by the phantom ship, details shifted in the periphery of my vision. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to morning woman and back again. The number of masts wavered with each pulse of blue light, and the ship's size fluctuated, at times diminutive as a fishing boat, at others grand as the mightiest seafaring vessel. Water crept around my feet, though no waves lapped the shore this far inland. It rose steadily, purposefully, until I stood ankle-deep in a tranquil pool that mirrored the fog above. In that watery reflection, the ship appeared in its former glory, billowing sails, gleaming brass, and shadowy figures moving with silent purpose across the decks. The final pulse of blue light blazed, illuminating the passengers and crew, frozen in time. Their faces bore a serene countenance, unperturbed by their vessel straddling two realms. Some gazed towards me, their eyes aglow with the same blue light that had beckoned me, conveying a sense of choice rather than captivity. The water receded, dissolving the clarity of the vision before me. The ship's outline faded, merging with the mist until boundaries blurred beyond distinction. The whispers dwindled, melding with the distant murmur of unseen waves. When I turned to depart, the path homeward had transformed. The beach stretched endlessly, dunes morphing into unfamiliar shapes in the obscure night. Yet, instinct guided my steps, leading me through the shifting landscape. The tang of sea salt gradually dissipated, replaced by the familiar scent of rain. Back within the confines of my room, I stood at the window, watching as the dawn dispersed the lingering fog. The blue light had vanished, leaving no trace of its presence, save for the sea-scented sweater draped over my shoulders. As sunlight pierced the morning mist, a smooth, azure sea glass found its way into my pocket, a relic of the nocturnal voyage. Even now, on quiet rainy nights, a glimpse of that ethereal blue light beckons in the distance. The ghostly ship never appears the same way twice, and I never draw as near as that initial encounter. Yet, the sea glass rests on my windowsill, a silent witness to the tales of a vessel that sails the boundary between reality and possibility, forever adrift among the waves of the unknown. Story 32. The soft patter of autumn rain against aged wooden planks filled the evening with a tranquil lullaby. Standing in front of the old mill, its towering water wheel now draped in vines and morning glory, I felt a sense of timelessness envelop me. The dusk painted the sky in muted purples and grays, while the scent of wet earth and aging wood lingered in the air. My grandfather's tales of this place had beckoned me here, his voice filled with a distant nostalgia whenever he spoke of the mill where he toiled in his youth. His stories had woven a web of curiosity within me, drawing me closer with each passing season. The mill rose 3 stories high, its weathered timber frame bearing witness to years gone by. The windows, like half-closed eyes, gazed out with glass long shattered or clouded with the passage of time. The slightly ajar door, swollen by moisture, seemed to breathe with each gentle breeze, emitting a low, haunting whistle that echoed through the structure. As I approached, my boots sinking into the rain-soaked ground, I noticed the old mill pond mirroring the darkening sky, raindrops creating ripples that held untold secrets beneath the surface. Cattails swayed by the shore, their movements hypnotic in the twilight's embrace. The scent grew stronger as I neared the door. The aroma of damp wood mingled with something ancient and mineral, like stone grinding against stone. My grandfather had called it the breath of the mill, a name that now made sense as I stood there, inhaling deeply. Inside, the air was thick with moisture and memories. My flashlight's beam illuminated dust particles floating lazily in the air, each one moving with deliberate slowness, as if time itself had slowed within these walls. The sturdy wooden floorboards creaked beneath my weight, adding their voice to the symphony of rain and distant thunder. On the ground floor, remnants of massive grinding stones lay silent, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns spiraling towards the center. One stone bore a strange mark, not a part of its design, but a mysterious imprint that defied explanation. My grandfather had spoken of this mark, its origins lost to time. Venturing deeper into the mill, the sound of rain transformed into a melodic tune, each drop carrying a note that blended into a haunting melody. My grandfather had mentioned the music of the mill, attributing it to the machinery and the water wheels turning. Yet the wheel had stood motionless for decades. The worn wooden stairs led me to the second floor, their surfaces bearing the marks of countless footsteps, despite years of abandonment. As I ascended, the wood beneath my hand radiated a strange warmth, contrasting the coolness of the air around me. This warmth, my grandfather had said, pulsed through the mill like a living heartbeat. The second floor opened into a vast expanse, divided by thick wooden pillars that stood like ancient sentinels. Amidst the rain's gentle rhythm, I began to discern whispered conversations, their words indistinct but carrying a human cadence. Near a window, a weathered leather-bound book caught my eye, its pages filled with faded writing detailing production figures and grain accounts. Yet, nestled between the lines were cryptic notes about nocturnal sounds, inexplicable machine behavior, and mysterious lights that moved past darkened windows. The call of the third floor beckoned me upward, its sloping ceiling casting deep shadows that defied my flashlight's reach. The rain's sound changed here, distant and muffled, as if heard through a barrier. The air crackled with anticipation, a sense of impending revelation hanging in the space. In a far corner, an ancient desk stood littered with yellowed papers. Among them, I discovered letters penned by my grandfather during his time at the mill, revealing secrets he had never shared in his stories. Anomalies in the mill's operations, shared dreams among workers, and the distortion of time within these walls. As I delved into the letters, a new sound emerged, the rhythmic turning of the great water wheel outside, though when I glanced out the window, it remained motionless, untouched by the rain. Hours slipped by as I immersed myself in the mysteries held within the mill, the rain's gentle symphony blending with the phantom hum of long-dormant machinery. In the depths of the night, I realized why my grandfather had left these mysteries unspoken. Some truths elude words, residing in the spaces between knowledge and understanding. The mill harbored such truths within its very being, in the air that whispered through its empty halls. When I departed, the rain had dwindled to a soft mist, veiling the mill in secrecy. My grandfather's stories now felt like breadcrumbs, guiding me through a landscape of enigmas that defied resolution. The water wheel remained still, yet a subtle tremor seemed to pass through it, as if acknowledging a hidden force. In the distance, the silhouette of the mill shifted imperceptibly, settling into a patient watchfulness. I return to the mill when the rain falls and the world fades to twilight, each visit adding a new layer to its enigma, a fresh verse to its eternal song. In those moments of perfect alignment, I glimpsed the mill's true nature, a guardian of memories and time, forever turning beneath the weight of history. Story 33. The soft patter of rain on my car's windshield created a calming melody as I navigated the autumn night. The worn wipers moved back and forth in a hypnotic sway, clearing the delicate droplets that clung to the glass. My headlights illuminated a path through the growing darkness, their glow softened by the light drizzle that had been my companion for hours. Though I had traveled this road countless times before, tonight felt different. The familiar journey home had taken on an otherworldly aura, with tendrils of mist rising from the earth, weaving among the ancient trees that bordered the narrow road. The fog crept upwards like ghostly tendrils seeking the night sky. Ahead loomed the old wooden bridge, marking the halfway point of my route. barely visible through the thickening mist. It stood as a simple structure, weathered by the passage of time, its boards smoothed by the touch of countless vehicles. Approaching, the mist seemed to gather around it, drawn to its aged timbers. The sound of my tires changed as they met the wooden planks, producing a soft, hollow drumming that reverberated through the tranquil evening. My headlights cast a glow on the swirling fog, creating mesmerizing patterns of light and shadow. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the creek below revealed a surface black and mirror-like in the fading light. A feeling compelled me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more like a breath than a breeze. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and reflecting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The rhythmic drumming of my tires slowed to a quiet lull until I came to a stop at the bridge's center. With the engine idling, I became aware of other sounds, the gentle murmur of the water below, the rain tapping softly on metal and wood, and something else on the verge of hearing. It could have been whispers, or the wind playing through the old wooden railings, carrying fragments of words too clear to dismiss, yet too elusive to comprehend. Cracking my window slightly, the cool damp air infiltrated the car, carrying scents of wet wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, reminiscent of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist slithered through the opening like inquisitive tendrils, bringing with it that almost audible, nearly discernible voice. In my rearview mirror, a wall of white fog masked the road behind, while ahead, the bridge seemed to stretch endlessly into the mist. The familiar length of the crossing had morphed into uncertainty. Through the passenger window, I observed the fog above the creek moving contrary to the wind, swirling in deliberate spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It appeared as a figure standing at the bridge's rail, or perhaps a denser patch of fog caught in a whirl. For an instant, I could swear I saw a hand reaching towards my car, its outline soft and blurry, like a watercolor left in the rain. The radio, softly playing music at a low volume, began to scan through stations autonomously. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flickered, none lasting more than a breath. The digital display cycled through numbers in a pattern that almost teased recognition. Time blurred like the fog outside. I couldn't discern how long I lingered there, watching the mist twirl and listening to the murmured almost words. My watch ticked, yet each glance revealed times that defied logic. The glowing numbers on my dashboard pulsed gently, marking seconds that stretched or compressed. A tap on my driver's side window jolted me. The sound, akin to raindrops, was purposeful. When I turned, the fog against the glass seemed to form a face, or perhaps it was merely the play of light on water droplets. It dissipated as I tried to focus, leaving uncertainty if anything was there at all. The whispering momentarily sharpened, almost shaping into understandable words. It echoed conversations overheard through walls, familiar yet muddled. There was a quality suggesting meaning just beyond reach, akin to a dream slipping away upon waking. Slowly I resumed driving. The wooden planks of the bridge sang softly beneath my tires. Crossing to the other side, the fog began to recede, releasing its grip on my car. In the rearview mirror, I watched the bridge vanish into the mist, now pulsating gently like a slow breath. The remainder of my journey home passed uneventfully, though the radio continued its erratic behavior, playing fragments of songs that stirred vague recognition. Upon parking in my driveway, I noticed an anomaly on my passenger seat. A small, perfectly round puddle of water, its source a mystery. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the persistent rain, my thoughts drifted to the bridge and its enigmatic fog. In my dreams, the whispered words returned, teetering on the edge of understanding. Almost decipherable, yet not quite, and perhaps that was for the best. Even now, when I traverse that fog-laden bridge, I feel a gentle pull, an urge to pause and listen to those almost words once more. Sometimes I yield, and sometimes I resist. But I've observed the puddle reappear on my passenger seat more often than not, a subtle reminder that certain mysteries prefer to remain unsolved, lingering like mist over dark waters. Story 34. The gentle glow of streetlights filtered through a misty autumn evening, casting elongated shadows that swayed with an otherworldly grace. Beneath my feet, the cobblestones sparkled with dew, each step echoing softly in the stillness of the alley. Tall brick buildings flanked the narrow path, their weathered facades whispering tales of time past. Familiar scents of fall, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cool stone lingered in the air, heightened in their presence tonight. Something felt different, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as if the world itself held its breath. The shadows, peculiar and elongated, lingered longer than usual, twisting in defiance of the streetlight's reach, like dark silk in a silent dance. My footsteps slowed, the only sound in a world wrapped in quiet. An antique shop to my right displayed curious objects in its window. Brass candlesticks, aged photographs in tarnished frames, delicate porcelain figures. Yet tonight they seemed to have shifted subtly, as if rearranged by unseen hands. Among them, a photograph caught my eye, depicting a misty alley uncannily similar to where I stood. The mist thickened, not menacing but comforting, like a gentle embrace settling over the evening. It carried a hint of metal, like rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber light of the street lamps pulsed softly, almost breathing in rhythm with the night. Moving forward, I noticed more changes unfolding around me. The shadows cast by the antique shop's wares danced with fluid elegance, no longer tethered to their sources. They formed shapes hinting at figures beyond recognition, a mesmerizing and peaceful ballet unfolding before me. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my steps, enveloping me in a cushion of silence like a familiar shawl. The air grew heavy with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no such shops lined the alley. Soft lights drifted through the mist, akin to fireflies on a summer night. I found myself entranced, drawn deeper into the enchanting atmosphere. The shadows, now more defined, seemed to respond to my presence, like curious spirits peeking out from the darkness. They reached toward me tentatively, then retreated with a graceful shyness. The antique shop's window reflected more than mere objects. It held layers of time overlapping, with ghostly figures from bygone eras moving soundlessly through their routines. The mist weaved intricate patterns in the air, almost like fleeting messages etched in smoke. Shadows took on distinct forms now, evoking memories of long-gone residents and scenes of yesteryears. As I approached the end of the alley, I noticed my own shadow behaving strangely, moving independently of my steps, as if echoing movements through time. The air warmed, carrying scents of chamomile and lavender, though no gardens bloomed nearby. The mist pulsed gently with an inner light, while the brick walls seemed to breathe, rippling subtly with each luminous beat. Touching the wall, I felt a gentle warmth, a sensation of memories seeping through the bricks. Touches of countless hands, whispered conversations, the essence of days long past. Patterns emerged on the cobblestones, intricate designs shifting like dark water, narrating tales of the alley's history. Time lost meaning as I stood amidst the silent play of light and shadow, wrapped in the mist's comforting embrace. The boundary between observer and participant blurred, and I became part of the alley's unfolding narrative. As night deepened, the shadows grew more distinct yet gentle, forming shapes that hinted at doorways to other eras. Through these shadowy portals, scenes of the alley's past unfurled, carriages gliding by, gas lamps flickering to life, figures from a bygone era going about their business. The antique shop's window transformed into a canvas of temporal echoes, reflecting layers of time with each angle change. Objects within shifted and whispered stories through subtle movements and shifting reflections. My shadow joined the dance of shadows on the cobblestones, merging seamlessly with the existing flow, a harmonious part of the eternal choreography. Turning to leave, my shadow paused before following, the mist parting like a gentle farewell. The air held fading hints of chamomile and old books, like a vanishing dream. Glancing back, I watched the shadows continue their silent ballet, weaving tales in the borderlands of light and dark. The antique shop window revealed one last image, my form walking the alley, a timeless figure in a timeless place. Carrying the peace of that mystical evening, I journeyed home, knowing the alley had forever changed for me. The shadows would forever dance, whispering their silent stories to those who chose to listen. And on quiet nights when the mist descended, I returned to join their elegant performance, merging my shadow with their eternal, wordless harmony. Story 35. The soft murmur of an autumn breeze carried a faint echo of distant bells through my bedroom window, their ethereal melody barely discernible in the hush of night. Initially, I brushed off the sound as a figment of my imagination, a whimsy of the wind dancing through the ancient oak trees enveloping my grandmother's Victorian estate. The antique grandfather clock down the hall marked just past midnight, its steady ticking a grounding rhythm amidst the mysterious chiming that lingered on the edge of awareness. Inheriting the house a mere 3 weeks ago, each night unfurled new revelations about its essence and enigmas. The wooden floorboards singing with a peculiar tune, the shadows pirouetting across the wallpapered walls with the passage of moon-kissed clouds, and now these bells, so delicate they could have been spun from moonbeams themselves. Rising from my bed, I enveloped myself in the embrace of my grandmother's well-worn cashmere shawl, redolent with the familiar fragrance of lavender and aged wool, evoking memories of childhood visits. The house transformed under the cloak of night, pulsing with a vitality that daylight concealed, as if darkness granted it permission to shed its daytime facade. Silently padding across the plush oriental carpets, I gravitated towards the window, drawn by the tantalizing whisper of the enigmatic bells. Below, the garden lay bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, silver dewdrops glistening like scattered diamonds. The ancient fountain at its heart stood silent, its stone cherub frozen in a perpetual song. Yet there was a sense that it too was attuned to the elusive melody. Once more, the bell song caressed the night air, clearer now, carrying a tune that felt almost familiar, akin to a half-recalled lullaby from bygone years. Despite the countless tales my grandmother shared during our twilight conversations over chamomile tea, she never spoke of these elusive bells. Nestled in her favorite wingback chair, silver hair aglow in the flickering firelight, she would regale me with stories of the generations that inhabited these walls. But the origin of the bells remained a veiled mystery, as elusive as the mist at dawn. Sinking into the window seat, I curled my legs beneath me, watching as tendrils of mist wove through the garden, suffusing the air with the heady perfume of night-blooming jasmine. The bell tones seemed to meld with the mist, intertwining like threads of silver in an ancient tapestry. The notion of seeking answers in my grandmother's library, with its trove of weathered tomes on local lore, beckoned me from my perch. With each step down the grand staircase, the bells tolled softly as though marking the cadence of my descent. The library door yielded with a gentle creak, enveloping me in the familiar embrace of aged books. Moonbeams filtered through the tall windows, casting elongated shadows amidst the towering shelves. My fingertips grazed the spines until they alighted on the section devoted to local history, each volume a portal to yesteryears. Extracting a tome from its resting place, a weathered parchment fluttered to the carpet, its edges tinged with age. My grandmother's elegant script adorned the page, recounting tales of bells that once adorned a chapel long lost to time, their ethereal peals purportedly ringing on nights when the boundaries between worlds blurred. The chapel's erstwhile site now cradled the garden, its foundation entwined with roses and ivy. Though the bells vanished when the chapel met its demise over a century past, their spectral resonance persisted, a haunting echo that defied oblivion. My grandmother, too, had heard their celestial toll on nights akin to this, when the moon reigned full and autumnal mists enshrouded the estate. A gentle chime drew my gaze back to the windows, where the mist had thickened, transmuting the garden into a phantasmagorical realm where forms shifted and transmuted. Fleetingly, the silhouette of a stone chapel emerged from the haze, its bell tower stretching towards the star-strewn heavens. Yet in the blink of an eye, the garden reappeared, serene beneath the moon's tender gaze. Retreating to my chambers, my grandmother's missive clutched in hand, its presence a solace. The spectral bells persisted in their ethereal serenade, their harmonies now resembling a lullaby rather than an enigma to be unraveled. Some mysteries, perhaps, were destined to dwell just beyond grasp, existing in the liminal realm between reality and reverie. As slumber beckoned, ensconced in the embrace of antiquated wool and familial recollections, the spectral bells fused with the rhythmic pulse of the manor. In that fleeting interval between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehended why my grandmother had chosen silence on the matter. Certain experiences were too intimate, too sacred to be encapsulated in mere words. The bells persist on select nights, their melodic strains resonating with tales of ancestors past, of love and loss, of time's ceaseless waltz. I harbored no inclination to unearth more than the solitary note revealed, opting instead to allow the mystery to linger. Like the manor itself, certain facets of existence are meant to be felt rather than fathomed, lived rather than explicated. And so I listened, as my grandmother did afore me, to the tender song of bells that reside betwixt memory and enigma, their music a testament that life's loveliest treasures often dwell in the interstices between comprehension and reverie. Story 36. The hushed glow of twilight draped the sky in soft shades of lavender and amber as I wandered down the meandering path leading to the ancient watchtower. The evening breeze carried the delicate fragrance of wild honeysuckle, entwined with the grounding scent of damp earth left by the passing rain. Each footstep I took created a gentle melody on the gravel beneath me, harmonizing with the rhythm of my steady breath. This peculiar property had been passed down to me by my great-aunt Margaret, a figure shrouded in mystery, whom I had encountered only once in my youth. The watchtower rose stoically against the dimming sky, its weathered stone walls whispering tales of bygone eras. Drawn closer, I observed how the ivy had claimed much of the tower, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry of lush green that swayed with the evening wind. Aged wood groaned softly as I pushed open the creaking door, unveiling a circular chamber bathed in the warm glow filtering through tall, narrow windows. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the golden shafts, creating an ethereal ambiance. Within the room, an assortment of furniture awaited. A weathered leather armchair, towering bookshelves, and an antique writing desk harboring untold secrets within its many drawers. Tracing my fingers over the desk's smooth surface, I stumbled upon a hidden detail. A petite brass key nestled in a concealed compartment beneath one of the drawers, its intricate design boasting delicate swirls and minuscule stars etched into the metal. The weight of it in my hand felt significant, as though it had patiently awaited discovery. The tower ascended in 3 levels, connected by a spiral staircase that coiled upward like a graceful serpent. Each step I ascended produced a soft murmur of wood meeting wood, accompanied by the faint settling sounds of the aged edifice. The second floor unveiled a snug bedroom, complete with a 4-poster bed veiled in faded velvet curtains that fluttered gently in the night breeze. Yet, it was the 3rd level that captured my imagination entirely. Stepping into the circular room crowning the tower, I found myself encircled by windows, offering a sweeping view of the surrounding expanse. The space brimmed with curious artifacts, astronomical instruments, ancient maps, and most intriguingly, a collection of leather-bound journals inked with my great-aunt's elegant script. Night descended, and I nestled into a cozy window seat with one of the journals. Its pages exuded a faint perfume of lavender and aged paper, while my great-aunt's words flowed like poetry across the parchment. She chronicled enigmatic lights witnessed from the tower's windows, mysterious nocturnal visitors, and melodies seemingly resonating from the very stones of the tower. Rain commenced its gentle descent outside, weaving a soothing backdrop as I delved further into the journal. Her words hinted at a concealed door within the tower, one only accessible under precise conditions, when the full moon hung directly overhead. The brass key I had unearthed earlier assumed a newfound importance as I absorbed her revelations. As I delved deeper into the journal's passages, the rain persisted its tranquil symphony against the windows. The tower groaned and sighed around me, as if it breathed. Occasionally, I caught the soft flutter of wings outside, perhaps an owl on its evening prowl, or the rustle of wind through the ivy veiling the tower. Time unfurled uniquely in this realm, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, unhurried, sweet, and golden. The journal unraveled further mysteries with each turned page. My great-aunt inscribed of constellations visible from the tower's windows, ancient symbols concealed within the very architecture, and dreams resembling memories of unexplored realms. The brass key remained warm in my pocket, resonating with the unveiled enigmas. As midnight neared, a peculiar occurrence seized my attention. Moonlight filtering through the windows began to cast intricate patterns on the floor, geometric shapes that shifted with each passing moment. The room's atmosphere hummed with a gentle energy, akin to the stillness preceding a summer shower. I found myself tracing these moonlit designs with my steps, following their silent guidance across the chamber. The tower's rhythmic breath seemed to synchronize with my own, while the rain's cadence transformed into a lulling melody. Moving along, I discerned how specific floorboards echoed differently beneath my weight, emitting faint musical notes that might have been figments of my imagination. The journal recounted a night akin to this one, when the full moon reigned and the air crackled with potential. My great-aunt had inscribed of a door manifesting solely under these precise circumstances, not a physical portal, but rather a threshold of sorts. The key, she detailed, was not intended for any mundane lock, but for something far more extraordinary. As the night deepened, I continued reading, occasionally pausing to witness the ever-evolving moonlit patterns on the floor. The tower's gentle creaks and sighs evolved into a discourse I almost comprehended, as though it endeavored to impart its secrets in its unique dialect. The rain's steadfast rhythm against the windows contributed another layer to this nocturnal concerto. Whether what ensued was reality or dream, I may never ascertain. The moonlight patterns on the floor began to shift purposefully, forming a pathway that led to a section of wall previously overlooked. The brass key in my pocket pulsed gently, akin to a delicate heartbeat. Raising it, the moonlight caught its surface, causing the tiny stars etched into its metal to shimmer and dance. The wall before me remained solid, yet an intangible alteration permeated it, appearing less substantial, as though a mere suggestion of a barrier rather than a tangible obstruction. What transpired next lingers as an enigma, one I ponder on tranquil nights when the full moon hangs high and the tower whispers its secrets. The key never discovered a conventional lock, though something transmuted that night, something subtle yet profound. The tower's enigmas persist largely unsolved, but perchance that is precisely as it should be. Now, on nights when the moon waxes full and the rain provides its gentle accompaniment against the windows, I reside in the tower's uppermost chamber, encircled by my great-aunt's journals. At times I fancy I discern distant melodies, or glimpse peculiar lights at the edge of my vision. The brass key remains warm in my pocket, a steadfast reminder that certain secrets are meant to be sensed rather than comprehended. The tower has evolved into my refuge, a realm where reality melds with dreams like the ivy scaling its ancient walls. Each night unveils fresh mysteries, new patterns in the moonlight, new murmurs in the shadows. And perchance I've come to realize the genuine secret of the solitary tower lies not in uncovering answers, but in learning to embrace the inquiries themselves. Story 37. Under the gentle patter of rain on the aged wooden shingles, the night embraced me in its tranquil embrace. In my grandfather's weathered rocking chair, I gazed out through rain-kissed windows at the rhythmic dance of the lighthouse beam cutting through the misty darkness. Its light painted enchanting patterns on the swirling clouds hanging low in the sky. The soft creaking of the chair harmonized with the symphony of waves crashing against faraway rocks, creating a mesmerizing melody that seemed to slow the very flow of time. For 4 decades, my grandfather had lovingly tended to this lighthouse before passing its care on to me, along with its hidden tales and enigmatic secrets. The rooms were lined with ancient logbooks, their pages now yellowed and crisp, each holding meticulous records of weather shifts, tide movements, and peculiar occurrences that had captured his attention over the years. Tonight, a peculiar atmosphere lingered in the air, a weighty anticipation akin to the calm before a storm, even though the barometer showed no signs of impending change. The lighthouse beam shone with an unusual intensity, as if it sought something beyond the veils of rain and mist. I ascended the winding staircase, each step echoing with the familiar groans of metal and wood, a sound as natural to me as my own heartbeat. The lantern room awaited me at the pinnacle, surrounded by aged brass and ancient glass that had witnessed countless tempests and starlit evenings. The grand Fresnel lens rotated steadily, powered by machinery that had faithfully served for over a century. During my routine checks that evening, a subtle alteration in the beam's reflection caught my eye. Instead of scattering across the water in its usual pattern, tonight it pooled at a singular point, casting a strange luminescence that defied the rotation. Adjusting my spectacles, I peered closer through the rain-blurred windows, trying to decipher the enigma before me. The glow remained steady, a soft blue-white radiance reminiscent of moonlight on fresh snow. It hovered about half a mile offshore, in a particularly deep expanse. As I watched, the light began to pulse gently, like a heartbeat, each throb sending gentle ripples across the water's surface, defying the rain's veil. My grandfather's logbooks had mentioned such phenomena, though I had always dismissed them as fanciful embellishments. He wrote of answering lights that appeared on dark nights, as if the lighthouse had beckoned and received a response from the depths. Retrieving his most detailed entry from a nearby shelf, I traced the faded ink sketches that mirrored the scene before me. Dated exactly 50 years prior, his account depicted the same pulsing light, rising from the water before submerging once more. A soft chime from the brass clock roused me to check the fuel levels, grounding me momentarily in reality while my thoughts wandered through the possibilities. The rain's gentle rhythm persisted on the glass dome above, and the familiar scents of mineral oil and brass polish filled my senses. Hours slipped by as I oscillated between observing the mysterious light and delving into my grandfather's logs. The phenomenon remained constant, neither approaching nor receding, its pulse a steady metronome in the night's thick air. Condensation began to form intricate patterns on the windows, akin to frost flowers blooming in the dawn of winter. With the first light of dawn softening the eastern horizon, a change emerged. The pulsing light began to fade, not abruptly, but with the gradual certainty of a setting sun. The water where it had shone retained a faint phosphorescence for a few moments before returning to its natural state, erasing any trace of the night's mystifying display. Opening a fresh logbook, its pages pristine and awaiting my account, I hesitated before detailing the night's events. In the end, I penned down the facts as I had witnessed them, adding a small reference to my grandfather's past entry. Some experiences, I realized, exist in the realm between explanation and wonder. The lighthouse's steady rotation persisted, guiding ships through the darkness as it had for generations. Yet now I understood that perhaps it also guided entities that dwelled in the realms between light and shadow, between the known and the mysterious. As the rain gradually ceased, leaving a world washed anew and filled with potential, I continued my nightly vigil, noting the weather, the tides, and the passing vessels. But on nights when the rain falls gently and the mist envelops the land, I remain alert, awaiting the perfect conditions for another message from the depths. The lighthouse stands sentinel, and I stand beside it, acknowledging that some enigmas are destined to remain just beyond our grasp, like the distant lights glimpsed through the rain. Story 38. The soft patter of rain on the weathered wooden shingles serenaded the evening air as I settled into my new abode, an ancient Victorian manor steeped in mystery. The previous owners, veiled in secrecy, had left behind a home that stood aloof, detached from the world outside. The realtor, with veiled intentions, had divulged scant details about the manor's past, offering it up for a suspiciously low cost and evading my inquiries with non-committal responses. Through the towering windows, I observed autumn leaves pirouette across the unkempt garden, their rustling harmonizing with the rhythmic drumming of raindrops. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast elongated shadows on the antique wallpaper, forming ephemeral patterns that seemed to shift and morph when glimpsed peripherally. The house came furnished to a degree, yet devoid of any personal effects from its previous inhabitants. No photographs, no letters, no remnants of the lives that had unfolded within its walls. The furniture, a medley of ornate wooden pieces, appeared to belong to different epochs, as if gathered from centuries past rather than mere decades. Nestling into the plush velvet armchair beside the crackling fireplace, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The house felt simultaneously familiar and alien, akin to a recurring dream where reality eluded precise definition. The fireplace exuded a comforting warmth, casting a soft radiance that danced off the crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, projecting prismatic hues that waltzed along the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway told 9 times, its deep resonance reverberating through the vacant corridors. Yet a subtle discordance tinged its toll, as though the sound traversed a dense mist before reaching my ears. I found myself mechanically counting the chimes, though recollection failed me on when I had last wound the clock since taking up residence. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, though the windows remained tightly shut against the autumn chill. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting fleeting shadows that almost assumed indiscernible shapes. The fragrance of ancient books and weathered wood wafted through the air, intermingled with a sweeter scent, akin to dried flowers nestled between aged pages. Stirring from the chair, I felt drawn to explore the manifold chambers of the house. Each threshold led to spaces that defied the manor's external dimensions. The library, with its towering shelves and mobile ladder, housed volumes inscribed in unfamiliar languages, their spines adorned with cryptic symbols rather than letters. Tracing my fingers along their leather bindings, a subtle warmth emanated, as if the books harbored forgotten wisdom pulsating with life. The kitchen, with its array of copper pots dangling from iron fixtures and colossal hearth, appeared suspended in time. Anachronistic modern appliances coexisted with 19th century culinary tools, like intruders from a different era infiltrating a period piece. The marble countertops bore faint stains that shifted in hue with the changing light, coalescing into patterns reminiscent of celestial charts. Ascending the spiral staircase to the upper level, each step evoked a unique musical note, weaving an eerie melody that trailed behind me. The polished banister glided beneath my touch, polished by generations of hands preceding mine. Upon reaching the landing, I realized a lapse in memory regarding the number of stairs ascended. The hallway on the second floor stretched inexplicably, lined with doors that appeared to shift in position with every glance. Paintings hung amidst the doors depicting surreal landscapes, mountains bending toward lavender skies, forests with sideways growing trees, oceans defying gravity by flowing skyward. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate designs on the hardwood floor. The grand four-poster bed dominated the space, its rich burgundy drapes stirring faintly in the absence of any discernible draft. The vanity mirror reflected the room flawlessly, save for fleeting moments when the reflection lagged slightly behind my movements. Ajar closet doors revealed a depth that surpassed the exterior dimensions of the house. Empty hangers swayed gently, their metal hooks emitting a soft musical chime. Nestled at the rear of the closet, cloaked in shadows, stood another door, diminutive, crafted from dark wood with a gleaming brass handle. I found myself drawn to that handle time and again during my initial weeks, yet never quite reaching out to grasp it. Each approach suffused the air with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something more ancient and profound than petrichor. The basement door remained sealed, with no key among the ring inherited with the house. In the nocturnal hours, distant melodies drifted through the floorboards, not disconcerting, but reminiscent of ethereal music played on unidentifiable instruments. The melody bore a familiar cadence, though I bore no recollection of ever hearing it before. Time within the house began to warp. Some evenings lingered for what felt like eternities, while entire weeks slipped by in what seemed like mere moments. The grandfather clock persisted in its irregular chiming, yet conspicuously avoided striking midnight. The stretch between 11 and 1 elongated like taffy, resonating with the gentle sounds of settling furniture and creaking floorboards that almost formed coherent whispers. The house seemed attuned to my emotions. On somber days, the rooms expanded, the ceilings soared, affording my melancholy ample space to dissipate. In moments of joy, the walls drew closer, fashioning snug alcoves ideal for contemplation or reading. The ambient temperature subtly shifted, perpetually maintaining a comfortable equilibrium sans thermostat intervention. Visitors were rare, and those who did venture within seldom lingered. Their voices would falter, eyes darting toward shadowed corners that deepened inexplicably. Conversations would falter midway, supplanted by pensive silence. Departing guests often struggled to recollect specifics of their visit, as though the house itself tenderly erased their memories. My dreams intensified, inundated with visions of the manor across varying epochs. I witnessed its inception, its wood pristine and gleaming. I beheld its antiquity, engulfed in vines blossoming with flowers now extinct. I glimpsed it in seasons that never transpired, beneath skies harboring multiple suns. Each dawn, uncertainty shrouded me, unsure whether I had dreamt at all, or if the house had merely imparted its memories unto me. One particularly tranquil evening, perched in the library seeking to decipher one of the enigmatic tomes, my gaze caught my reflection in the window. A divergent scene unfolded behind me, furniture rearranged, walls painted a different hue, bookshelves adorned with unfamiliar volumes. When I pivoted to investigate, all appeared as it should, yet the reflection retained its alternate reality. It dawned on me that the house existed simultaneously across multiple epochs, akin to pages of a book superimposed upon each other. Occasionally, these pages would shift, offering fleeting peaks between them. The house had not shed its past. It had amassed too many to be confined to a singular present. Presently, ensconced by candlelight, the electricity fully functional, though the house favored softer luminescence, I sense the weight of innumerable untold tales gently pressing against my awareness. The rain persists in its tranquil cadence on the roof, harmonizing with the erratic tolling of the grandfather clock and the murmured dialogues of vacant rooms. I have ceased striving to decipher why the house selected me, or why its former occupants vanished without a trace. Some queries I have discovered are more captivating when left unexplored. The house hoards its mysteries, divulging them solely in fragments, in reveries, in instances where light cascades just so over the aged wooden floors. Perhaps one day, I too will merge into the house's tapestry of memories, evolving into another stratum within its boundless history. Until that juncture, I linger here, attuned to the hushed melody of a dwelling existing beyond temporal confines, perusing books inscribed in languages that may never have existed, and mastering the silent dialect of chambers that retain all yet unveil naught. The grandfather clock chimes anew, an hour foreign to conventional time, and somewhere within the house, a door swings open to a room absent yesterday. I smile, cognizant it will vanish upon my search, only to resurface once forgotten entirely. This now is home, in all its implausible instance, in all its narratives untold, in all its pasts unrealized and futures yet conceivable. Story 39. The ancient church bell tower stood in quiet reverence under the autumn sky, its aged bronze bell unmoving in the soft evening air. Familiar with this historic landmark, I had passed by it many times, but tonight an unfamiliar aura enveloped me. The atmosphere held a peculiar stillness, laden with the fragrance of damp earth and weathered wood. As the guardian of this centuries-old edifice, I had grown attuned to its myriad nuances and murmurs. Once, the bell had dutifully tolled the passing hours, its deep, resonant chime echoing like a protective sentinel across the valley. However, over the past month, a shift had occurred. Though the mechanism functioned and the hammer swung, no sound emanated from the ancient metal. I can vividly recall the moment when I first noticed the absence of sound. It was on a balmy evening in late September, much like tonight. The setting sun had bathed the clouds in rich purples and soft oranges as I ascended the weathered steps to conduct my routine checks. Each step creaked in harmony with the gentle touch of my hand on the polished banister. As the clock struck 6, I awaited the familiar toll. The mechanism operated flawlessly before my eyes, yet silence enveloped me. Initially attributing it to a mechanical glitch, I scrutinized the bell closely, finding everything in working order. In the ensuing weeks, I found myself drawn to the bell tower, particularly during the hushed hours of twilight. The chamber had transformed into a sanctuary, with its ancient timber beams and the ethereal dance of dust particles in the fading light. The walls seemed to harbor centuries of whispered prayers and memories, occasionally offering faint echoes if I stilled my presence. One evening, seated by the window in my usual spot, I observed something extraordinary. The dwindling sunlight caressed the bell's surface in an unprecedented manner, unveiling intricate patterns that shifted and undulated when viewed from different angles. They resembled writing, yet in a language unknown to me. The patterns flowed like water across the bronze, imbuing it with a life of its own. Local lore had always deemed the bell as special. According to historical accounts, a mysterious artisan had cast it, appearing in the village one winter day and vanishing upon completing his task. Legend spoke of unconventional materials blended into the bronze, silver from the mountains, iron from the stars, and other enigmatic elements. As autumn deepened, subtle transformations manifested within the tower. The air grew denser, pregnant with an anticipatory energy. Dust particles pirouetted in the beam of my flashlight, at times forming almost deliberate shapes before dissipating. The timber beams groaned and settled in a manner suggestive of conversation rather than structural aging. Most intriguing were the dreams that began visiting me each night. In those visions, the bell's voice reverberated clearly. not the familiar toll, but a melodic resonance akin to a harmonious chorus. Each dream concluded with the bell unveiling those mysterious, flowing patterns, seemingly attempting to convey a vital message. I commenced documenting my observations, meticulously recording every anomaly. The sudden temperature drops in specific corners of the tower, the inexplicable shadows cast on the walls by unseen entities, the unsettling sensation of being observed during sunset ascents. One evening, while reviewing my notes by candlelight, I discerned a pattern emerging. The anomalies intensified daily, hinting at an impending crescendo, yet the nature of this culmination remained elusive, akin to a word lingering on the verge of articulation. Locals too noticed the bell's silence. Some deemed it an omen, though its portent remained ambiguous. Others proposed practical rationales: age, metal fatigue, the natural decay of all things. Yet I harbored a deeper understanding. The bell hadn't ceased its toll. It had merely transitioned to a frequency undetectable to most ears. Its message persisted, now cloaked in a language tailored for distinct listeners. As the hammer poised to strike, a revelation dawned upon me. The patterns on the bell's surface softly gleamed, casting azure shadows on the time-worn beams above. The air thickened, teeming with latent potential. Upon impact, I didn't hear but felt the toll, a profound vibration resonating in my core, echoing amidst fleeting thoughts. The patterns pulsed with each strike, diffusing gentle light throughout the chamber. In that instance, I grasped that certain enigmas weren't meant for resolution, but for contemplation in the tranquil interlude between dusk and dreams. The silent bell now whispered to those attuned to its subtleties. Its silence had metamorphosed into an esoteric melody, resonating within the realm of whispers and shadows, bridging the known and the ineffable. Perhaps this was the enigmatic artisan's intended design all along. As I readied to depart the tower, the patterns faded, dormant, yet awaiting the opportune moment to resurface. Tomorrow, at sunset, I shall return, seeking further illumination. For now, I embrace the mystery, acknowledging that some melodies are felt rather than heard, and certain narratives find resonance in the language of silence. Story 40. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes set a soothing cadence that mirrored my breaths in the quiet of my grandfather's ancient leather armchair. The house, steeped in history, always held a certain mystique at night, but this evening, an unfamiliar energy lingered in the air, causing even the familiar shadows to move with an elegant grace along the worn wallpaper. Inheriting this Victorian mansion from my grandfather a mere 3 months prior, I had begun to notice peculiar occurrences that defied logic. The house seemed to possess a life of its own, a unique rhythm, but one mystery consumed my thoughts with each passing night. The library door refused to stay shut. Initially attributing it to aging hinges or weathered wood, I attempted various solutions, adjusting hinges, wedging a doorstop, even replacing the latch. Yet every dawn, without exception, the door stood ajar, as if beckoning entry into a room brimming with centuries of knowledge. The library was a sanctuary of wisdom, a tribute to my grandfather's reverence for the written word. Towering shelves adorned every wall, their dark wood polished to a shine that bore witness to years of care. The aroma of weathered paper and rich leather bindings hung in the air like a delicate mist, mingling with the soft fragrance of beeswax candles that I lit each evening. As the rain continued its melodic serenade outside, I made a decision to spend the night within the library's embrace. Wrapping myself in a cozy blanket, I brewed a cup of chamomile tea and nestled into the window seat overlooking the garden. The moon played a game of hide-and-seek behind veils of rain-laden clouds, casting shifting patterns through the beveled glass onto the oriental rug below. When the grandfather clock in the hallway told midnight, its deep chime resonating through the house, I securely shut the library door with a satisfying click and settled back, resolved to witness the unseen force that had been tugging it open night after night. Time drifted languidly, measured only by the steady tick-tock of the clock and the persistent rainfall. My eyelids grew heavy as I fixed my gaze on the door, its intricate carvings seeming to ripple in the flickering candlelight. Just as drowsiness threatened to claim me, a subtle shift in the room's ambiance seized my attention. The air thickened, acquiring a weight akin to honey slowly cascading from a jar. The flames of the candles stilled, no longer flickering but standing motionless, as if time itself had paused. Gradually the temperature plummeted, visible in the wisps of breath that escaped my lips, yet strangely fear did not visit me, only a profound sense of anticipation. The soft rustle of pages turning drew my eyes to the far corner of the room. There, upon my grandfather's antique desk, a book lay open, its pages fluttering as if teased by an imperceptible breeze, despite the stillness of the air. Entranced, I watched as the movement spread, causing other volumes to join in a murmured symphony of whispering paper. Amidst this gentle chaos of shifting pages, patterns emerged in their opening and closing, resembling a cryptic dialogue, an exchange of knowledge veiled in mystery. The ornate door appeared to listen, its carvings intensifying in the peculiar light. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the door began to swing open, not propelled by human force, but by the deliberate unfurling of a leaf in springtime. It moved noiselessly, revealing the darkness of the corridor beyond. As it reached its full extent, the book settled back into place, and the room gradually returned to its previous state. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me regarding my grandfather's library. It was not merely a repository of books. It was a living archive of memories, ideas, and aspirations. The door yielded each night not due to faulty hardware or aged timber, but because knowledge yearns to flow, to breathe, to connect with those receptive to its whispered truths. From that night onward, I abandoned attempts to constrain the library door. Instead, I embraced its nightly ritual, comprehending that certain portals are destined to remain ajar, bridging the realms of the known and the countless enigmas lurking beyond our grasp. Sometimes, during the late hours when rain drizzles softly and the moon casts its silver glow through the windows, I sit in the library and listen. The books persist in their discourse, imparting ancient wisdom through their papery voices, while the door stands sentinel, a threshold between worlds. Though I may never decipher the enigma of the perpetually open door, I've come to cherish the beauty of unanswered questions. Penning these words by candlelight, I sense the gentle pulse of the house enveloping me, the timeless breath of narratives waiting to be unveiled. The rain maintains its tranquil rhythm, and in the shadows another page turns, another story commences, and the door remains ajar, beckoning those who dare to ponder the mysteries lying beyond the bounds of the mundane. Story 41. In the quiet of my room, the rain tapped gently against the window, creating a soothing melody that filled the space. I found myself drawn to my grandmother's antique rocking chair, its creaking lulling me into a tranquil state as I gazed at the raindrops sliding down the glass in lazy patterns. Cradled in my hands was a worn leather journal, a relic from her attic that beckoned me with its enigmatic allure. It was a tome filled with the secrets of a bygone autumn, narrated in her elegant script that danced across the pages like a forgotten melody. The rain outside seemed to echo her tale, weaving a mystical ambience that enveloped me as I delved into her words, allowing her story to unfold like a whispered memory. My dearest journal, her voice echoed in my mind as I ventured into the narrative she had penned. The village she described was veiled in morning fog, a cloak of mystery that clung to the cobblestone streets and whispered of hidden wonders. As she wandered through the quaint town, she noticed a peculiar absence. The shadows that should have stretched across the ground were nowhere to be found. A sense of otherworldly calm enveloped the villagers as they moved with ethereal grace, their forms untouched by darkness. Staying with her pseudo-aunt, Aunt Margaret, my grandmother discovered more enigmas within the village's embrace. The air carried the scent of autumn mingled with secrets, while the very essence of time seemed to flow differently in this place where shadows dared not tread. Aunt Margaret spoke of the shadows that had chosen to depart, leaving behind a world bathed in a gentle, unshadowed light that painted everything with a surreal glow. As days turned into weeks, my grandmother uncovered further marvels: bird song that echoed from distant realms, flowers that bloomed with an inner radiance, and a sky where stars danced without casting shadows. The children of the village reveled in this shadowless existence, their games infused with light and wonder that defied conventional norms. In the heart of winter, the village remained a sanctuary of warmth and light, even as snow fell like shimmering mirrors from the sky. Aunt Margaret imparted wisdom about the nature of shadows and light, guiding my grandmother to see beyond the physical absence to the memories that lingered in the absence of darkness. On her final night in the village, under a sky ablaze with starlight, my grandmother shared a moment of quiet understanding with Aunt Margaret. They sipped tea that tasted of moonbeams, embracing the magic of a world where shadows had surrendered to the embrace of light. As she bid farewell to the village, my grandmother carried with her a sense of peace that transcended the tangible, a memory of a place where reality blurred into dreams. As I closed the journal, the rain outside whispered its final verses, and I glanced at my reflection in the window. In that fleeting moment, as my shadow wavered, I felt a connection to the shadowless village of my grandmother's tale. The echoes of her story lingered in the room, weaving a tapestry of light and memories that danced on the edge of perception. With a sigh, I let the journal rest, its pages holding the essence of a world where shadows were but memories of light. And as I drifted into slumber, the rain continued its gentle serenade, carrying me into a realm where stories whispered in the language of dreams, beckoning me to a place where shadows dared not dwell. Story 42. The rain cascaded in a gentle, rhythmic dance against the old house's window panes, a tranquil melody that whispered ancient secrets into the night. Nestled in my grandmother's worn leather armchair, the air carried the comforting aroma of aged wood and dried herbs, a fragrance that had always lingered in this space. The antique table lamp bathed the room in a soft golden glow, casting warm shadows that danced across the burgundy wallpaper, creating a mesmerizing spectacle in the corners of my vision. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving me the custodian of this centuries-old house nestled deep within the woods. While I had cherished my childhood visits here, it was as the sole occupant now that I began to uncover hidden facets of the property. Among them, the most captivating was the path of black stones that emerged at the garden's edge, disappearing mysteriously into the mist-shrouded woods beyond. These stones were not a part of my childhood memories. They had materialized in the later years of my grandmother's life, a revelation she had never shared during our weekly conversations. Each stone was a perfect, polished orb, the size of a dinner plate, absorbing light with their deep black hue, shimmering like mirrors under the gentle rain's touch. The wind chimes' crystalline tones drifted through the walls, their melody harmonizing with the rain's soothing cadence. My grandmother had adorned the house with numerous chimes, each emitting its own unique note. Tonight, they orchestrated a melody unfamiliar to my ears, evoking images of moonlight filtering through autumn foliage. Drawn to the window, I found myself gazing out as night descended upon the landscape. The garden below transformed into a tapestry of muted greens and silvers, while the enigmatic black stones weaved a winding path through the mist-laden forest. Observing them closely, I noticed a peculiar sight. tiny lights hovered above each stone, resembling fireflies frozen in time. Though logic suggested they were mere water droplets reflecting the fading daylight, their steady, unwavering glow hinted at a deeper intentionality. Despite my initial reluctance to explore the path upon moving in, the gentle rain and the mystical lights now enveloped me in an aura of tranquil mystery, dispelling any lingering apprehension. Enveloped in my grandmother's wool shawl, redolent with traces of her lavender perfume, I descended the wooden staircase. The familiar creaks beneath my feet, the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer, and the warm light from the crystal chandelier above imbued me with a sense of nostalgia and comfort. Stepping onto the covered porch, the cool, damp evening air embraced me like a soft caress. The rain had transformed into a fine mist, glistening like suspended diamonds, while the garden's herbs released their fragrant essence. Rosemary, thyme, and sage forming a fragrant barrier bridging the house's realm with the mysteries awaiting on the path. Just beyond the herb garden lay the first black stone. Standing before it, I beheld the ethereal light hovering above, radiating a gentle bluish-white glow that beckoned me forward. As if guided by an unseen force, my feet tread upon the warm stone, the light moving to illuminate the path to the next. Each step resonated with the distant chiming, though the air remained eerily still. The path meandered amidst bending trees, forming a natural canopy above me, while the mist swirled in graceful patterns, carrying the same subtle scent of lavender that clung to my grandmother's shawl. With each stride, the world shifted into a dreamlike yet serene realm, where time flowed in a manner unfamiliar yet comforting. After what felt like moments or eternities, I reached a circular clearing. The black stones spiraled toward a larger central stone, where the floating lights converged, casting a soft radiance over the space. At the stone's heart rested a small, weathered book bound in leather. Recognizing my grandmother's script on the first page, I read her words, "For when you're ready to understand." The pages unveiled drawings of the stones, accompanied by notes detailing their essence and purpose. According to her writings, the path manifested shortly after her foray into gentle magic, subtle enchantments crafted to bring solace and renewal to the natural world. The stones, she described, were gateways to the subtle magic dwelling in the spaces between moments. As I delved deeper, the lights above swirled in graceful patterns, mirroring the diagrams in her book. The wind chime's melody grew clearer, echoing the tune my grandmother hummed while tending her garden. Enveloped in the misty serenity, I immersed myself in her peaceful revelations. She expounded on the harmony bridging the seen and unseen worlds, on the magic inherent in the simple art of observation and appreciation of life's quiet interludes. The black stones, she elucidated, served as anchors and portals, maintaining the boundary between realms while offering glimpses of the beauty veiled to ordinary sight. Time ebbed gently as I pored over her findings, the soft light and distant chimes cocooning me in tranquility. Upon lifting my gaze, I beheld the mist transmute into myriad luminous particles, swirling like stardust suspended in the air. Their dance responded to my movements, articulating emotions beyond verbal expression. Rising slowly, I sensed a subtle shift within me, not a transformation, but a heightened attunement to the delicate magic my grandmother had chronicled. The very air thrummed with a serene energy, and the trees around the clearing twinkled with the same gentle lights, crafting a cathedral of living luminescence in the shadows. The journey back to the house felt shorter, yet no less enchanting. Each footfall resonated with a soft light pulse and a whisper of chimes, as if the path itself confided its secrets to me. Pausing in the garden, I glanced back at the meandering trail of black stones, now aglow with conscious, benevolent lights as my grandmother had described. Settling into my grandmother's chair, her book cradled in my lap, I listened to the rain's gentle melody, discerning the hidden rhythm within its cadence. The wind chimes serenaded their eternal song, in which I fancied hearing my grandmother's voice, imparting wisdom on the quiet magic veiled just beyond ordinary perception. As sleep crept upon me, I realized that this was but the inception of unraveling the legacy she had bequeathed. The path of black stones transcended a mere woodland trail. It served as a portal to apprehending the gentle enchantment threading the interstices between heartbeats, raindrops, and thoughts. Before succumbing to slumber, I observed the wallpaper patterns subtly swaying in harmony with the distant chimes and the rain's soft lullaby, a testament to the mystical connection weaving through the tapestry of existence. Story 43. The wind whispered softly through the autumn leaves, carrying a blend of earthy scents that spoke of rain-soaked soil and aging flowers. Nestled in my grandmother's old rocking chair, wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I found myself entranced by the mist rolling gracefully across my backyard. The familiar shapes took on a mysterious allure as night descended, casting everything in enigmatic silhouettes. The rhythmic creaking of the chair against the wooden porch boards matched my breath, lulling me into a state of serene calm. Lost in the tranquility of the moment, my gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that stood sentinel at the edge of my property. It towered high above with its thorny branches, a barrier shrouded in secrecy, concealing whatever lay beyond. Grandmother used to spin tales of the hedge, claiming it was as ancient as time itself, safeguarding something precious on the other side. As a child, I had embraced her stories as whimsical fantasies, much like the ones of fairies frolicking under the moonlight or shadows whispering secrets in the dark. Amidst the misty air, a delicate fragrance of roses wafted, an oddity, considering my garden boasted none of these blooms. The scent grew stronger with the deepening darkness, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals tucked away in grandmother's jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I listened to the gentle patter of water dripping from the leaves, each drop creating ripples in the forming puddles below. A soft, warm light caught my eye, emanating just beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of a neighbor's security light or the cold blue hues of modern LEDs, this light was a golden glow, akin to honey kissed by the sun. It pulsed gently, as though breathing, and danced playfully among the thorny branches. Mesmerized, I rose from the rocking chair, the blanket slipping off to the porch floor, forgotten. Barefoot, I tread across the damp grass, each step sinking slightly into the yielding earth. The closer I drew to the hedge, the more intricate details emerged from the shadows. Crystal-like droplets adorned the thorns, capturing and reflecting the enigmatic golden light. Midnight blue roses, previously only a fragrance, now revealed themselves nestled among the thorns, their petals an otherworldly hue. Standing before the hedge, a sight unfolded before me that I had never beheld. A slender gap amidst the branches, just wide enough for a person to pass through. The thorns seemed to part, creating a natural archway that beckoned. Through this opening, the golden light spilled into the darkness, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Peering through, I glimpsed what appeared to be another garden, defying nature's rules. Unlike my orderly backyard, this space flaunted flowers in full bloom, vines weaving around ancient stone pillars incongruous in our suburban setting. A medley of scents wafted through the gap, night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and an essence older and more mysterious, akin to forgotten tales or ancient memories. A sense of wonder, deep and resonant, stirred within me, harking back to the days of believing in grandmother's fantastical stories. Reaching out to touch a midnight blue rose, expecting a cool, mist-kissed feel, I was surprised to find warmth, as though it had basked in summer's embrace. At the touch, a soft melody wafted through the hedge, not quite music, but a tantalizing whisper of a song, akin to recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed once more, casting shadows that moved gracefully in the distant garden. These shadows were not ominous, Rather, they danced like gentle spirits swaying to a distant melody. Each shadow left trails of soft light, akin to fireflies tracing patterns in the night. I swayed slightly, my body responding to the half-heard melody, feeling a pull towards the thorny archway. Though my rational mind protested the impossibility, memories of grandmother's wisdom nudged me forward. Water continued to drip rhythmically, harmonizing with the phantom melody from beyond the hedge. Time itself seemed to slow, thickening like honey, as the mist encircled my feet, guiding me forward with a gentle touch. A warm breeze carried the scent of roses, now mingled with hints of vanilla and cedar through the opening. The shadows in the mysterious garden continued their ethereal dance, and amid their movements, familiar shapes flickered. The sway of grandmother's cherished dress, the tilt of her head as she spun tales, the graceful wave of her hand pointing out magic in the mundane. The golden light pulsed once more, bathing the hedge in a shimmering glow as the gap beckoned, patient yet insistent. I stood there with the night enveloping me, the world of streetlights and distant sounds fading into the background. The only sounds were the soothing music of falling water, the warm glow teasing from beyond the hedge, and the dance of shadows in that fantastical garden. My hand stayed extended, fingertips brushing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The decision to step through the gap lingered, suspended in the air like the mist swirling around my feet. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in crossing over, but in acknowledging the existence of thresholds. Places where reality meets something older and stranger, where childhood fantasies meld with the tangible world like watercolors blending on wet paper. A smile graced my lips as I comprehended grandmother's teachings. Certain gardens are meant to be glimpsed, not wholly explored, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers in the pages of memory. The secrets of the hedge remained intact, as they had for generations, but now I knew they existed, concealed behind the thorns, dancing in golden light to the symphony of raindrops. Story 44. The autumn breeze whispered its secrets among the trees, carrying with it the gentle symphony of fallen leaves rustling and the earthy aroma of seasonal change. My evening strolls through the ancient forest had always been a source of comfort, where the towering trees stood as silent sentinels guarding untold tales. The soft crackle of leaves underfoot set a soothing rhythm, almost hypnotic in its constancy. As twilight descended, casting elongated shadows through the wooded canopy, my gaze was drawn to an intriguing sight nestled at the roots of a grand oak tree. Half buried in a bed of moss and foliage lay a weathered leather-bound journal, its cover bearing the marks of time and nature's touch. The leather felt supple and well-worn, carrying the essence of days past. With a sense of reverence, I lifted the journal from its woodland cradle. Despite the evening chill, the cover radiated a warmth as though it had absorbed the day's sunlight. No name adorned its surface, only faint impressions of intricate designs etched into the leather, barely visible in the fading light. The pages, thick and cream-colored, bore the subtle warping of moisture, but remained surprisingly resilient. Flipping open the journal, I encountered script that flowed like dark rivers of ink across the pages, elegant yet imbued with a sense of urgency. The first entry, precisely dated a year prior, spoke of mysterious whispers that began haunting the writer's nights. Initially dismissed as mere trickery of the wind, the voices grew clearer, calling in tones resembling rustling leaves and creaking branches. The writer confessed to struggling to capture these ephemeral words as they slipped from memory upon each attempt to transcribe. Page by page, the entries delved deeper into the extraordinary, recounting sightings of ethereal lights dancing between trees at midnight and shadows that moved against the natural order. The author described hearing melodies that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, ancient and melodious, akin to a forgotten lullaby sung in an unknown tongue. The prose remained composed and reflective, devoid of fear or panic. Instead, each entry exuded a serene acceptance of a magical revelation unfolding. The writer chronicled prolonged sojourns in the forest, where the line between observer and observed blurred into a seamless unity. "The forest breathes in unison with me now," one entry revealed. "When I close my eyes, I sense the lifeblood coursing through the trees, the gradual awakening of roots delving into the soil. The whispers have become a constant companion, although I no longer strive to decipher their meanings. In communion, comprehension is not always requisite." Further into the journal, the entries subtly transformed. The elegant script took on an organic quality, as if the letters themselves were sprouting like vines on the page. The writer narrated dreams of wandering through endless woods beneath singing stars, engaging in dialogues with ancient entities conversing in the language of foliage and growth. "Time flows uniquely within these woods," noted an entry from early spring. "I've observed the sun lingering longer in certain clearings, while night descends swiftly in other parts of the forest. Yesterday, I witnessed a solitary flower bloom and wither within what felt like mere moments. Or perhaps it spanned days. Discerning the difference grows increasingly challenging." The final entry shimmered on the page, the letters pulsating with an inner luminescence. "I now comprehend the forest's enduring message. We are not separate from this realm. We never were. The boundaries we impose between ourselves and the natural world are but fleeting illusions, as translucent as morning mist. The whispers did not beckon me into the woods. They called me back to my origins. Tomorrow, I venture deeper into the forest than ever before. I leave this journal as a conduit, a testament to the threshold between our perceived realities and our latent potentials." The entry concluded there. As the journal rested in my hands, the wind picked up, twirling the fallen leaves in elegant spirals around me. A sweet, unfamiliar fragrance wafted on the air, and for a fleeting moment, I fancied I discerned distant music, or perhaps murmurs drifting through the darkening woodland. Standing amidst the encroaching twilight, I realized the temperature had sharply dropped, yet I remained untouched by the chill. The journal's cover still retained its enigmatic warmth, and as I scrutinized its pages in the waning light, I noticed a phenomenon previously unseen. Delicate patterns resembling roots or branches slowly spreading across the blank spaces amidst the written words. Gently, I returned the journal to its original resting place among the roots, though not precisely in the same orientation. Intuition guided me to leave its positioning to the discretion of the next fortunate discoverer. Turning to depart, the wind whispered through the leaves once more, and this time I almost deciphered coherent words in its gentle murmur. That night, as I lay in bed, the journal's residual warmth lingered on my fingertips. In the hushed pre-dawn hours, I pondered the enigmatic author and whether they had unearthed their sought-after truths within the forest's depths. More profoundly, I questioned if the journal had sought me out rather than the inverse. Now, during my woodland excursions, I discerned subtleties previously unnoticed. The way certain trees leaned towards one another, as if sharing secrets, the play of light forming cryptic symbols amidst the foliage, the occasional thickening of the air with anticipatory energy around ancient stumps and hollow logs. Since that day, the journal has not crossed my path, though I often search for it. On tranquil evenings when silence reigns and light bathes the forest just so, I sometimes catch glimpses of a figure moving among the distant trees, their silhouette indistinct yet oddly familiar, akin to a half-remembered dream. And on occasions when the wind carries elusive whispers, I sense them emanating from the forest's heart, divulging enigmas decipherable solely by those willing to listen with more than mere ears. The forest has never appeared quite the same after my encounter with the journal. Or perhaps it is I who have undergone a transformation, awakened to a reality that has always existed, patiently awaiting my revelation. Regardless, I tread these paths more frequently now, each step imbued with heightened awareness, each inhalation suffused with a profound reverence for the enigmas enfolding us. At times, when the evening light filters through the canopy in a manner that bathes everything in liquid gold, I comprehend the author's metaphor of boundaries akin to morning mist. In those transcendent instants, I feel the ancient pulse of the forest resonating in perfect harmony with my own, and I contemplate how many others have traversed these paths before me, leaving behind narratives inscribed not in journals but in the clandestine language of whispering winds and rustling leaves. Story 45. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stone lulled me into a peaceful trance as I lingered at the mouth of the time-worn cave. My lantern cast a warm glow, revealing the weathered walls that seemed to hold untold secrets within their rocky embrace. The air was heavy with the scent of wet moss and mineral-rich water, a fragrance pure and untouched by the chaos of the outside world. As a geologist, I had traversed many caves in my time, but this one whispered a different tale to me. A tale of intimacy, as if the very rock itself was alive and breathing in harmony with my presence. Each step I took echoed softly, blending with the quiet melody of water droplets falling from the stalactites above, creating small puddles that mirrored the shadows dancing around me. My fingers brushed against the cool, damp walls, tracing the intricate textures that spoke of millions of years of geological evolution. The tunnel widened into a vast chamber where my lantern's light could not reach the lofty ceiling, leaving it shrouded in darkness. The chamber resonated with the melodic symphony of water droplets, harmonizing as they met the still pools below, creating a natural orchestra that filled the space with tranquility. As I ventured deeper, my footprints mingled with delicate imprints in the fine silt on the ground, imprints that were not my own. These mysterious tracks seemed to materialize and vanish at will, as though a ghostly dancer had graced the chamber with their presence. Despite the absence of recent visitors at the cave's entrance, these fresh footprints led me further into the depths of the earth, beckoning me to unravel their enigmatic origin. The ambient sounds of rain had faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the soft symphony of trickling water and something else, a faint echo of footsteps, always just beyond my reach. I pressed on, my curiosity outweighing any sense of trepidation that lingered in the shadows. The passages twisted and turned, unveiling natural wonders adorned with glistening mineral formations that glittered like celestial bodies in the darkness. The ethereal footprints guided me unerringly through the labyrinthine paths, never faltering at the numerous crossroads we encountered. Time seemed to lose its grip as I traversed the cave, the hours melting away like water in a stream, despite my watch insisting that only a short time had passed. The air caressed me with a sweet, mineral perfume, reminiscent of fresh spring blossoms. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, teasing me with elusive movements that vanished when I turned to confront them. Closer and closer, the footsteps drew, their rhythm synchronizing with the cadence of my own heartbeat. Yet there was a peculiarity to their sound. They seemed to emanate from above rather than ahead. Raising my lantern, I illuminated a series of natural ledges ascending the cave wall like a staircase crafted by unseen hands. The footprints I followed defied gravity, ascending the vertical surface with a grace that defied explanation. My logical mind sought rationalizations for the inexplicable tracks, a play of light and shadow, peculiar mineral formations, or perhaps a figment of my imagination conjured by the solitude of the cave. But as I gazed upon the impossible trail before me, a wordless melody began to weave through the chamber, resonating with the very essence of the rock. The footsteps ceased, yielding to this celestial music that enveloped me in a cocoon of tranquility. Seated upon a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the haunting melody that reverberated through the cave, swaying to its hypnotic rhythm. Droplets of water fell in harmony with the ethereal tune, creating ripples of liquid light that danced on the still pools below. Time lost its meaning as I became one with the enchanting song of the cave, the dance of shadows around me, a silent chorus to the ancient melody. Intermittently, the phantom footsteps returned, encircling me in a spectral waltz, yet I no longer felt the urge to pursue their elusive trail. Instead, I existed in a state of blissful harmony with the cave's timeless symphony, a witness to its ancient rhythm. When the moment came to depart, the enigmatic footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the fine silt that carpeted the floor. The haunting melody gradually faded as I retraced my steps through the winding passages, its memory etched indelibly in my mind. The cave felt transformed on my return journey, not diminished in size or mystery, but imbued with a newfound intimacy, as though we shared a secret that bound us together. Pausing at the entrance, I cast a final glance into the darkness, where the fading light of the setting sun cast long shadows into the cave's maw. As I stood there, a single set of footprints materialized beside me, formed by invisible steps that strode past and dissolved into the sunlight. The cave whispered a parting echo, not of footsteps this time, but of gentle laughter that dissipated like a whisper in the wind. To this day, the otherworldly melody lingers in my thoughts when I explore new caverns, and on rare occasions, in the hushed depths below, I catch echoes of distant footsteps dancing to the same tune, forever on the edge of perception. Story 46. The soft murmur of the wind weaving through ancient pines caressed the cool morning air as I ventured along the meandering mountain path. Each step I took whispered against the carpet of fallen needles, composing a gentle melody that harmonized with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The mist hung low, enfolding the towering trees in a velvety embrace, muffling even the faintest echoes of the wild. Solitary hikes had always beckoned to me, offering solace in the serene arms of nature. Yet on this particular morning, a subtle shift lingered in the air. The silence felt more profound, more anchored than any silence I had known before. Even the usual symphony of bird songs had fallen silent, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack was an old leather journal, the purpose of my journey inscribed within its weathered pages. I had chanced upon it at an estate sale, its contents brimming with curious observations about this very range of mountains. The previous owner, a seasoned naturalist who had dwelled in these lands for a lifetime, chronicled peculiar occurrences that unfolded amidst these peaks. He wrote of enigmatic spots where sounds seemed to gather and linger, pooling like water in hidden valleys. Places where whispers from afar resonated with crystal clarity, while shouts nearby dissolved into the thick air. With each upward step, the mist thickened and the hush deepened. The comforting cadence of my footsteps, which had accompanied me thus far, now seemed distant and muted, as though belonging to another realm. The air grew denser, caressing my ears with a gentle yet insistent touch. Pausing to sip from my canteen, the sound of my own swallow reverberated strangely within me, as if not merely heard but felt in the very essence of my being. The journal alluded to a specific clearing, encircled by a ring of weathered stones, where the silence purportedly reigned supreme. According to the naturalist's musings, those who stumbled upon it often encountered something he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks. Though his accounts of this phenomenon grew increasingly enigmatic and fragmented as his writings drew to a close. As the trail wound around a colossal boulder, the clearing came into view, unmistakable in its presence. 7 ancient stones, each roughly waist-high, stood sentinel in a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and pirouetted between them, swirling in patterns that seemed almost intentional. The air within the circle lay utterly still, yet the mist continued its hypnotic ballet. Stepping into the heart of the circle, a shift washed over me. The pressure in my ears intensified, though not uncomfortably so. It was akin to being gently submerged in a warm current. The silence here bore a different essence. It felt sentient, as if listening, awaiting. My own breath no longer reached my ears, though I felt the rise and fall of my chest. The soft crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had vanished into the ether. Seating myself at the circle's center, my back against one of the smaller stones, I opened the journal. The naturalist's final entry seized my attention. The silence whispers tales of memory. It reveals what you must hear, if only you would listen with more than just your ears. With those words etched in my mind, a transformation unfolded within my perception. The silence acquired depth and texture, akin to layers of diaphanous fabric intermingling. Amidst that profound stillness, I discerned sounds that defied logic. The laughter of children at play in a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the gentle patter of summer rain on a tin roof from days long past. These were no ordinary recollections or mere echoes. They felt immediate, tangible, yet impossibly distant, as if the silence itself acted as a conduit, focusing moments of the past with crystalline clarity. Drifting into reverie, I allowed these ethereal sounds to wash over me, each carrying not just auditory echoes but the entire sensorial experience. The fragrance of my grandmother's lavender perfume, the caress of warm summer air against my skin, the taste of raindrops. Time slipped away unnoticed as I lingered within this cocoon of living silence. By the time I opened my eyes, the sun had begun its descent, its light feeble against the eternal mist enveloping the clearing. Rising to depart, a sight arrested my steps. My shadow on the ground was not solitary. Faint yet distinct, other shadows flitted at the periphery of my vision. When I turned to face them directly, they dissolved, though their presence lingered in the air. One final scribble adorned the journal's last page, penned in unsteady script. They are the guardians of the silent realms, the curators of forgotten echoes. They harbor no malice. They merely yearn to share their treasury with those attuned to listen. Descending the mountain, the familiar sounds of the world gradually resurfaced. The crunch of my footfalls, the whisper of wind in the trees, the distant call of a lone bird. Yet, something had shifted. The silence had inscribed its essence upon me, a subtle resonance reverberating within my very bones. At times, in the quiet moments preceding slumber, I catch echoes of those impossible sounds borne upon currents of silence. And on nights cloaked in deepest darkness, when the world holds its breath, I swear I glimpse those shadows at the edge of my sight, patiently waiting to impart their treasury of sounds to any who would truly listen. The naturalist spoke true. The mountain harbors enigmas within its hush, narratives woven in the absence of sound. Despite numerous returns to that mountain, the elusive clearing has eluded me ever since that initial encounter. Perhaps it unveils itself solely to those who crave the secrets whispered by the silence. Or perhaps, like the shadows and their gathered echoes, it exists in a liminal space where silence deepens into speech. Story 47. The soft patter of rain against the weathered window panes serenaded the night as I navigated the twisting forest road. My headlights cut through the darkness, casting a mesmerizing glow on the raindrops that descended like glistening stars in the inky sky. The fuel gauge teetered on the edge of emptiness, a silent reminder that had plagued my thoughts for miles on end. Through the veil of rain, a radiant golden light flickered around the upcoming bend, drawing me closer with its inviting allure. As I approached, the faded sign of an ancient inn materialized from the shadows, its name barely visible in the dim glow of my headlights, the Midnight Inn. Standing tall at 3 stories, the inn boasted Victorian architecture that loomed against the stormy heavens. The windows emitted a comforting glow, hinting at a haven from the intensifying rainfall. The gravel driveway murmured softly under my tires as I came to a halt. The engine's hum dissipated, leaving only the gentle drumming of raindrops on the car's roof. A sheltered wooden porch encircled the front of the building, its timbers emitting soft creaks that harmonized with the melody of wind chimes swaying in the breeze. Stepping out, I was greeted by the earthy fragrance of wet soil and aged wood, mingled with a hint of something floral, perhaps honeysuckle or jasmine from the lush garden that bordered the property. The porch steps sighed lightly beneath my weight as I approached the sturdy oak door, its brass knocker polished by the touch of countless hands before mine. Inside, the foyer glowed with the warm radiance of antique sconces. The wallpaper, though faded, depicted a mesmerizing tapestry of vines and blooms that seemed to dance in the flickering light. A majestic grandfather clock stood sentinel in the corner, its pendulum swaying in a hypnotic cadence, its hands frozen at the stroke of midnight regardless of the hour. The innkeeper materialized with a grace so subtle that I couldn't discern her arrival. An elderly woman with silver hair elegantly coiled at the nape, clad in a dress reminiscent of a bygone era. Her smile exuded warmth, her movements graceful as she presented the leather-bound guest ledger. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," she murmured, her voice akin to the melodic whisper of wind through autumn foliage. "We've been expecting you." Though I hadn't made a reservation, couldn't have, stumbling upon this place by chance, wariness led me to dismiss the peculiar statement. The pen she proffered felt weighty in my grasp, its ink leaving shimmering indigo marks that seemed to dance before melding into the thick parchment. As I inscribed my name, I observed that the previous entry bore the date exactly a year prior to the very day. She guided me up a winding staircase, each step muffled by a plush burgundy carpet that absorbed our footfalls. The air grew cooler as we ascended, carrying a faint essence of lavender and aged volumes. Portraits and landscapes adorned the walls, their subjects seemingly observing our ascent with knowing gazes. My quarters resided at the end of the third-floor corridor, where moonlight cascaded through a sizable window, defying the storm clouds I had witnessed earlier. The room, expansive and inviting, featured a four-poster bed draped in deep blue curtains that stirred without a discernible draft. A silver tea set awaited on a petite table near the window, wisps of steam rising from the spout, though no sound of approach was heard. "Rest well," the innkeeper whispered, bestowing upon me a small brass key that radiated an unusual warmth against my palm. Time flows differently here at midnight. Nestling into the surprisingly plush armchair by the window, I discerned several peculiarities that had eluded my fatigued mind initially. The mantel clock, akin to its counterpart below, stood frozen at the stroke of 12. The mirror above it reflected the room flawlessly, save for the empty armchair where I sat. Despite the audible rainfall, the window glass portrayed a clear night sky, stars twinkling in unfathomable constellations. Sipping the tea, I detected notes of chamomile, entwined with an ancient sweetness that coaxed my eyelids to droop. The room's shadows deepened and softened, enfolding me in a comforting embrace, accompanied by a distant hum that might have been a lullaby, or merely the wind whispering through the eaves. Drifting between consciousness and reverie, I watched as moonbeams painted ethereal patterns on the walls, narrating tales that hovered on the edge of comprehension. Occasionally, fleeting glimpses of other guests traversed the hallway beyond my door, their silhouettes gliding in attire from distant epochs, conversing in tongues alien to my ears. Time unfurled in its peculiar manner, each moment elongating like honey cascading from a spoon. Whether hours transpired or mere minutes elapsed remained a mystery. The grandfather clock downstairs tolled the hour of midnight repeatedly, each chime bearing a subtly different melody, laden with cryptic messages just beyond reach. When daylight eventually arrived, if indeed it was morning, the inn appeared eerily vacant. My signature had vanished from the guest ledger, and the table bore no trace of the teacup's presence. Driving away, the fuel gauge displayed full, though I vividly remembered its near-empty status the prior night. In the rearview mirror, the midnight inn dissolved into the morning mist. Yet on rainy nights, meandering down unfamiliar routes, I find myself scanning for that beckoning golden light amidst the trees. Part of me yearns to rediscover it, while another questions the desirability of such a reunion. For as the innkeeper had alluded, time ebbs uniquely at midnight, and I remain uncertain of the duration spent in that realm where clocks halt at 12, or if departure ever truly transpired. Story 48. The autumn air hung heavy and thick around my rustic cabin, enveloping me in the earthy fragrance of fallen leaves. Beyond the window, the ancient forest stood motionless, frozen in a timeless embrace. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch quivered. This eerie stillness had lingered for 3 days now, defying the natural flow of things. Nestled in my cozy armchair, draped in a soft woolen blanket, I listened to the crackling symphony of the fireplace. The flickering flames painted shadows on the rough-hewn walls, their warm glow contrasting with the dull twilight seeping through the windows. My cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten, growing cold as my thoughts drifted into the unsettling quiet that enveloped my sanctuary. The forest had always been my refuge, a place of solace away from the chaos of the modern world. But this silence felt different, heavy, almost sentient. It reminded me of the pregnant pause before a storm unleashes its fury, that charged moment when nature holds its breath. Yet this moment stretched on, defying explanation. My feline companion, Shadow, lounged on the windowsill, her sleek black coat reflecting the fire's dance. Her ears remained alert, golden eyes fixed on invisible movements in the darkness. At times she would lift her head to track unseen specters, her tail twitching with nervous energy. That night, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight awaited me in the bathroom mirror. Behind my reflection, where darkness should reign, a glimpse of pale mist swirled with purpose. When I turned to face it directly, only the impenetrable black of night met my gaze, yet the ghostly impression lingered like a haunting memory. Sleep eluded me that night. The silence pressed against my ears, amplifying the rhythm of my own heartbeat against the pillow. In that liminal space between waking and slumber, a faint, rhythmic whisper teased my senses, akin to distant breathing. Morning arrived, offering no respite from the pervasive stillness. The forest remained frozen in time, a tableau of nature's quiet defiance. Yet a subtle change had occurred overnight. The carpet of fallen leaves surrounding my cabin had shifted, forming intricate patterns that seemed deliberate. Curved lines and spirals emerged from the tree bases, resembling ripples on a placid pond. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched by the window, her tail fluffed, fixated on the leafy designs. When I ventured out for firewood, the air felt dense and resistant, like wading through invisible molasses. The temperature remained neutral, neither warm nor cold, unsettling my skin with a prickling unease. As dusk approached, a significant shift heralded a new phase. The mist glimpsed in the mirror materialized at the forest's edge, snaking between trees like searching tendrils, pale and ethereal in the fading light. Within its translucent depths, fleeting shapes materialized and dissolved, elusive to direct observation. The rhythmic breathing sound intensified as night descended, a pervasive presence enveloping the space between heartbeats. Shadow pressed against my legs, fur bristling, as we watched the mist inch closer to the cabin, carrying scents of earth, age, and something ancient and enigmatic. That night, dreams wove a tapestry of roots creeping through floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees peering through windows with eyes camouflaged in bark. The breathing evolved into a voice, articulating words in a familiar yet incomprehensible language. Upon awakening, damp sheets bore witness to a night of restless slumber, though all windows remained sealed shut. The leaf patterns had evolved, intricate spirals spiraling outward from my dwelling like a colossal fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the earth like beckoning tendrils. Shadow spent the day flitting from window to window, tracking unseen movements. On the seventh day of stillness, handprints appeared on the windows, not on the glass, but etched in the overnight condensation. Larger than human hands, with extra digits, they left winding trails resembling vines. The breathing sound had become a constant backdrop, ebbing and flowing like distant waves. That evening, seated by the fire, I noticed the shadows no longer danced in sync with the flames. They swayed to a new rhythm, mirroring the forest's breath. The leaf patterns had infiltrated the interior, manifesting in dust on shelves, wood grains, and woven blankets. Abruptly, Shadow darted to the door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound crescendoed, resonating within my chest, aligning my heartbeat with something ancient and vast. The mist seeped through crevices, ushering scents of moss, mushrooms, and quiet decay. Fear should have gripped me, yet it felt distant and irrelevant, akin to the world beyond the woodland. Instead, I sensed a profound familiarity, as if finally recognizing an ever-present observer. The patterns around me formed a cryptic language, inscribed in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I penned these words, the forest remains still, brimming with newfound vitality. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling at my feet within the cabin's confines. Shadow no longer fixates on windows, content in our altered reality. The breathing sound, now a familiar companion, registers only in its rare absences. In nocturnal depths, I glimpse hints of the forest's message. Patterns shift and morph, crafting words and visions just beyond comprehension. The boundary between my human existence and the ancient forest's consciousness thins by the day. Uncertainty clouds whether the forest altered, or if my perception metamorphosed. The stillness, no longer oppressive, now carries an anticipatory weight, akin to a held breath preceding profound revelations. I, too, hold my breath, awaiting the forest's next discourse. Leaves pirouette, mist spins tails, and amidst heartbeats interlude, the forest exhales. And I exhale with it, merging into a mystery devoid of closure. For some queries retain their allure when unanswered, lingering like dawn mist, beckoning us to listen, ponder, and marvel. Story 49. In the hushed embrace of the night, the soft moonlight danced through veils of mist, painting delicate shadows upon the ancient garden I had inherited. A fragrant symphony lingered in the air, where the whispers of night-blooming jasmine intertwined with the earthy musk of moss-clad stones. From my bedroom window, I peered down at the weathered statues that adorned the overgrown landscape, standing as silent sentinels frozen in time. This garden was my grandmother's domain, a sanctuary she had crafted with decades of artistry and stone. Now, after her passing, I found myself alone in her Victorian mansion, surrounded by the legacy of her watchful guardians. Each statue held a tale, a secret waiting to be unraveled in the tranquil hours between dusk and dawn. On this particular night, a subtle shift seemed to ripple through the garden. The fog enveloped the base of each figure like spectral tendrils, while the air hummed with an elusive pulse. The statue nearest my window, a graceful woman draped in stone robes, seemed to have turned ever so slightly since my last gaze. Drawn to the enigmatic allure of the night, I wrapped myself in a cozy shawl and descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step a murmured dialogue between aged wood and fleeting time. The grandfather clock in the hallway tolled midnight with 12 gentle chimes, their echoes rippling through the stillness like pebbles in a tranquil pond. As I unlatched the French doors leading to the garden, a sigh of release escaped, carrying the scent of rain-kissed soil and ancient stone. Barefoot on the cool, smooth flagstones, I ventured deeper into the garden where moonbeams wove intricate patterns of light and shadow, playing tricks with the statues' forms. Among them, certain figures beckoned more strongly to my senses. There was the young boy with a flute, forever poised in a melody unheard. The elderly man on a bench, his book open to inscrutable pages. the dancer frozen mid-twirl, her stone skirts hinting at perpetual motion within their stony stillness. Each piece bore the imprint of my grandmother's artistic vision, creating a tapestry of conversations in stone. That night, a revelation unfolded before me. The statues seemed to align in a configuration unobserved until then, as if following ancient celestial coordinates. The fog thickened, swirling deliberately around their bases, while the air held its breath in a peculiar stillness. Closer inspection revealed delicate symbols etched into the bases of some figures, spirals, crescents, and geometric motifs shimmering like liquid silver in the moonlight. These markings had eluded mention in my grandmother's journals or our discussions on her creations. At the heart of the garden stood a dry fountain, its 3 life-sized figures frozen in an eternal dance around a central pillar. The basin, now filled with mist that twined like living tendrils around their feet, seemed to echo with a distant melody carried on the night breeze. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool stone of a dancer's hand, and a curious energy pulsed through my fingertips, a sensation akin to ethereal electricity tinged with organic warmth. The mist responded to my touch, enveloping my wrist with an almost tender familiarity. In that moment, my grandmother's words resurfaced in my mind. Art is never truly static, my dear. It lives and breathes through the eyes and hearts of those who take the time to truly see it. With a chill in the air, I wrapped my shawl tighter and noticed the woman statue by my window had definitively shifted its gaze. Only slightly, but enough to stir a flutter of wonder in my heart, not fear. Through the night, I wandered the garden, each statue revealing new intricacies under the moon's gentle caress. Hidden symbols, shifting shadows that altered expressions, turning the garden into a living canvas where secrets unfurled in the dance of light and mist. As the first blush of dawn painted the sky, I retraced my steps back to the house, feeling a spectral presence lingering behind me, a stone hand lowering, a head turning imperceptibly. In the morning light, all appeared as it should, statues standing stoic in the bright day. Yet a transformation had occurred within me. An understanding dawned on why my grandmother sought solace among her stone companions. In her forgotten notebook, sketches and cryptic notes hinted at lunar mysteries and ancient arts, culminating in a simple message. To my dearest granddaughter, the statues hold wisdom for those patient enough to listen. Now, as twilight descends each evening, I find myself drawn to the window, watching the garden with a newfound reverence. Sometimes I venture into the night, other times I observe from above, noting the subtle shifts in the eternal dance of stone and shadow. The garden has transcended mere sculptures, evolving into a living enigma that unfolds with each passing night. And in the quiet of moonlit fog, I hear whispers of stone feet and silent conversations that transcend time. Whether a dream born of an artist's legacy or a deeper magic, I embrace the mystery, finding solace in the gentle uncertainty of moonlight and shadow. The garden remains a sanctuary of secrets, where the statues speak a silent language to those willing to listen, where questions linger in the embrace of an enchanted night. Story 50. The soft murmur of autumn leaves rustled against the aging wooden fence as I strolled through the tranquil evening. The old Victorian house at the end of Maple Row had become my haven, its quiet charm and promise of seclusion beckoning me in. The sprawling backyard, with its wraparound porch and intricate gingerbread details, whispered tales of yesteryears that intrigued my soul. Under the canopy of the darkening sky, a symphony of scents enveloped me. The earthy aroma of decaying leaves mingled with the crisp hint of approaching frost. Standing on the back porch, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun painting the clouds in hues of amber and rose, my gaze wandered to a glint of metal in the distance, beyond the tangles of wild vines and overgrown bushes. Driven by curiosity, I descended the creaking porch steps, each gentle footfall on the weathered wood a soothing melody. The evening dew-soaked grass left damp imprints on my shoes as I ventured further into the yard, parting drooping willow branches to reveal a hidden clearing. Nestled within this secret space stood an abandoned playground, frozen in time. The skeletal frame of a swing set rose like ancient bones from the earth, its chains swaying ever so slightly in the still air. A weathered slide spiraled gracefully downward, etched with patterns of rust resembling delicate frost. A forlorn merry-go-round, painted in faded pastels, stood motionless, awaiting the touch of hands long gone. That first evening I stood transfixed as twilight descended, transforming the playground into a realm of shadows. The soft clinking of swing chains, barely audible, filled the air with a haunting melody. And as darkness draped over the yard like a velvet cloak, the echo of children's laughter, like distant wind chimes in a storm, teased my senses. Each subsequent evening, the forgotten playground drew me in like a moth to flame. I would bring a book and settle on the weathered wooden bench nearby, worn smooth by the passage of time and weather. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught fleeting movements, a swing gently swaying, the merry-go-round shifting imperceptibly, phantom footprints in the dew. One serene night, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, the unmistakable creak of the swing set's frame broke the silence. Raising my eyes from the pages of my book, I beheld a single swing moving in a perfect arc, propelled by unseen hands. Moonlight danced on the gleaming chains, and a strange warmth enveloped me, defying the autumn chill. With each passing day, the mysteries of the playground deepened. Toys would materialize mysteriously, a worn red ball, a neatly coiled jump rope, chalk drawings that vanished with the morning dew. Each artifact seemed to belong to a different era, blurring the lines of time within the playground's confines. Neighbors held conflicting tales of the playground's origins. Some claimed it belonged to a phantom neighborhood from the 1950s, while others insisted it was a newer construct from the 1970s, its aged appearance a puzzle. An elderly woman reminisced about playing there as a child, though her recollections danced on the edge of reality. As winter embraced the land, the enigma of the playground only deepened. Fresh footprints, like those of children, would appear in the snowy yard, leading only to the playground but never away. The swing would retain warmth even on the coldest nights, and on rare windless evenings, the whispers of children's songs would drift through the air. I meticulously documented the playground's anomalies in a journal, capturing the eerie melodies the wind coaxed from the metal, the cryptic rust patterns that seemed to form messages, and the sensation that the playground thrived in the realm between wakefulness and dreams. Some nights, awakened by the gentle squeak of the merry-go-round, I would witness it spinning slowly in the moonlight, a silent sentinel of memories. The playground exuded a presence, not menacing but observant, as if safeguarding cherished recollections from fading. As spring breathed life back into the world, I found myself drawn deeper into the playground's embrace. Swinging gently, I could almost discern whispered conversations carried on the breeze, children's voices sharing secrets and dreams, plotting endless games. The playground existed in a perpetual twilight, blurring the boundaries of time and reality. Reflections not quite my own would flicker on the slide's metallic surface, childlike faces, joyous and carefree. Yet amidst the shadows, there lingered a sense of acceptance, a welcome into a timeless game known only to those who had outgrown childhood. Unafraid, even in the darkest hours, I felt embraced by the playground's ancient tale, a narrative spanning decades. It held within its grasp the echoes of laughter, tears, and childhood escapades, preserving them like treasures in amber. Now, as I pen these words by lamplight, the familiar creak of the swing set serenades me. The sound, clearer tonight, is accompanied by the soft shuffle of shoes on the earth. I resist the urge to glance out my window, knowing I might witness the inexplicable, ethereal children frolicking in the moonlight or the empty playground, a silent sentinel awaiting new dreamers. Instead, I immerse myself in the gentle symphony of metal and memory, pondering the untold stories harbored by the playground, the joy and wonder it has witnessed. Come morning, fresh chalk drawings will materialize, toys arranged in mysterious patterns, new enigmas to unravel. The playground guards its secrets, revealing them only to those attuned to the timeless dance of childhood. And on those serene nights, when the moon hangs full and the air brims with possibilities, I catch whispers of laughter on the breeze, drifting through the eternal twilight of the forgotten playground. Here, every game continues, every story unfolds, and every swing sways to a melody spun by hands long vanished but never truly departed. Story 51. The soft, rhythmic drumming of rain against the window panes enveloped the ancient mansion in a comforting melody, like a lullaby whispered by nature itself. Standing in the grand entrance hall, I gazed at the delicate trail of raindrops painting intricate patterns on the glass, conjuring shadowy dancers in the twilight. The air was heavy with the nostalgic sweetness of aged wood and the faint aroma of lavender, a fragrance that carried whispers of bygone eras. This majestic house was now mine, passed down from my grandmother, where echoes of childhood memories lingered in every nook and cranny. The weathered hardwood floors murmured beneath my steps as I wandered through the familiar chambers, each footfall a soft echo in the tranquil hush of the night. Evening shadows draped the walls in gentle hues of blue and gray, casting a serene spell over everything they touched. The allure of the second-floor corridor beckoned me, its dark, polished wooden panels exuding a warmth that only years of loving care could bestow. Family portraits adorned the walls, their gazes imbued with a dignified serenity that seemed to follow my every move. The plush burgundy carpet runner swallowed the sound of my footsteps, its rich pattern still vibrant despite the passage of time. Tonight, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. Perhaps it was the way the shadows played, or the air that held a mysterious stillness. As I strolled down the corridor, the familiar portraits seemed to subtly change in my peripheral vision, their ancient faces almost coming alive in the dim light. The fragrance of lavender intensified, mingling with hints of vanilla and aged paper, a familiar blend reminiscent of my grandmother's study. But her study was downstairs, not here in this hallway. The scent enveloped me like a gentle embrace, evoking half-forgotten memories of lazy summer afternoons spent in her company, lost in books and tales. Pausing before a mirror that had hung there for generations, I noticed a subtle distortion in the reflection. The corridor behind me appeared elongated, with additional doors that I knew didn't exist in reality. Turning around, the hallway remained unchanged. Yet, when I glanced back at the mirror, the altered version persisted, stretching into an impossible expanse. A soft murmur, like the rustling of pages in a breeze, drifted around me from all directions, its words just beyond the grasp of my understanding. The voice, barely a whisper, carried a familiarity that tugged at the edges of my memory. The temperature in the corridor shifted, a coolness settling in, reminiscent of crisp autumn evenings by the crackling fireplace downstairs. The wooden panels seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a subtle rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the house. Each breath exhaled a cascade of memories. The haunting melody of piano music wafting from the parlor, the joyous laughter of children echoing through time, the gentle click of my grandmother's knitting needles. Moving further down the corridor, the portraits underwent subtle metamorphoses. My great-aunt's dress changed hues in my periphery, while my grandfather's pocket watch flickered in and out of existence like a shy specter. These alterations didn't startle me. Instead, they felt like natural extensions of the house's collective memories. With each step, the corridor seemed to elongate, not in a disconcerting manner, but as if the house itself was offering me an extended moment to delve into its history, to unearth its secrets. The rain's cadence shifted, now a melodic accompaniment to my journey, each drop a fleeting memory that dissolved like sugar in tea. Reaching out to touch the wall, the wood beneath my fingers felt alive, warm and yielding, almost like human skin. The grain patterns swirled and morphed, crafting fleeting images, a child's toy, a Christmas tree, an antique rocking chair, before dissolving into wisps of golden light that danced in the shadowy embrace of dusk. At the corridor's end stood a door previously unnoticed, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. The polished brass handle gleamed softly in the dimness, inviting me forward. As I drew nearer, the whispers grew clearer, a melodic hum reminiscent of my grandmother's garden songs, laden with ancient wisdom. The door yielded to my touch without resistance, yet it didn't swing open conventionally. Instead, it dissolved like mist at dawn, revealing another corridor beyond, or perhaps the same corridor from a different epoch. Sunlight flooded this alternate reality, streaming through non-existent windows to bathe the space in a celestial glow, illuminating dancing dust particles like a myriad of twinkling stars. Standing at this threshold between worlds, I felt no fear, only an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The whispers persisted, now accompanied by the soft laughter and distant strains of a piano, blending with the comforting sense of lavender, freshly baked bread, and morning coffee, a symphony of childhood aromas that anchored me to this place. Glancing back, the corridor I had traversed remained tangible and real, yet shrouded in the same enigmatic allure as the path ahead. The portraits observed with serene expressions, their countenances a blend of the familiar and the unknown, as if they embodied every iteration of themselves throughout the ages. I neither crossed the threshold nor retreated. Instead, I lingered in that liminal space, allowing memories to wash over me like gentle waves lapping at a shore. On quiet, rain-soaked evenings, I find myself drawn back to that corridor. The door stands ever present, a silent sentinel, but I've come to understand that its purpose isn't to be opened physically. It exists as a reminder that memory is a labyrinth of infinite possibilities, where past and present coalesce in a dance of understanding. The whispers persist in their eternal conversation, the portraits maintain their silent vigil, and the corridor remains, a realm suspended between reality and imagination, where fractured memories mend and transform. In this tranquil twilight realm, betwixt what was and what could be, I've discovered a different kind of peace. One born of acceptance, of embracing the mysteries that defy resolution. The corridor endures as a sanctuary where time flows like honey on a warm day, where memories ebb and flow like the tides of a distant sea. The rain continues its gentle descent. The old wood still creaks in harmony, and somewhere, in the space between heartbeats, my grandmother's lavender blooms eternally, a vibrant presence in the garden of fragmented memories. Story 52. The steady cadence of waves caressing ancient stones enveloped my senses as I ventured down the meandering path leading to the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried with it the tang of salt and seaweed, intermingling with the earthy perfume of damp soil left by the recent rain. Each footfall landed softly on the moist earth, harmonizing with the gentle swish of tall grass dancing in the coastal winds. Standing tall before me, the lighthouse exuded an otherworldly aura in the waning twilight, its weathered white walls adorned with intricate patterns of peeling paint that unveiled the layers of history beneath. As the keeper's faithful assistant, this structure had been a steadfast presence in my life, yet tonight, an unfamiliar air of mystery shrouded its familiar form. The usual warm, golden beacon that should have been sweeping across the ocean was conspicuously absent, though the soft glow of the lantern room atop the tower beckoned to me. The iron key felt icy against my palm as I unlocked the massive wooden door, which groaned open with a deep, reverberating sigh that reverberated through the circular chamber. Upon entering, the familiar scents of brass and mineral oil greeted me, accompanied by an elusive fragrance that whispered of old books and dried blossoms. My footfalls echoed softly on the stone floor as I commenced my ascent up the spiraling staircase, 142 steps. Though I had trodden this path countless times, tonight each step seemed to murmur beneath my soles. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the gentle tick of the clockwork, the soft hum of the wind through the vents, now appeared muffled, as if veiled by a dense fog. The brass handrail felt unusually warm under my touch, contrasting with the cool evening air. Progressing higher, I noticed subtle anomalies. Faint markings on the walls resembling inscriptions, though upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves as mere natural stone patterns. As I reached the watch room just below the lantern room, I spied the logbook lying open on the desk, despite my vivid recollection of closing it after my last entry. The pages fluttered without a breath of wind, and to my bewilderment, the most recent entry bore my own handwriting detailing an enigmatic phenomenon. Light emanates but reveals naught. The beam traverses the fog as if naught stands in its path. A chill descended as I ascended the final steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens gleamed resplendently, its crystalline facets capturing and refracting the lamp's luminance. The mechanism turned steadily, yet peering through the glass panes, I beheld no beam slicing through the encroaching darkness. It was as if the light evaporated mere feet from its source. Approaching the windows, I pressed a hand against the cool glass. The sea below lay eerily tranquil, resembling black satin with no starlight mirrored upon its surface, despite the clear night sky above. The horizon had vanished entirely, melding sea and firmament into a seamless obsidian void pulsating with an enigmatic vitality. The mysterious entry in the logbook tugged at my thoughts, challenging my understanding of the natural world that I had diligently tended to for years. The concept of light dissipating into obscurity defied logic, yet here I stood witnessing the inexplicable unfold before my eyes. A faint scraping sound lured my gaze to the corner of the room, where our maintenance toolbox lay open, its tools arranged in an unfamiliar configuration, almost resembling cryptic symbols. Blinking, the tools reverted to their normal arrangement, but a disconcerting unease lingered. The lamp's flame flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own. In that moment, I glimpsed my reflection in the glass, its movement slightly out of sync with my own, a subtle delay that sent a shiver down my spine. A gentle, melodic hum resonated from the lens, distinct from the usual mechanical whir of the rotation, evoking the image of a wet finger tracing a crystal glass rim, resonating with a deeper, more organic timbre that reverberated through the room. Returning to the logbook, new words materialized on the page as if inscribed by an unseen hand. The shadows do not devour the light, they transmute it into an unseen essence. Some truths are destined to remain hidden. Gazing out once more, I observed the enigmatic liquid shadows where the beam should have illuminated the water, undulating in a choreography that hinted at a cryptic language inscribed in the absence of light. Mesmerized, I beheld the lens's humming intensifying, its warm glow pulsating in tandem with the ethereal melody. The brass fixtures refracted the light in defiance of natural laws, casting impossible shadows that defied comprehension. Time itself seemed to warp within the lantern room, the moon's swift traverse across the sky belied by the clock's steady hand. Each rotation of the lens warped the darkness beyond, sculpting forms that defied rational explanation. The warmth of the brass rail dissipated, replaced by a curious sensation akin to touching a substance existing between solid, liquid, and gas. The air crackled with latent energy, akin to the pregnant pause before a lightning strike, yet imbued with a gentler allure. Descending the stairs, each step felt like traversing through veils of reality slightly askew. The lighthouse, once a beacon in the night, now seemed to inhabit a liminal realm between worlds, its purpose transcending mere navigation of ships through the dark expanse. Come morning, no traces of the strange events lingered in the logbook, the tools neatly arranged, and the beam casting its light as expected. Yet on hushed nights, a fleeting sensation of fading light and a distant hum occasionally brush against my awareness. In those ephemeral moments, I ponder if the lighthouse doesn't just pierce the darkness, but orchestrates a dialogue with it, a language of light and shadow concealed from mortal comprehension. The enigma of that fateful night remains enshrouded in layers of ambiguity that shift with each recollection. The lighthouse maintains its nocturnal vigil, and I mine, cognizant that certain enigmas are best left unscathed, their answers concealed within the interstice of light and shadow, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 53. The gentle autumn rain tapped a soothing melody against my window, a tranquil symphony that lulled me into a state of peaceful contemplation. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cocooned in the warm embrace of a woolen blanket, I observed as night gradually enveloped the aging garden beyond. The raindrops caught the waning daylight, shimmering like liquid silver as they cascaded down the glass panes. It was in one of these serene moments that my gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight, a soft green light. Initially, it manifested as a faint glow amidst the ancient oak trees at the garden's farthest reach, barely visible through the veil of rain. Swaying gently, akin to an old lantern carried by unseen hands, the light possessed an unusual hue. Not the harsh, artificial green of modern technology, but a gentle, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a balmy summer evening. Mesmerized by this mysterious luminescence, I found myself captivated, my eyes tracing its hypnotic movements as it meandered among the trees. The rain continued its melodic cadence, now accompanied by the occasional rustle of wind through foliage. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the ancient garden resurfaced, her soft, melodious voice recounting stories of spirits rumored to inhabit the venerable trees. As a child, I had dismissed them as bedtime fables to ignite my imagination. Yet as I watched that ethereal green glow, a familiar sense of wonder stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window, tracing a raindrop's path with my fingertip. The green light seemed to respond to my touch, intensifying slightly, its movements growing more deliberate. It began weaving a pattern through the trees, leaving behind a fleeting trail of luminescence that lingered like the remnants of a dream. The grandfather clock in the hallway told 9, its resonant chimes reverberating through the hushed house. Each toll rippled through the atmosphere, and with every sound, the green light pulsed in perfect harmony. My breath formed wisps of fog on the window as I observed, entranced by this inexplicable interplay of light and sound. Driven by a curiosity that felt both familiar and foreign, I reached for my raincoat. The weathered fabric carried the comforting aroma of aged books and wood smoke, scents that had infused the house over generations. Donning it, I noticed the green light had become motionless, as though awaiting my presence. The rain had tapered to a gentle mist, and the evening air bore the earthy fragrance of damp soil and autumnal leaves. The garden path felt transformed beneath my feet that night. Each step on the weathered stones elicited a soft squelch, while droplets of water dripped from the overhanging branches, creating a gentle percussion to accompany my journey. As I drew nearer to the light, the atmosphere seemed to shift, thickening, imbued with an electric charge that caused the fine hairs on my arms to prickle. Amidst the trees, the green light maintained its silent vigil. Closer now, I discerned it wasn't precisely a lantern, but rather a spherical glow hovering at chest level. Its contours were soft and indistinct, akin to a watercolor left out in the rain. The light it emitted cast peculiar shadows among the trees, transforming familiar shapes into enigmatic forms that seemed to morph and shift when viewed from varying angles. A subtle warmth emanated from the sphere, not the heat of fire or electricity, but a more organic sensation, akin to the warmth of sun-soaked spring soil. Standing before it, raindrops descended more leisurely around the light, as if time itself had been gently altered. Each droplet captured the green radiance, creating a constellation of miniature emerald stars suspended in the air. The sphere resumed its movement, this time purposefully, leading me deeper into the garden. I trailed behind, my footsteps muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. The path we traversed was unfamiliar, winding through trees I had known my entire life, yet under the ethereal light they appeared subtly different. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers previously unseen, their perfume both sweet and faintly exotic. Time lost its rigidity as I progressed, marked only by the steady patter of rainfall and my own subdued breaths. The sphere paused intermittently, ensuring I remained in tow before proceeding on its enigmatic course. In these tranquil interludes, a faint echo of what might have been music reached my ears. Not quite a melody, but rather a whisper of one, akin to a childhood tune half remembered. At last, we arrived at a clearing hitherto unknown to me, though I had believed myself acquainted with every corner of the garden. At its center loomed an ancient stone well, its walls adorned with moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered above it, casting its radiance into the depths below. Approaching, I discerned intricate patterns etched into the well's stone rim, symbols that seemed to shift and transform when I attempted to focus on them directly. Gradually, the sphere of light descended into the well. As it did, the symbols on the stone began to emit a faint luminosity of their own, engendering a complex dance of light and shadow. The air thrummed with an ancient, knowing energy, as if something had awaited this moment for centuries. Leaning over the well's edge, I observed the green light descending deeper. Within its glow, I glimpsed what appeared to be other lights far below, blues, purples, and golds, each moving in its own cryptic patterns. The sound of water assumed a melodic quality, reverberating from depths that seemed to extend beyond conceivable limits. Stepping back from the well, I found the rain had ceased entirely. The night air hung utterly still, the garden holding its breath in anticipation of a phenomenon beyond my comprehension. The green light had vanished, yet the symbols on the well persisted in emitting a soft glow, pulsating in harmony with my heartbeat. Retracing my steps to the house, guided by a memory of the path that felt both recent and distant, I noted a shift in the garden, or perhaps within myself. The trees seemed to bow slightly as I passed, their leaves whispering enigmas just beyond my grasp. Upon reaching my window, I glanced back to where the well should have been, only to find the familiar tapestry of trees and shadows. Yet on tranquil, rainy nights, I still perch by my window, observing the garden. Occasionally, under the precise conditions, when the rain descends in that specific manner, and the wind carries the fragrance of moist earth and intrigue, I catch a glimpse of that gentle green glow amidst the trees. It beckons, promising to unveil more of its mysteries, but I've come to realize that certain enigmas are meant to remain partially shrouded, residing in that delicate realm between comprehension and awe. The well has not reappeared, at least not in its initial location. Nonetheless, on select evenings, I detect the faint murmur of water and music rising from some profound depth beneath the garden, accompanied by the soft throb of green light that seems to dwell just beyond sight's periphery. And I've learned that perhaps the greatest mysteries are those not in need of resolution. They only require experiencing, embracing, and allowing them to metamorphose us in their gentle, ineffable manner. Story 54. The soft murmur of autumn leaves pirouetting across the creaking wooden porch waltzed alongside my nightly routine of tea before slumber. Wisps of steam lazily ascended from my cup, carrying the gentle fragrance of chamomile and honey, a whispered lullaby to the senses. The aging house groaned tenderly, its familiar symphony a solace in the deepening shadows of the late evening. It was then, amidst the tranquil embrace of the night, that a subtle shift caught my eye. The moon hanging low and round in the velvet sky, yet its luminance held a peculiar allure. Its silver glow pulsed ever so faintly, akin to the rhythmic throb of a distant heart. Intrigued, I found myself drawn into its mesmerizing cadence, my breath falling into step with its ethereal beat. A hush descended, unnaturally tranquil. The rustling leaves stilled, the evening chorus of crickets silenced. In that profound calm, a mysterious sound tiptoed into my awareness, a melody without melody, a song without voice, a whispering echo from the moon itself. My tea grew cold, abandoned, as I sat spellbound by this otherworldly spectacle. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, cascading like strands of silver silk cascading from the heavens. They swayed in an unseen breeze, weaving cryptic patterns reminiscent of ancient script, cryptic messages just beyond grasp. Within the house, shadows stirred to life. Not mere flickers cast by passing clouds, but deliberate, graceful movements in harmony with the silent rhythm. They ebbed and flowed along the walls, adopting forms almost human, yet not quite, their movements of fluid elegance beyond mortal dancers. Unbidden, I rose from my seat, the wooden floor humming beneath me with a subtle vibration that resonated through my very core. The air chilled imperceptibly, a mere whisper of cold that raised goosebumps on my skin, yet instilled no fear, only a profound sense of awe and tranquility. The moonlight continued its pulsing, each wave ushering a subtle shift in the world around me. Colors bloomed with heightened vibrancy, textures rippling like liquid, and the air itself shimmered with minuscule particles of silver light. Time wavered, its flow distorted, minutes stretching into hours, hours compressing into instants. Somewhere within the house, a clock chimed the midnight hour, its toll elongated and distorted, as if transmitted through water. With each reverberation, the silent melody of the moon intensified, its call growing more insistent. The shadows on the walls quickened their dance, their movements intricate, their shapes sharpening. Faces flickered in their undulating forms, expressions of joy and serenity mirroring my own inexplicable calm. A gentle zephyr stirred, bearing the perfume of nocturnal blossoms foreign to my garden. It enveloped me, lifting tendrils of hair and fabric in a tender embrace. The moonlight responded, weaving intricate patterns through the air, too swift for mortal eyes to follow. Amidst this surreal tableau, comprehension stirred within me, a recollection perhaps long forgotten. The moon's silent melody spoke of ancient enigmas, of realms existing in the interstices of time, of dimensions brushing against our own like silk against skin. It murmured of nights when the boundary between reality and possibility thinned enough to caress. The shadows beckoned, their dance an invitation. My feet moved of their own accord, tracing steps to a dance unlearned yet intimately known. The moonlight draped around me like a cloak, and in a fleeting, breath-catching moment, I felt weightless, as if I could step off the porch and tread upon the silver light itself. Slowly, reluctantly, the intensity of the experience ebbed. The shadows resumed their static state, the moonlight diminished to its usual radiance, and the silent melody withdrew, leaving behind a lingering echo imprinted in my bones. Seated once more in my chair, the tea now ice cold, the night had reverted to its ordinary cadence. Crickets chirped, leaves whispered, and the old house crooned its familiar lullaby. Yet a fundamental metamorphosis had transpired, irreversible and profound. I knew then that the moon would forever hold a different allure, a mystery transcending the realms of dream and reality. On tranquil nights when the moon reigns full, I linger on the porch, awaiting. Sometimes in moments of utter stillness and patience, I catch a whisper of that silent melody, a glimmer of silver strands in the air. And the shadows, they remember the dance, though they now remain motionless. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting that some mysteries are destined to dwell just beyond comprehension, in that exquisite realm between waking and slumber. Perhaps therein lies their rightful place, in that twilight space where the moon intones its silent song and shadows waltz to melodies of the heart alone. In that realm of wonder and endless potential, we discover a tranquility that defies explanation, a magic that transcends language. Evening after evening, I partake of my tea on the porch, observing as the moon ascends over the horizon. And occasionally, just occasionally, when the night holds its breath and my mind quiets to a whisper, I sense the faint pulse of silver light, a distant heartbeat beckoning me to a dance beyond full understanding, yet forever etched in memory. Story 55. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the weathered wooden house, creating a melodic rhythm that enveloped the aging structure. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the flickering shadows waltzing across the walls as the autumn breeze whispered through the trees outside my window. The warm glow of my reading lamp painted a cozy circle of light around me, while the rest of the room slumbered in a comforting darkness. It was on one of these tranquil evenings that I first encountered it, a whisper so delicate it could have been mistaken for the house settling into its ancient bones. The sound seemed to emerge from beneath the floor, a soft murmur akin to the rustle of leaves or the gentle sigh of wind slipping through cracks in the walls. Setting my book aside, I closed my eyes and tuned in to the mysterious sound. There was a faint musical quality to it, resembling a distant lullaby hummed with tenderness. With each passing moment, the whisper grew clearer, though its meaning, if it held any, remained just beyond reach. The old house had always murmured its own language of creaks and groans, a symphony of wood and nail that had become familiar over the years. Yet this voice was different. It carried a warmth, an almost sentient essence that stirred a sense of awe rather than fear in me. As days melted into nights, I found myself drawn more and more to that chair, captivated by the enigmatic presence beneath the floorboards. Sometimes the voice would retreat into silence, leaving only the gentle patter of rain and the rustle of pages turning. Other times, it would emerge like a wisp of smoke, intertwining with the usual nocturnal sounds until the boundary between the house's voice and the outside world blurred. Subtle changes began to manifest within my home. Books shifted ever so slightly on their shelves overnight, not as if disturbed by a physical touch, but as if they had chosen new companions to lean against. The antique grandfather clock in the hallway occasionally paused, as if listening to a sound only it could perceive, before resuming its measured tick. On a particularly hushed evening, bathed in the fading light of sunset, I noticed a hairline crack in one of the floorboards, a new addition to the time-worn wood. As I knelt to examine it, the whisper rose once more, clearer and more emotive than ever. It conveyed feelings of warmth, of welcome, of a sense of belonging that echoed memories of my grandmother's soothing hum while she knitted. The crack seemed to possess a subtle fluidity, appearing and vanishing with the shifting light, sometimes altering its position when I averted my gaze. Intrigued, I left small trinkets near the crack, a marble, a silver button, a smooth river stone. Occasionally, I would discover them arranged in intricate patterns, as if a silent artist had visited in the night. Once I placed the delicate bell near the crack, and in the silence of midnight, I fancied I heard its ethereal chime, as soft as a dream. The whisper became a constant presence, its essence as natural to me as the house's settling creaks or the rustle of leaves in the wind. It seemed attuned to my emotions, morphing to offer solace when I was troubled, and a playful lightness when joy filled my heart. The ambience of my home shifted subtly, creating pockets of warmth that seemed to follow me as I traversed its familiar halls. The lamplight would flicker in harmonious patterns, mirroring the cadence of the whispered melody. Even the dust motes in the air danced with purpose, swirling in intricate choreography when caught in the rays of sunlight. Far from evoking fear, the burgeoning presence beneath the floorboards imparted a sense of inclusion, as though I were being initiated into an ancient and serene secret. Nights of elusive sleep led me to the floor near the crack, where I pressed my ear against the weathered wood, eager to commune with the mysterious voice. Its whispers now carried fragments of tales, stories that teased at my comprehension, but remained just beyond grasp. Perhaps they were narratives of previous listeners, of nights spent in silent communion with the enigmatic resident beneath the aged floorboards. With the passage of time, it became evident that visitors to the house sensed the presence too, though none spoke directly of it. They would pause in certain spots, tilting their heads as if attuning their ears to an unseen symphony, their expressions softening with a tranquil understanding. The crack in the floorboard maintained its size, serving as a conduit between realms, one of tangible wood and stone, and another of whispered secrets and half-forgotten melodies. Winter descended, ushering in extended nights and new sounds. The sharp crackle of frost, the gentle descent of snowflakes, the mournful wail of icy winds through barren branches. The voice adapted, its whispers now bearing the crisp clarity of frozen air and the hushed tranquility of snow-covered ground. The house pulsated with a newfound vitality, as though the chill had awakened dormant echoes within its time-worn walls. I refrained from attempting to capture the voice on recording devices or immortalize the moving objects with cameras. Such endeavors felt intrusive, likely to shatter the delicate bond that had blossomed between the house, its elusive inhabitant, and myself. Instead, I chronicled my sentiments and observations in a journal, noting how the voice ebbed and flowed with the seasons, weather, and lunar phases. As I pen these words, the gentle song beneath my feet persists. The crack in the floorboard catches the lamplight in mesmerizing patterns, casting shadows that dance across my pages as if imbued with life. I have come to realize that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. The voice beneath the floorboards has melded with the heartbeat of my home, a poignant reminder that within the familiar lies the potential for magic in the hushed interludes of our lives. In the stillness of night, when wakefulness and dreams converge, I sense whispers of words in the ethereal song. They speak of patience, of the timeless sagacity harbored within aged abodes, of the tales enshrined within weathered wood and enduring stone. Perhaps it is best that their full meaning eludes me. Some melodies are meant to linger just beyond our reach, their allure intertwined with their enigmatic essence. And so I continue to listen, to observe the ephemeral patterns shaping and dispersing, to embrace the presence dwelling beneath the floorboards. The crack remains, a poignant symbol of the spaces in our world where reality blurs at the edges, where whispers can reshape our perception of what it means to find solace in a place called home. Ultimately, perhaps that is the essence we all seek, the realization that within the tranquil interludes between heartbeats, if we listen attentively enough, we may discern echoes of something singing back to us from the familiar spaces we thought we knew so well. Story 56. The soft patter of rain against the window panes set a tranquil rhythm as I sat in my grandmother's aged study, surrounded by the comforting scent of old leather-bound books and cedar wood. The autumn evening had descended early, cloaking the house in a gentle darkness only pierced by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was her weathered journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time, holding within its folds a tale of mystery that would forever alter my perception of the night and its starlit secrets. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving behind this lakeside abode and its enigmatic enigmas. Among her belongings, this journal stood out, its elegant script weaving a narrative about the lake that extended far beyond the property's boundaries. I had often pondered the curious nature of the water, how it seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, even under the brightest of night skies. The rain continued its gentle serenade as I delved into her musings, penned decades ago. The lake harbors memories in its depths, but not as you might imagine. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, retains them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed their descent, one by one, their luminance fading as they journey into the obsidian depths. A soft creak from the floorboards diverted my gaze from the pages. In the silence of the house, every subtle sound bore weight and significance. The ancient grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the hour with a deep, resonant toll. 9 reverberations, each one echoing through the vacant rooms, beckoned me further into the ambience of my grandmother's writings. Returning to the journal, I found myself entranced by her meticulous observations. The first time a star descended into the lake, I questioned the veracity of my sight. It appeared as a rift in the fabric of the night sky, a gentle descent unlike the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It grazed the water's surface with scarcely a ripple, then sank unhurriedly, its radiance waning until it vanished altogether. Beyond the window, the rain began to abate, transitioning from a steady drumming to a hushed murmur. Through the bay window of the study, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a vast sheet of ebony glass stretching towards the horizon. The dissipating clouds unveiled patches of the night sky, yet no stars mirrored on the lake's surface. It remained an inky void, absorbing the scant light that reached it. My grandmother's script grew more intricate. I've commenced tracking them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, albeit it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the divide between our world and the beyond appears thinnest. The lake isn't merely a receptacle, it somehow preserves them in its lightless depths. A cool breeze whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I drew my sweater closer around me, sensing that the drop in temperature was not wholly natural. The journal persisted. As they sink, they emit a sound, not a splash, but a melodic note, akin to a wet finger on a crystal glass. Each star possesses its unique pitch, its own melody. On still nights, I swear I can discern their communal song from beneath the surface. The sky above had cleared entirely, revealing a tapestry of stars. Yet as I peered over the lake, its surface remained impenetrably dark. Drawing nearer to the window, I noticed a peculiarity. The stars above the lake seemed to flicker differently than those over the encompassing forest. They pulsed with an eerie, almost hypnotic cadence. My breath caught at my grandmother's subsequent entry. I've begun to comprehend the reason behind the stars' choice of this lake. It's not happenstance. They are drawn here, summoned by something in the depths. The lake is not a mere collector. It serves as a custodian of celestial mysteries, a sentinel of faded light. The real query is, what becomes of their radiance once it's absorbed? Rising from my chair, I made my way to the French doors leading to the back porch. The wooden planks murmured softly beneath my steps as I ventured outside, compelled by an inexplicable urge to draw nearer to the lake. The air bore the chill and dampness of recent rain, carrying the earthy perfume of wet soil and pine. In the distance, an owl softly called, its voice reverberating across the water. The journal's pages rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze stirred. My grandmother's prose had assumed a sense of urgency in her later entries. I've begun to perceive shapes beneath the surface, not reflections, but entities distinct. They glide akin to schools of fish, yet emit a faint starlit glow. Whatever alchemy the lake performs with the light it ensnares, it births something novel, something beautiful and otherworldly. In response to her words, I noticed a subtle alteration in the lake's demeanor. The darkness seemed to shift, revealing hues of deep blue and violet, reminiscent of oil on water. And then I beheld it, a star, descending with such languor it appeared to hover, descending from the heavens towards the lake's embrace. It moved with deliberate elegance, as though guided rather than falling. The star kissed the water's surface with the gentlest of ripples, and I heard it, the crystalline note my grandmother had described, pure and haunting. The sound seemed to resonate with a deep chord within my being, evoking memories I had not realized I possessed. As the star's light dimmed beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights by this lake. More stars began their descent, each choosing its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony, audible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface teemed with subtle movements, interplays of light and shadow that seemed to waltz beneath the veiled surface. It was both beautiful and sorrowful, akin to witnessing the fading embers of a fire. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that encapsulated this moment with poignant clarity. The lake does not extinguish the starlight, it metamorphoses it. Each fallen star becomes a fragment of something grander, a compendium of celestial recollections harbored by the lake. At times I fancy I can hear them murmuring their tales, narratives of cosmic odysseys and age-old luminescence, now ensconced within these somber waters. Standing on the porch, observing the graceful descent of the stars, I finally comprehended why my grandmother had chosen to dwell beside this lake. It was more than a body of water. It was a reservoir of light, a guardian of stellar enigmas, a realm where the boundary between earth and firmament blurred and wavered. The night deepened, and more stars continued their unhurried descent into the lake's embrace. Each left behind a trace of its voyage in the form of that crystalline resonance, weaving a nocturnal symphony that bridged the mundane and the miraculous. Standing witness to this extraordinary spectacle, I felt a profound tranquility settle upon me. My grandmother's parting words in the journal now rang true. The lake of faded stars is not a terminus, it is a genesis. Every light it captures becomes a piece of an eternal ballet, a celebration of the ceaseless cycle of transmutation. To behold it is to realize that naught truly ceases. It merely transforms, discovering new avenues to illuminate the darkness. The rain returned, a gentle cascade that seemed to unite sky and lake in a glistening shroud. I lingered on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal, beholding as more stars commenced their leisurely descent into the awaiting waters. Each bore its own tale, its own radiance, uniting with myriad others in the lake's mystifying depths. As the night enveloped me and the celestial waltz persisted, I understood that I had inherited more than a lakeside dwelling. I had become the subsequent custodian of this celestial enigma, the next observer of this eternal cycle of falling stars and transfigured light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this silent pact, while above, the night sky continued its timeless performance, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn within the dark waters below. Story 57. The soft murmur of the breeze rustling through autumn leaves whispered a soothing melody as I strolled along the forest path that night. The air carried a blend of scents, the earthy sweetness of decaying leaves, the emergence of mushrooms in hidden nooks, and the fading perfume of summer flowers yielding to the embrace of fall. As the setting sun cast elongated shadows between the trees, their branches extended like graceful fingers across my way. These evening walks had always been my solace, especially after days confined indoors. The forest spoke in a different silence compared to the artificial hush of buildings. It hummed with understated sounds, a symphony of gentle rustles and distant whispers. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere tingled in the air. The usual cacophony of crickets seemed hushed, as if they too awaited something in the deepening dusk. The first call of an owl resonated as the final rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy. Familiar with its melodic hoots from my nocturnal wanderings, I was drawn not to the call itself, but to the reply that followed. Another owl chimed in, its voice carrying a peculiar tune I had never before encountered. The two calls intertwined in the cooling night air, weaving a haunting duet that halted me in my tracks. More voices joined the ethereal choir as I listened. 3, then 4, then an uncountable multitude, each distinct yet melding in a harmony that defied natural explanation. The sound seemed to emanate from every direction at once, enveloping the spaces between the trees in a spectral symphony. With the dropping temperature, a fine mist rose from the earth, swirling like phantom breath. Through the encroaching fog, I discerned an oddity in the way shadows danced among the trees. They ebbed and flowed independently of the waning light, as if the darkness itself pulsed with intent. My timepiece had ceased ticking at some indeterminate point, its hands frozen in the fluidity of this realm where time was but a whisper, marked solely by the rhythmic cadence of the owl's song. The mist thickened, and within its veils I glimpsed shapes, not quite tangible, yet more than mere shadows. They moved with a grace akin to celestial dancers in a slow, mystical ballet. These forms seemed to react to the owl chorus, swaying and shifting in perfect synchronicity with each haunting note. As my eyes adjusted to the deepening twilight, I almost discerned features within the mist, hints of wings, of ancient eyes, of entities flickering between avian and something beyond comprehension. Unconsciously, I swayed in time with the enchanting rhythm, my breath mirroring the forest's slow heartbeat. The cool mist enveloped me like a familiar cloak, and despite the strangeness unfolding before me, no fear gripped my heart. Instead, a profound tranquility settled within, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient and sacred ritual performed in these woods since time immemorial. Gradually, I sensed a transformation in the owl's song. The harmonies grew intricate, layers of sound intertwining in patterns hinting at meanings just beyond grasp. The misty shapes drew nearer, their choreography becoming more elaborate. Amid their movements, glimpses of distant realms flickered, moonlit clearings unknown to me, venerable trees foreign to these woods, stars aglow with hues unnamed. Time meandered on its peculiar course, guiding my steps as I traversed a path that felt both known and alien, straddling two realms. The owl's melody directed my journey, while the misty dancers accompanied me like silent sentinels. I walked, perhaps for minutes, perhaps for hours, yielding to the music that ushered me through the twilight realm. Gradually, familiar landmarks loomed into view, the gnarled oak tree marking the boundary of my usual route, the moss-draped boulder resembling a slumbering bear. Yet they appeared altered, infused with the magic of the night. As I neared the forest's edge, the mist began to dissipate, and with it, the otherworldly chorus waned. One by one, the owl voices faded into silence, until only a solitary hoot lingered, the same gentle call that had initiated this spectral symphony. Then, even that solitary voice dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence thick with untold secrets. Emerging from the trees, my timepiece suddenly resumed its ticking. According to its face, only an hour had elapsed since my entry into the forest, though my experience suggested otherwise. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind only the ordinary shadows of early evening. In the days that ensued, I maintained my evening walks, though the mysterious chorus and its ethereal audience never graced my presence again. Occasionally, on profoundly silent nights, I caught faint echoes of that strange harmony in the distance, or glimpsed fleeting movements at the edge of sight. Yet, the full symphony remained elusive, a memory dreamlike in its vividness, more tangible than reality itself. The forest cradled its enigmas close, revealing them solely in moments of perfect twilight, when the veil between the tangible and the ethereal grew thin. I continued to tread those paths as dusk descended, pausing to listen when an owl's call pierced the gathering darkness. And sometimes, Fleetingly, I fancied I heard the inception of a response, carrying with it the promise of another dance between shadow and light, guided by the solitary owl's song. Story 58. The evening rain whispered its secrets against the cobblestones of the old garden path, a gentle melody that lulled the senses into a tranquil state. Standing before the weathered iron gates, my umbrella offered little defense against the mist swirling in the autumn air. The villa, a grand structure fallen into graceful decay, loomed beyond the rusted bars, its windows dark and vacant, like eyes peering into eternity. This place was now mine, passed down from my great-aunt Margaret, a mysterious woman I had met only twice in my life. She had always seemed distant, lost in her own world, her fingers tracing patterns in the air around her. The lawyer who settled her estate appeared almost relieved to hand over the keys, his hands trembling as he passed them across his desk. With a deep, resonant click, the lock surrendered, echoing through the misty garden. As I ascended the path, the gravel softly crunching beneath my feet, I noticed how the ivy had claimed parts of the villa's facade, creating living curtains that swayed gently in the evening breeze. The windows, all 23 visible from that spot, stubbornly remained dark, yet strangely captivating. Each window held a unique quality of emptiness, drawing my gaze. The heavy wooden door opened effortlessly, as if the house had been awaiting my arrival. The foyer enveloped me in the scent of aged wood and a faint, sweet fragrance that eluded identification. It reminded me of my great-aunt's perfume, with hints of autumn leaves and distant rain. My footsteps reverberated on the parquet flooring, fading into the shadows lurking in the corners. Exploring the first floor, I encountered the typical rooms one would expect in such a villa. A grand sitting room draped in white sheets, a dining room set for guests who would never come, and a meticulously arranged library. Yet, it was the windows that captured my attention. Each framed a slightly different version of the twilight outside. The sitting room windows tinted the world in amber hues, while the library's panes seemed to capture not just light but moments in time. Moving through the rooms, I sensed subtle changes in the atmosphere, as if each space had its own breath, its own rhythm. The windows responded accordingly, sometimes fogging up in delicate patterns, other times remaining crystal clear despite the humidity outside. In the library, I discovered my great-aunt's journal, filled with her elegant script. She described the windows not as mere openings, but as portals. The third window in the east wing shows me childhood summer evenings, read one entry. The tall window in the music room echoes forgotten songs. The second floor unveiled more windows, each offering its own peculiar view. One window displayed a garden from a bygone era, while another seemingly overlooked the same garden from a vantage point impossible to achieve. As night descended, the rain continued its soft percussion on the roof and windows. I had expected the darkness to unsettle me, yet the house embraced it, settling like a contented cat. The windows emitted a faint glow, outlining their shapes in the darkness with a variety of hues. In the master bedroom, Margaret's later journals revealed her revelation about the windows. They were not empty but repositories of memories, moments, and lost time. The house, she wrote, holds not just space within its walls, but fragments of all lives that pass through. The windows are the eyes through which it views these collected moments. My first night in a small bedroom on the second floor, I chose a window showing rain in the darkness. As I watched the droplets trace patterns, I noticed some moving against gravity, defying the norm. Morning arrived with a peculiar light that seeped through the windows rather than shone through them. Exploring the corridors, I observed changes in some views, displaying different seasons or times. In the following weeks, I delved into the villa's secrets. The windows were not empty, but waiting to be filled with moments. Each collected a unique essence: joy, whispers from the past, or light from unseen days. I spent hours near various windows, witnessing subtle revelations. Sometimes it was a shift in light, a reflection from an unseen source, or faint voices carried on the breeze, soft conversations, distant laughter, echoes of the past. The windows became my calendar, my clock, my library of memories. The music room window vibrated with echoes of concerts long gone. The breakfast nook window captured morning light from all seasons, casting enchanting rainbows. The villa was not haunted but a living archive, with each window a lens into time's layers. The perceived emptiness was a profound fullness, a richness that appeared void to the unobservant eye. As autumn transitioned to winter, I chronicled the windows' changes, their shifting views. Some days, all 23 showed the same scene at different moments, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Other days, each window held its own weather, its own play of light and shadow. The truth of the window's magic remained elusive, blurring reality and imagination like rain on glass. The emptiness of those windows was a unique kind of fullness, waiting for those who could truly see, who understood the depth in the spaces between moments. As I sit in the library, observing winter light filtering through windows that reveal past and future, I grasp why my great-aunt found solace here. The villa of empty windows is not vacant, but brimming with untold stories, hidden in the quiet gaps between heartbeats, in the apparent void that holds endless possibilities. Story 59. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees as I strolled down the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian home. The worn wooden steps groaned softly under my weight, a melodic echo of countless childhood visits. On this particular evening, the porch lanterns, typically aglow with a warm embrace, stood shrouded in darkness, their glass surfaces reflecting only the ethereal moonlight. It had been 3 months since I inherited the house following my grandmother's serene departure in her sleep. I had taken up the nightly ritual of lighting the 12 antique lanterns at sunset, a tradition she had faithfully upheld for decades. It was my way of preserving her essence in a space that held a treasury of memories. Yet, as I approached that night, a subtle shift lingered in the air. A rare stillness enveloped the surroundings, laden with the fragrance of rain-kissed soil and aged timber. My hand brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the same one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface weathered by time and use. Crossing the threshold, the foyer greeted me with a familiar blend of lavender and old tomes, scents curated by my grandmother's love for dried blossoms and leather-bound volumes. My footsteps whispered on the hardwood floors as I navigated the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that cast a soft amber hue upon the Victorian wallpaper. The evening ritual commenced with the first lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter clicked as I sparked it, yet the wick remained stubbornly unlit, defying my efforts. Moving to the next lantern only yielded the same outcome, a resistance to the flame's caress. A cool breeze stirred the ivy on the porch, casting playful shadows on the wooden boards. The moon ascended higher, its silvery beams weaving through the foliage, painting intricate patterns that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Round and round the porch I went, each lantern rejecting the light. All 12 stood in darkness, mirroring my growing bewilderment. Testing the brass lighter on a candle indoors, it ignited without hesitation, its flame unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking drifted through an open window, a reminder of time's ceaseless march. Yet this night felt suspended in a realm beyond time's grasp, as if the darkness of the lanterns had forged a pocket of tranquility in the world. Recollections of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns resurfaced, stories shared on quiet evenings swaying on the porch swing. She spoke of their ancestral lineage, each one crafted by my great-great-grandfather. One narrative in particular stirred in my mind, a tale of the lanterns choosing not to illuminate on significant occasions. Settling on the swing, I let its rhythmic creaking meld with the nocturnal symphony. The air turned cooler, carrying the sweet perfume of honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl's soft hoot mingled with the rustle of leaves. Amidst the enigmatic darkness of the unlit lanterns, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Thin, silvery threads barely visible in the moon's glow connected each lantern, shimmering like delicate spider silk catching light. These spectral strands appeared and vanished with each blink, weaving an otherworldly tapestry. The grandfather clock told midnight, its resonant chimes weaving a spell in the quietude. With each stroke, the silver threads grew more defined, forming a luminous circle that linked all 12 lanterns in a web of radiance. Within this mystical circle, the air bore a weighty yet vibrant quality. The scent of lavender intensified, reminiscent of my grandmother's essence. The swing shifted subtly, though no breeze stirred, as if a presence had joined me. I sat motionless, observing the pulsing silver threads akin to a heartbeat. In their faint glow, elusive figures seemed to dance, shadowy forms evoking a sense of familiarity beyond words. The longer I gazed, the clearer the understanding blossomed within me. These were not mere lanterns, they were sentinels of memory, custodians of family lore. Their refusal to shine was not a malfunction, but an invitation. On select nights when the veil between past and present thinned, they embraced darkness to unveil profound truths. Time slipped by unnoticed as I sat there, enveloped in the nocturnal serenade and the subtle movements of the shadows.